From the depths of the holy land of Taichu, another horrific aura permeated. An extreme icy aura covered the boundless space, quickly lowering the temperature of the entire holy land of Taichu. At the same time, a terrifying roar was heard. In that direction, glacial divine swords surged with an extremely terrifying impact, moving toward where Yifutian was. Obviously, the other man knew that Yifutian was the leader of this battle, as he led his people here to the holy land of Taichu to destroy them. Without Yifutian, today's battle would not have occurred. Therefore, he wanted to kill Yifutian directly. Buzz! A powerful aura erupted behind Yifutian as Emperor she stepped forward. A massive phantom of Xuanwu, the black turtle, appeared above the firmament. It blocked out everything in the sky, bearing the weight of that terrifying attack. Emperor she moved forward, preparing to slay the opponent, and locked onto him. Not many of them came this time, but they were all top combatants. All of them were at least peak Renhuang level cultivators. Cultivators with lower cultivation would only be a burden in a battle like this and unable to do much good. In different directions, terrible battles were breaking out. The entire holy land of Taichu was exploding frantically. Loud booming sounds blasted in everyone's mind continuously. The devastating storm of the Great Path made them feel suffocated and desperate. It was simply madness. They never thought that someone would lead a legion to attack the holy land of Taichu. But they saw it today. Not only did they come, but they were also extremely powerful and aggressive. Everyone raised their head to look at the white-haired man, who continued to move forward. This man was the legendary figure from Original Realm Yifutian. Yifutian continued moving forward, and the devastating storm of the Great Path around him seemed not to have the slightest impact on him. He led his people inside the holy land of Taichu, glanced at the battlefield and said, "Anyone who participates in the fight will be killed." A cold light flashed across his eyes. Once, the forces of the Divine Prefecture formed an alliance against the Ziwei Segmentum, and the holy land of Taichu was one of them. Regardless of any other grievances of the past, just for this offense alone, they must destroy the holy land of Taichu. If they didn't, those same people would invade and attack the Ziwei Segmentum in the future. His divine consciousness covered the entire holy land of Taichu and many of its cultivation courts. Except for Taichu Saint Emperor, who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, 2 others had survived the first divine tribulation. They were now fighting with Murong Yu and Emperor Shi. In the past, there was another one, Swordmaster of Taichu Sparring Grounds, who had been slain by him using the divine body of the Xianxia the Great Emperor, so that there was one less peak character in the holy land of Taichu. In addition to the 3 great cultivators in the tribulation plane, there were 7 or 8 more Renhuang with a perfect Great Path in the holy land of Taichu. This was considered a very powerful lineup because this was, after all, the holy land of Taichu domain. But this kind of lineup was not enough to contend with the opponents facing them. Yifutian didn't make any moves himself. He wanted to monitor the entire battlefield to ensure that the cultivators on his side would not suffer any injuries. Although their side was currently at an advantage, they should not take their enemies lightly. "Form the matrix," said a voice in the distance. Those cultivators from the holy land of Taichu gathered in panic and began to form the matrix. In the Taichu sparring grounds, countless swordsmen now levitated into the sky at the same time, suspended high above the sky. All of their bodies were filled with a frightening sword will. The sword will flowed and circulated, attracting the divine light of the great path between heaven and earth. Sword aurora appeared with extreme radiance. It seemed as if they could split open this world. Above the firmament, a phantom, like that of a sword god, appeared. Then, millions of divine swords were unleashed toward Yifutian and his people, like a sword light of total destruction. Hua Jieyu took a step forward, straddling the space, floating beneath the sword matrix. She lifted her beautiful eyes and glanced at the sword matrix, and a dull sound was heard between heaven and earth. A suffocating pressure of might soon followed as time and space seemed to come to a stop. The speed of those swords falling suddenly slowed. It seemed as if they were about to stop. Boom! Hua Jieyu took another step, and all the divine swords in the sky were still. At this moment, Chen Yi moved. The cleansing divine light bloomed to turn his body into a light, rushing towards those swordsmen. At this time, those swordsmen felt a sting in their spiritual energy, as if their bodies were not under their own control, nor could they control their own swords. Their expressions quickly changed to one with shock, and they attempted to gather their sword will for a final attack, but the light was faster than they were. Pooh pooh, pooh. The sword of light shuttled past, and everyone was pierced through their throat. From the sky above, those swordsmen who were inside the matrix fell to their deaths at the same time. When the cultivators from the holy land of Taichu beheld this scene, their hearts trembled violently as they watched all these people perish in front of their eyes. Yi Futian and the others continued moving forward. Countless cauldrons were floating high above the sky, containing terrible power. When these cauldrons were spinning, the golden divine light threatened to shatter the space. This force was beyond horrific. Kill! Although these cultivators had seen the sorry ending of those swordsmen, they did not back down. Tens of thousands of cauldrons covered this corner of the sky, and slamming down for the kill at the same time with extremely aggressive force. This time, Yifutian walked forward and stepped into the space below those destructive cauldrons. He stood in the center of that destructive divine light. Rays of divine light spilled down and blasted on him. The cultivators of the holy land of Taichu showed a coldness in their eyes, but they were shocked to find that Yifutian freely bathed in the divine light of destruction. He not only did not move but was allowing that divine light to wash over his flesh. This sight made them feel a little hopeless. Was Yifutian really just a Renhuang in the ninth realm? How could his physical body be this strong? The divine body of Xianxia, the great emperor, had been destroyed, and all he had now was his own physical body. Still, it was terrifying. Kill! Their expressions were chilling as hundreds and thousands of divine cauldrons spun, and countless rays of divine lightning struck down for the kill. At the same time, those cauldrons also blasted down, trying to overpower Yifutian. Yifutian's aura of the great path enveloped this space. He raised his head and looked up. In an instant, all these cauldrons stopped and remained still, and the divine light dimmed. Above the sky, this scene was incredibly spectacular. Those cultivators from the holy land of Taichu stared at the cauldrons, trying to urge them again, but found that they couldn't. They looked down at Yifutian, who was standing under those countless cauldrons. A little desperate now, they wondered, how can he be so strong? Yifutian looked at those people with pity. They were all cultivators from the holy land of Taichu, and they really didn't do anything wrong. However, this was the cruel reality in the world of cultivation. If the situation was reversed and these cultivators invaded the Ziwei segmentum, they would become the ones slaughtering those inside the Ziwei segmentum. The scenario would be completely different. Boom! At this time, the Millet Emperor descended with Wangshan Watchtower on his back and blasted directly into the crowd. In an instant, many cultivators fell from above, and many of them were killed on the spot. All that was happening in front of their eyes was like a dream. The cultivators of the holy land of Taichu perished one after the other. At this time, outside the holy land of Taichu, countless people had rushed here to observe the battlefield within. They saw the entire holy land of Taichu seem to be shrouded in the light of the apocalypse. All of the holy land was filled with a suffocating destructive force. Many people stood high above the sky and watched. They saw many cultivators of the holy land perish. The holy land of Taichu was in the process of being destroyed. This day was like the end days for the holy land. Would the holy land of Taichu be destroyed in this battle? No one ever imagined that such a day was possible. They had heard of Yifutian's name before, of course. He was the legendary premier genius talent in the original realm, a peerless, enchanting figure who was the heir of Emperor Yi Qing. He was later forced to retreat to the Ziwei segmentum, locked himself in there, and cut off all interaction with the outside world. But in the impressions of many people, he was an extremely talented youngster. Who could have imagined that on this day, he would lead the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace to come to Taichu for the express purpose of destroying the holy land of Taichu. Taichu Saint Emperor will not be defeated, right? He will definitely save the holy land of Taichu, someone whispered. placing their hopes on Taichu Saint Emperor. Well, Taichu Saint Emperor will definitely be able to beat back these invaders. Some cultivators agreed. In the Taichu domain, the Holy Land of Taichu was believed in by many people, much like the Heavenly Mandate Academy in the Heavenly Mandate realm back then. Now that they saw Yi Futian was leading a strike team to invade them, naturally, they hoped that Taichu Saint Emperor could stop them. Just as Yi Futian thought, the struggle in the cultivation world was cruel, and there was no absolute right or wrong. If these people knew how the Holy Land of Taichu had dispatched those people into the original realm back then and how they had dealt with the Heavenly Mandate Academy, what would they think? On the battlefield, Yi Futian and the others kept moving forward, and they had reached deep inside the Holy Land of Taichu. The land underneath them lay in total ruin, littered with the bodies of many cultivators. They were all cultivators at the Runhuang level. But Yi Futian and the others did not kill indiscriminately. Only those who resisted and lashed out against them were slain. Even so, bodies were everywhere. There were many cultivators in the Holy Land of Taichu with a lot of powerful ones. When they gathered into the matrix, hundreds of men moved to attack all at once. However, although the Holy Land of Taichu was powerful, it was still beaten by this group of invaders, as they drove deep into the heart of the Holy Land, and no one was able to stop them. Right now, there are really only 3 key areas on the battlefield that were of concern. The battlefield of the Tribulation Plain cultivators, especially the one occupied by Taichu Saint Emperor and Lord Chun, was the most critical. The two of them were already fighting at a high altitude and not affecting anyone else. Jieyu, Millet Emperor, go help Emperor Shi and Deputy Lord Morong, Yi Futian said, as Hua Jieyu and the Millet Emperor nodded. Both of them possessed combat effectiveness at the Tribulation Plane. For against 2, they would naturally have the absolute upper hand. As for Yi Futian, he was still moving forward. He looked at the battlefield ahead with Taichu Saint Emperor and Lord Chun. He wanted to help Lord Chun and keep Taichu Saint Emperor here, for he could not allow the man to leave here alive. In the crowd ahead, there were some of Yi Futian's old friends, Runhuang cultivators who had gone to the Heavenly Mandate Realm on behalf of the Holy Land of Taichu to take over the Heavenly Mandate Realm as their own. When they saw Yi Futian at this moment, it was like a dream. Once, they looked upon Yi Futian with carelessness. They only wanted to control him to control the Heavenly Mandate Academy, and they thought that Yi Futian didn't know what was good for him. However, in just a few years, Yi Futian was actually able to invade inside the Divine Prefecture and attack the Holy Land of Taichu. All of this was so surreal. Yi Futian seemed to have noticed some of their gazes and cast a glance at them. Then his finger pointed down in the air, and the infinite sword will came down and slew them across the space. Sizzling sounds continued as those people perished one after another. After a round of sweeping attacks, the battle matrix of the Holy Land of Taichu was completely dismantled, and many powerful Runhuang fell one by one as they were being killed off. Now, the only ones who could pose a threat were the remaining 3 Tribulation Plane cultivators. Chun-Yi, keep an eye down below. If anyone makes a move, kill them without mercy. Yi Futian ordered Chun-Yi, who was next to him. Chun-Yi, who had inherited from the Bright Temple, was close to invincible in the realm of Runhuang. Even Ninghua was not his equal. Although there were many top geniuses in the Rinaheng realm at the Holy Land of Taichu, it was impossible for any one of them to touch Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi's origin may have been extraordinary. Blind Chun said that he possessed illumining body of the Great Path, and was born to inherit the light, which he did. As the child of light, there were not many in the Divine Prefecture who could beat him. In the Holy Land of Taichu, there was no one in the realm of Renhuang who could contend with him. As for the remaining 3 cultivators in the Tribulation Plane, Yi Futian decided to go and help Lord Chun with Taichu Saint Emperor. This man's life and death were of the utmost importance because he was the master of the Holy Land of Taichu. If he escaped, it would pose a significant threat to them down the road. As for the other 2 battles, for against 2 was more than enough to ensure their victories. Even those who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path still needed to hone their combat skills in actual battle. This would be a very good opportunity to do exactly that. Furthermore, it was difficult for them to participate in the fight between those who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path and might even endanger themselves. Therefore, Yi Futian's decision was the most appropriate. Hua Jieyu proceeded to assist Morongyu and walked to the cultivator who was an expert at the suppressive power of the cauldron. The Millet Emperor, carrying Wangshan Watchtower behind him, had gone to join forces with Emperor Shi to deal with the cultivator, who brandished the true will of ice and the glacier divine sword. Chan Yi and the rest were tasked with keeping an eye on those whose realms were below the tribulation plane. Above, there were 3 great battles taking place in 3 separate areas. Hua Jieyu entered Morongyu's battle. Their opponent was one of the major figures of the Holy Land of Taichu, Lord Yuding. Lord was not an indication of the realm, but a title. Some had been conferred the title of Lord while still in the realm of Renhuang, and some had been made Lord after having survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path. However, in the Western world, Lords were generally referred to as those who had survived the second Buddhist tribulation. Lord Yuding was a cultivator who had survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path. He was an expert in attack with extremely powerful and awesome combat effectiveness. He was also the master of Tianyu Cultivation Court. At this time, the space where he was in seemed to have turned into a divine domain. Hundreds of thousands of divine cauldrons appeared in this space, infinite and without end. One glacé upward revealed that the heavens seemed to be full of them. Lord Yuding's life spirit was a cauldron. To further strengthen his life spirit, he had refined a cauldron that was completely in sync with his life spirit and merged it with his life spirit. With this, his offensive power was greatly magnified. Even Morongyu, who was holding a treasure, did not have the slightest advantage over him. Lord Yuding was unfazed when he saw Hua Jieyu's entrance into the battle, and his expression remained as calm as ever. As his hands stretched out, suddenly above the firmament, horrible golden divine lights rained down from those golden divine cauldrons. They turned into countless golden lightning, containing incomparable destructive power, and blasting towards Morongyu and Hua Jieyu. One more cultivator of the tribulation plane made no difference to him. He believed he could still deal with both of them. The group that came from Ziwei Segmentum may be strong, but they would pay a hefty price for initiating this invasion. Be careful. Morongyu cautioned Hua Jieyu via voice transmission. This man's offensive power is extremely domineering, and his destructive force is astounding. With this many cauldrons suspending from the sky, heaven has a suffocating path of suppression, which is pressing down on this world. Yes, Hua Jieyu nodded. I will restrain him so you can focus on breaking down his defenses and counterattack. Hua Jieyu specialized in assisting in combat situations, and she was an expert in restraining opponents. Especially in melees, she alone could restrain multiple powerful cultivators all at once. For her to face someone like Lord Yuding with Morongyu as 2 cultivators in the tribulation plane, they felt it was not a problem at all. No problem, Morongyu replied. Just when they were communicating through voice transmissions, the golden lightning that bloomed from the divine cauldrons was already upon them, trying to split open the space. A starry light screen appeared around Morongyu as if it was transformed into a starry body of the Great Path. With him as the center, starry divine light circulated as if creating a world of its own. Terrifying lightning continued to smash down, but it only succeeded in causing some fissures on the body without really breaking it. Ziwei Segmentum was once the world sealed by Ziwei the Great, and most of the cultivators who stood at the peak were the descendants of Ziwei and had inherited similar abilities as Ziwei the Great. Morongyu was no exception. With a thought centering on the starry divine body, a starry sky appeared in this vast space. As if everything was now moving in a starry world, countless divine cauldrons suspended in the sky, surrounded by stars. Both contending forces tried to overpower one another. Golden lightning struck down on Hua Jieyu's side. However, they suddenly stopped just when they came right above her head. The golden lightning contained incomparable destructive power, but was blocked by an invisible barrier, making it difficult for them to land on their target. It was as if they were under the absolute control that Hua Jieyu had over this space. Buzz! A horrible power of telekinesis radiated outward and spread to this corner of the world. Hua Jieyu's black hair was dancing in the wind, and those deep black eyes of hers were shining with frightening divine light. Her majesty was imposing. It was as if she was possessed by the spirit of an empress. A wisp of imperial might could be felt as it diffused from her. These three top cultivators were all existences who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Their worlds seemed to overlap at this juncture, to see who could suppress the other. The world of the divine cauldron, the starry world, and the world of telekinesis. Lord Yuding's hands began to condense the seal. Suddenly in this world, 18,000 cauldrons moved simultaneously, spinning madly. As they were spinning, the golden lightning flooded this corner of the sky, threatening to destroy the entire world. Boom! Accompanied by the endless golden lightning as they slammed down, those 18,000 cauldrons also smacked toward Morongyu and Hua Jieyu below. An extraordinary will of the way was born between heaven and earth, as if there was an invisible divine cauldron presided in this space that tried to wipe out all existence. Stars burst and shattered. Those gigantic stars were directly smothered and extinguished, turning into dust and disappeared in smoke. The starry light screen around Morongyu also cracked. This destructive force was way too terrifying. It was the true realization of a major attack. Hua Jieyu's long hair flew in the wind, and it seemed that she was also under tremendous pressure. The transcendent will of the way that was contained in the divine cauldrons seemed to overpower even that invisible power of telekinesis currently moving between heaven and earth. This was a power of total extinction that could exterminate all existence. Do it! Hua Jieyu transmitted her command to Morongyu, and as soon as her voice fell, an unparalleled power appeared in this space world. Behind Hua Jieyu, a divine phantom manifested. It was a phantom of her, but it was extremely sacred and majestic, releasing the divine glory of the great emperor's brilliance. At the same time, the world of this great path suddenly fell into a state of absolute stasis. As if this destructive space suddenly stopped moving, and the great path stopped circulating. The golden lightning stopped its destruction, and all 18,000 cauldrons stopped spinning. It was just an instant, but it seemed like an eternity. Only Morongyu did not stop. This power seemed to have bypassed him and did not affect him in the least. Its precision was meticulous. Morongyu also received Hua Jieyu's voice transmission. His body moved and disappeared from where he was in a single step. With unmatched strength, he descended in front of Lord Yuding. A horrific rumbling sound came out, and Morongyu at this moment seemed to have been blessed by more than his power, but also the powers from all the stars in the heavens. They were all at his back, and the entire world of space was trembling because of him. His fist blasted at Lord Yuding, who was right in front of him. When Lord Yuding was constrained, an extremely dazzling divine aurora shot out from his eyes, and a violent booming sound came out from his body. It broke all kinds of imprisonments as if his body had turned into a cauldron as well, with divine light flowing all around it. He stared at Morongyu, who was coming at him fast. He knew it was already too late for him to avoid the blow. Clang! The terrifying fist blasted on him as a metal-like sound was heard upon that horrible impact. The power of that one punch contained the power of all the stars in the heavens, and it was incredibly heavy. This blow caused all the surrounding cauldrons to rupture and shatter. Lord Yuding's body also made a shattering sound as that cauldron split open. The fist aurora rushed into his body, pulverizing all of his internal organs, and his heart was pierced. Pooh! He spit up blood. The body of Lord Yuding was the body of the cauldron. As the divine cauldron broke apart, so did his physical body. His eyes dimmed. He was a powerful man of his generation in Taichu domain, whose status was unparalleled. But today he was killed here like this. His heart was full of disbelief until the end. Indeed, the holy land of preaching should have never been involved in the strife of the outside world. Once it did, it was no longer pure and neutral. Therefore, fighting and conflict were unavoidable. Now, because of a decision that no one cared about at the time, it was paid with the destruction of the entire holy land of Taichu today. What a lamentable ending this was. At this point, countless divine swords came in for the final kill, penetrating his body as well as his spiritual soul. The one who attacked this time was Hua Jieyu. She was high above the sky, Her eyes swept indifferently towards Lord Yuding in front of her. There was neither mercy nor pity, and she made sure he would be no more trouble to them in the future. She was no longer the Hua Jiu she was once. After experiencing life and death in the 9 states, she knew the cruel reality of the cultivation world. For Yi Futian's sake, anyone who might threaten him should be killed off. She would never leave them alive to create problems for Yi Futian in the future. That would amount to nothing more than the benevolence of the ignorant. Morongyu glanced at Hua Jiu, and there was a slight disturbance in his heart. At that moment even he hesitated for a second, but not Hua Jiu. She slew the other immediately, which confirmed what Morongyu had always known. As the palace lord's wife who had cultivated to the terrifying existence of the tribulation plane, there was no longer any bit of womanly tenderness or indecision within her. She had dealt the fatal blow that caused the final dispersion of Lord Yuding's spirit and soul. This was undoubtedly the right decision. It had already gotten to this stage. How could they possibly leave Lord Yuding alive? Especially when the other was a cultivator of the tribulation plane who would pose a considerable threat. As Lord Yuding fell, the great path in this space dissipated. After everything disappeared, another battle was about to end. Emperor Shi and the Millet Emperor joined forces and were able to suppress their opponent fully. Victory was but a matter of time, and without doubt. Hua Jiu took a step forward and headed there. If the two of them could not end that opponent of theirs, she would, with no hesitation. It didn't take long for the other battle to be over as well. With the joint efforts of Emperor Shi and the Millet Emperor, they finished off another tribulation plane cultivator in the Holy Land of Taichu. At this point, the Holy Land of Taichu had lost 2 more existences in the tribulation plane. The Holy Land of Taichu used to have 4 great tribulation plane cultivators, but one was killed by Yi Futian. Today they had lost 2 more, and only Taichu Saint Emperor was left. The once prosperous Holy Land of Taichu seemed doomed to destruction. What they saw now stirred up great emotions in those who were still alive in the Holy Land of Taichu, as well as the outsiders who were watching. Could all this be real? Would the preaching Holy Land of Taichu domain perish on this day? Now, there was only one battle remaining, the ultimate battlefield where Taichu Saint Emperor was fighting at the moment. This battlefield was high above the sky, shrouded by the domain of the Great Path. It was a battle taking place within bounds, so those on the outside could only feel its supremely terrifying fluctuation but could not see anything that happened inside and had no idea the details of the actual fighting. It seemed that Taichu Saint Emperor was trying to protect the Holy Land of Taichu from being destroyed by the battle. Therefore, he chose to engage the battle high up above the sky. This ultimate battle was also the most critical battle. As long as Taichu Saint Emperor could manage to kill his opponents, the situation could still be reversed if he could eliminate all those who invaded. Could Taichu Saint Emperor save the entire Holy Land of Taichu? Countless cultivators in the Holy Land of Taichu were hoping for exactly that, and the same with those who were outside of the Holy Land of Taichu. This was their last hope. High above the sky, inside the bounds, there were more than just the 2 of them at this moment. In addition to Taichu Saint Emperor and Lord Chun, there was also a 3rd person standing within the bounds of the battlefield with them. He was standing in the area behind Lord Chun as if he was a mere spectator, as his long white robe fluttered in the wind. Who else could this be but Yi Futian? 2 top cultivators, both of whom had survived the 2nd divine tribulation of the Great Path, were fighting here, and he dared to enter the bounds of such a battle and observe it. Inside of the battlefield was shrouded by an invisible aura containing a mighty destructive power. This aura was somewhat tumultuous, akin to the aura when the universe was first created and gave out a sense of supreme transcendence. Behind Taichu Saint Emperor, a gigantic pattern of the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams appeared. This pattern rotated slowly as countless divine lights began shooting out from it. Lord Chen's expression was quite solemn, holding the starry scepter in his hands. In this tumultuous atmosphere, stars populated the sky. The starry divine light fell on Lord Chun and became one with him so that the starlight became ever more brilliant and illuminated this space of chaos. Taichu Saint Emperor was indeed very strong. He had cultivated for more years than anyone could remember. Thousands of years ago, His talent was considered outstanding but not top-notch. However, by chance, he had gotten an excellent opportunity to cultivate the true will of Taichu, thus creating the Holy Land of Taichu. He became Taichu Saint Emperor, who preached in Taichu domain and was well respected by all. Later, as his cultivation deepened, along with the increase of his strength, his ambitions grew greater, wanting to preach to the entire world. He wanted to impact that last and final realm to seek a breakthrough to the realm to prove the methods of the great emperor. Therefore, when the gate to the original realm opened, he dispatched a group of people to preach in the original realm and took that first step forward. Later, in subsequent conflicts with the original realm, the Holy Land of Taichu was repeatedly frustrated. When the Swordmaster of Taichu was slain, Taichu Saint Emperor was forced to travel to the lower worlds and handle the matter personally. Still, he was driven out by the teacher from Four Corner Village unexpectedly. This series of events gave him an even stronger desire to ascend to the imperial realm. However, before this day could arrive, Yi Futian had already grown to this level of strength, leading the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace to attack here. He wanted to destroy the Holy Land of Taichu and kill Taichu Saint Emperor on his territory. Taichu Saint Emperor looked at the two of them with a decidedly chilling gaze. Then, with a wave of his hand, the yin-yang 8 trigrams behind him started to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Instantly, that yin-yang 8 trigrams rotated and expanded until they merged into this space. The whole world they were in seemed to be transformed into this pattern of the yin-yang 8 trigrams. In this realm, countless smaller patterns of the yin-yang 8 trigrams appeared, from which an aura of destruction permeated. After you die, I will destroy Ziwei, Taichu Saint Emperor announced as he looked at Yi Futian and Lord Chen. As soon as he said that, his palms pressed downward, and countless thunder shot out from those yin-yang 8 trigrams with all the power of divine retribution to destroy all existence. This force had surpassed the ordinary great path of thunder. It was like the primordial force when the world was first created, with the true will of Taichu hidden within the thunder. Many stars began to show cracks, then exploded. Lord Chun had a grave expression on his face as he extended his scepter. Suddenly an unparalleled imperial glory dazzled and shrouded the stars in the heavens, making them immortal so that despite the blasting from the thunder, they were unmoved. Taichu Saint Emperor's expression remained unchanged. Divine swords manifested from these yin-yang 8 trigrams, as if they were the divine swords of Taichu, with awesome power. Millions of them now dropped down at the same time, intending to immolate this corner of the sky. Yi Futian appeared next to Lord Qin. This kind of devastating attack was extremely threatening. Countless divine swords flooded this entire world, and those Taichu divine swords pierced on the stars, causing cracks to appear on them, demonstrating just how terrifying was their attack. At this moment, all the stars in the heavens now lit up with the starry divine light at the same time. These infinite starry divine light shone upon Lord Chun and turned into the immortal stars. He proceeded to walk forward in the direction of the Taichu Saint Emperor. Boom, boom, boom. Those divine swords kept blasting on those stars but failed to break through those immortal stars. Taichu Saint Emperor's expression was cold and domineering as all the divine light from the heavens now gathered upon him. Both of his fists blasted forward. His fist aurora penetrated heaven and earth, punching through the void like the fists of the gods. More violent roaring sounds were heard and made it impossible for Lord Chun to move forward. Cracks began to show on the immortal stars, but Lord Chun still held on to the scepter. All the stars in the heavens revolved around him as the center, and as he waved the scepter in his hand, suddenly, all the stars blasted in the direction of Taichu Saint Emperor. The attacks of the two collided directly, and the resulting force was astounding. The great path boomed and roared as if the entire world they were in was on the verge of collapse and destruction. The sight was beyond horrifying. Yi Futian was protected by the immortal stars, still being guarded by Lord Chun. He did not directly participate in the battle, as if he was just watching this earth-shattering battle on the sideline. Infinite stars attacked without ceasing but could not shake Taichu Saint Emperor, whose infinite divine sword and divine fist possessed extremely terrifying power. Boom! A boundless heavy force manifested as heaven and earth suddenly became leaden. Infinite starry divine light gathered together as the scepter in Lord Chen's hand seemed to merge into the starlight and turned into a starry divine sword. Emperor Chen looked on with a chilling expression on his face. Taichu divine light that was projected from the yin-yang 8 trigrams above the sky gathered together, as infinite thunder, lightning, and sword will gather to turn into a real thunder sword of tribulation. This was a purple divine sword that contained the true will of Taichu, which illuminated the entire space. It was full of unparalleled destructive power. In the midst of the turbulent waves of destruction, the starry divine sword and the purple divine sword met and collided. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be torn apart, as the infinite great path of divine might flowed into both of their bodies, then surged into the swords they weld, as they swung their weapons at each other for the kill. Yi Futian, as he watched the battle, was forced to acknowledge the fact that Taichu's Saint Emperor, who had dominated the Taichu domain for countless years, was indeed much stronger than Lord Chen. If it weren't for Lord Chen's use of the scepter, he might have been overpowered already. Moreover, Taichu's Saint Emperor was extremely confident in his own attack that he did not resort to divine arms. Perhaps in his realm, other than imperial arms, any other divine implement no longer had any significance to him. His Taichu force alone was more powerful than any divine arms or weaponry of any kind. Even the eyes of Taichu's Saint Emperor had turned into a purple color as the divine light shot at his opponent. Lord Chen's eyes collided with his opponent's as if both of them were releasing their utmost strength in the hopes of destroying the other. Pist, pist. A sharp sound came out, and the two divine swords collided and shattered at the same time, but both men were still moving towards each other. Terrible, destructive power raged within their bodies, but neither took a step back. Buzz! The starry divine light around Lord Chen turned into a star and continued to rush forward. Taichu's Saint Emperor morphed into a god of war. While his body was expanding, both of his fists blasted out at the same time and banged on that massive star. The terrifying power swept everything in its vicinity. Yi Futian appeared in the distance but still did not take action, merely watching the battle. He thought that this battle was an excellent trial for Lord Chen because the confrontations between top cultivators were very rare. He had never witnessed a battle of this caliber. The two of them attacked and collided again and again, and their aura became unsteady and shallow as both of them were subjected to powerful attacks. Gradually, they started taking on injuries, but neither gave up and still engaged in the crazy and violent battle, wanting to obliterate the other. Finally, another attack came down as countless stars crushing the void to blast towards Taichu's Saint Emperor again. At the same time, the infinite thunder divine sword came down to slay Lord Chen. They did not use the weapon on each other but used themselves to attack their opponent. Rumble! Both Taichu's Saint Emperor and Lord Chen suffered violent attacks from the other. When the dust settled, it was obvious that both of their auras were fairly shallow, as they had weakened considerably, and both suffered severe injuries. Continuing to fight would only spell doom to them both. It's time for this to be over, Yi Futian said to himself. He looked at Taichu's Saint Emperor and asked, "Do you have any last words?" Taichu's Saint Emperor had been dominating Taichu domain for many years. The death of such a remarkable character would be mourned, even by his opponents. Before he died, Yi Futian wondered if there was anything he wanted to say. Last words. Taichu's Saint Emperor glanced at Yi Futian and said coldly, "Where did you get that kind of confidence?" As soon as he spoke, Taichu divine swords slammed down toward Yi Futian. If it had not been for Lord Chen's protection, he would have already attacked Yi Futian. However, just when the attack came down, there were wisps of powerful aura that surrounded Yi Futian. With him as the center, this space seemed to be under his absolute control, and the space seemed to enter into a state of stasis. Taichu divine swords were not able to slam down on him. What he saw stunned Taichu's Saint Emperor, and he, too, felt the transformation of Yi Futian's aura. It carried the momentum of a cultivator in the tribulation plane and was even stronger than cultivators who had survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path. He did kill Zhong Miao under his power without resorting to outside objects or forces. Taichu Saint Emperor remembered this, and his heart trembled. Yi Futian's strength was enough to slay someone who had survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path. So that's why. Taichu Saint Emperor stared at Yi Futian. Everyone had greatly underestimated Yi Futian's strength. The people in the divine prefecture only thought that he had great potential, cultivated Buddha's celerity, and could escape cultivators who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. However, all of them had underestimated Yi Futian's actual combat effectiveness. He was able to kill Zhong Miao with his own strength alone, which meant that his combat effectiveness might have already surpassed that of a cultivator who had survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path. There was no way to compensate for the gap between cultivators in the tribulation plane and Renhuang. So how did Yi Futian do it? The look in Taichu Saint Emperor's eyes changed, but then a cold light flashed across. Even so, what could he do now? Even if Yi Futian was a peerless genius talent, here today he would be slaughtered. Even if he could slay Zhong Miao on his own. But it was him now that Yi Futian was facing. Kill! As soon as the word was said, the horrific power of Taichu enveloped the boundless space. The divine swords continued to fall, aiming squarely at Yi Futian, intending to kill him on the spot. But at the same time, just as he was making his move, Lord Chun attacked again, as if not allowing him the slightest chance to breathe. On the other side, Yi Futian put his hands together, and a golden light gleamed. The sound of Buddha from the heavens lingered as his body turned into a golden frame. However, a golden divine sword, which contained unparalleled power, appeared. The golden divine sword slew towards the sky above. A roar was heard as it collided with the Taichu divine swords that came down. It was able to demolish the Taichu divine swords and dissipate together with it. Taichu Saint Emperor looked at what just took place. Although his physical condition was not the greatest at the moment, as he was wounded, he was a giant who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. His attack power was still unparalleled, and Yi Futian was able to block his attack? He didn't have time to mull it over, however. Lord Chen's attacks persisted so that Taichu Saint Emperor could not be distracted to deal with Yi Futian. His divine consciousness moved slightly, and suddenly countless swords of Taichu fell down in this space, not only aiming at Lord Chun but also at Yi Futian. In this world, the sound of Buddha lingered, resounding throughout this space. Buddhas now appeared all over the sky as they surrounded Yi Futian. With him as the center, there was now a realm of Buddhism. As soon as the hands of the Buddhas moved to gesture the sword technique, the sword of Buddha was unleashed and collided with the Taichu swords. The purpose was not to attack but to defend. Although Yi Futian's realm was still some ways away, he had no problem protecting himself when his opponent was constrained by Lord Chun. The Taichu swords could not break apart the Buddhist domain that he created. At the same time, Yi Futian was suspended in midair. His eyes never left the battlefield, as if he was waiting for an opportunity. The divine light was lingering in the space where Yi Futian was, and the Great Path was one with him and seemed to achieve some kind of resonance with the divine light, which in turn resonated with his divine body. An incomparable divine light bloomed from him as if he was surrounded by infinite runes, coupled with an incomparable aura of swordsmanship and rule. This did not seem to belong to any kind of way, just pure and undeniable power. When Yi Futian broke the shackles and entered the ninth realm, he realized some fundamental principles about cultivation. What was known as the way and rules were nothing more than man-made notions. When one's power was strong enough to a certain extent, it was itself the rules and the way. There was no such thing as the way in the world. Any cultivator who wished to pursue the ultimate must formulate their own rules and their own way. Buzz! The divine light was dazzling and blinding, as the heavens resonated. Yi Futian's divine body seemed to have turned into a sword body, like that of an invincible and indestructible sword. At this moment, Taichu Saint Emperor felt a strong sense of danger and faintly felt that something was very wrong. It was just like that ominous premonition he had when he was cultivating before. Boom! But how could Lord Chun let go of such a great opportunity? He collided with Taichu Saint Emperor again. which shook the earth. Even the realm they were in was trembling violently as if it was about to collapse. Clearly, he had also felt the dazzling divine light released from Yifutian and that incomparable power. Almost at the same instant, Yifutian was on the move. The brilliant sword light was a little blinding and disappeared in a flash. Taichu Saint Emperor shouted, as if he had sensed that Yifutian would unleash this blow. Taichu divine swords were released madly, attempting to block this blow from Yifutian. However, that light penetrated right through, and all the Taichu divine swords could not stop this sort of path obliteration. When the divine sword passed through, the void seemed to be standing still. Buzz! The sword made contact with Taichu Saint Emperor but failed to penetrate his body. The destructive force raged inside his body like mad, and Taichu Saint Emperor let out a great roar. "Get away!" The roar shook heaven and earth, and the void seemed to explode because of it. Lord Chen's starry divine sword continued forward, and with a loud bang, the body of Taichu Saint Emperor was rocked violently, as if all his internal organs were about to be shattered. The sword that had stuck into his body went a bit further. Behind this sword, many of the swords of Taichu were annihilated and turned into dust. Pooh! Another sword pierced his body. Lord Chen's starry divine sword made its way inside Taichu Saint Emperor. Seeing the two swords stuck into him, Taichu Saint Emperor lowered his head, and suddenly a sense of sadness washed over him. Both of his hands stretched out as he grabbed onto the two swords at the same time and raised his head to look in front of him. "I have presided over a domain, and I never expected I would be falling here, like this today." He sighed and looked up into the sky. "Too bad. I won't be seeing what the Imperial realm is like." As soon as his voice fell, the sword light that was formed by Yifutian pierced through, and a figure appeared there. It was Yifutian. By this time, the body of Taichu Saint Emperor was shattering with madness, and he was almost gone. "I'll see it for you." Yifutian, whose back was facing Taichu Saint Emperor, now turned to speak to him. Taichu Saint Emperor laughed when he heard this, ignoring the physical pain he was enduring. He turned his head to look at Yifutian with some difficulty and said, "I don't know if it's for good or ill that Donghuang the Great did not kill you. Perhaps the great emperor was too lonely and wanted to see the birth of another great emperor in the divine prefecture. Yifutian, the future will be yours." "I know," Yifutian responded as he looked at Taichu Saint Emperor. When Taichu Saint Emperor heard those confident and arrogant words, he kept smiling. Then his body exploded as his physical body collapsed. He did not resist anymore, and the phantom of his spiritual soul disappeared little by little. "After I die, let the other cultivators in the holy land of Taichu live. With your talent, you don't need to worry about them." Taichu Saint Emperor's voice trailed off in the void, as if this was his last will and testament. After today, Taichu would be no more. "Very well," Yifutian agreed. As soon as he said that, the phantom of Taichu Saint Emperor nodded slightly, then disappeared into smoke, and everything turned to dust. This was the end of the giant who had presided over Taichu domain, one of the topmost cultivators of the divine prefecture, Taichu Saint Emperor. In the holy land of Taichu and the outside world, countless people were still looking at the battlefield that was high above the sky. At this moment, they saw that the realm was disappearing, and the aura of the great path was dissipating as well. Many became nervous and unsure as their eyes glued to the place high in the sky. Was this great battle finally over? Had Taichu Saint Emperor been able to vanquish his opponents? Two blurry figures appeared, and soon they saw the two men clearly. One of them, with his white garment and his white hair, stood majestically in the void. The other, holding a scepter, was mighty authoritative. At this moment, countless eyes froze, and the vast space fell into a dead silence. There were no signs of Taichu Saint Emperor, only Yifutian and Lord Chen. The cultivators from the holy land of Taichu had held on to that last glimmer of hope, but at this moment, there was only endless despair in their eyes, true desperation. Saint Emperor had fallen. The strongest man in all of the holy land of Taichu, the master of Taichu, had perished in this battle. From this day forward, the Holy Land of Taichu would be something that only existed in history. Likewise, in the outside world, countless many sighed and mourned. A holy land with thousands of years of history that had not crumbled even in times of extreme chaos, and had been preaching in Taichu domain all this time, would disappear on this day? Yi Futian led a powerful group of people here and destroyed it. High above the sky, Yi Futian surveyed the space below. He saw the hatred in their eyes, as well as the despair and various other emotions. But none of this affected Yi Futian. This was the case in the world of cultivation. Once upon a time, Heavenly Mandate Academy was in a similarly desperate position. At the time, the Holy Land of Taichu, as far as Heavenly Mandate Academy was concerned, was an insurmountable foe. They wanted to take over Heavenly Mandate Academy and had participated in the battle that aimed to destroy him. These were all part of that indelible history. Therefore, was the Holy Land of Taichu innocent? Of course not. But the Holy Land of Taichu was the holy land of preaching in Taichu domain. He came with his people to destroy it, so it was natural that he would be hated by some. He didn't explain anything. He didn't even want to say anything more. Other cultivators gathered and returned to Yi Futian's side. All three great cultivators in the tribulation plane were killed. No one in the Holy Land of Taichu would resist them now. With the death of Taichu Saint Emperor, everything was over. Palace Lord, do you want to? Morongyu looked at Yi Futian, then glanced at the cultivators below, causing countless people to tremble. Their lives and deaths were now in the hands of the others. Would Yi Futian slaughter those cultivators in the Holy Land of Taichu? One order from him, and everyone in the Holy Land of Taichu would lose their lives. Let's go back, said Yi Futian. He then turned around to leave this place with other cultivators in tow. Morongyu understood what he meant, and looked down at the space below before he, too, turned to leave with the rest. Many of them breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little fortunate. Watching those disappearing figures in the distance and the Holy Land of Taichu that was left in ruins, they were filled with great emotions. This was the end of an era. Taichu Domain, Domain Chief's Manor. In front of a great hall, Domain Chief of Taichu stood there. In front and below him, a group of men was also standing there, bowing to salute him. What is it? The Domain Chief of Taichu asked. As the Domain Chief's manor in Taichu Domain, its strength was frightening indeed, and the chief was no different. He was an extremely powerful man who was disturbed during his cultivation, but he was not angry. He knew that if they had to disturb him during his cultivation, something serious must have happened. Chief, we just got the news that the Holy Land of Taichu has been destroyed. A man bowed and said. Even as the chief of Taichu Domain, his heart skipped a beat, and a terrifying divine ray came out of his eyes. The Holy Land of Taichu, annihilated? What happened? He looked squarely forward, and an invisible aura permeated from him. As the chief of Taichu Domain, he knew the strength of the Holy Land of Taichu better than anyone. How could it actually be destroyed by someone? For a while, even he couldn't quite believe it and didn't react fast enough. Yi Futian led the cultivators from Ziwei Segmentum and went to the Holy Land of Taichu for the express purpose of annihilating it. All three great cultivators in the tribulation plane in the Holy Land of Taichu were slain. Taichu Saint Emperor was also killed by the Supreme Elder of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. The man responded, and it was a reply that made the chief's heart trembled violently. Yi Futian, Ziwei Imperial Palace. Did Ziwei Imperial Palace, under Yi Futian's rule, now possess the terrifying power to destroy the Holy Land of Taichu? As far as he knew, the Supreme Elder of the Ziwei Imperial Palace was a cultivator who had survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path. Since he was able to kill Taichu Saint Emperor, he must have had a breakthrough in realm. First, Yi Futian and the West Imperial Palace joined forces to excavate the inheritance of the ancient emperor. Then he started making the elixirs according to the inheritance. After that, the Supreme Elder of Ziwei Imperial Palace had a breakthrough, paving the way for Yi Futian and those from the Imperial Palace to destroy Taichu. It seemed that he had produced some extraordinary elixirs. It was very likely that it was on the level of the subdivine elixirs. Now, there are forces in the Divine Prefecture who wanted to ally to vanquish and destroy the Ziwei Segmentum. It seems that it will not be easy, the domain chief of Taichu said in a low voice after he got over the initial shock. Previously, Yi Futian single-handedly plowed through the domain chief's manor in the West Sea domain, and his assassinations of those within the manor had completely overpowered Chief Shihai. Now, he simply led his cultivators into Taichu and annihilated it. Yi Futian was using the holy land of Taichu to instill fear in everyone else in the Divine Prefecture. The reason why he didn't choose the domain chief's manor was probably due to some considerations regarding Donghuang Imperial Palace. After all, the domain chief's manor was directly under the command of the Imperial Palace. Otherwise, how could the likes of Donghua domain chief's manor continue to live to this day? Divine Prefecture is going to be an exciting place to be, he muttered to himself, then turned to leave. First was the chaos in the original realm, then Yi Futian's campaigns of aggressions inside the Divine Prefecture. This storm was just intensifying, and no one knew what the future held. But the prelude of a new era seemed to have started already, and it would most likely involve multiple worlds. Who would become the main players in these troubled times? Because Taichu Domain Chief's manor was located in Taichung Domain, it was the first to receive news. Soon, the news spread to all domains within the Divine Prefecture. Every top principality gradually learned of the destruction of the Holy Land of Taichu and the fall of Taichu Saint Emperor. For a while, everyone was shocked beyond belief. At the same time, many principalities were greatly alarmed. Those that wanted to form an alliance to crusade against the Ziwei Segmentum were worried. Especially those forces that had a history of long-standing grudges with Yi Futian feared that Yi Futian would target them next. After all, in the land of Divine Prefecture, there were not many forces who could claim to be much stronger than the Holy Land of Taichu. If Yi Futian could take his people and destroy Taichu, it meant that he could probably destroy most of the forces in the Divine Prefecture. After Yi Futian destroyed the Holy Land of Taichu, he returned to the Ziwei Segmentum. Although everyone knew that the passage connecting the Divine Prefecture and Ziwei Segmentum was located on the Four Corner Continent, no one dared to go there and try anything unseemly. In Four Corner Village on the Four Corner Continent was a mysterious existence. This existence may be an ancient emperor-level figure, so who was bold enough to provoke him? After Yi Futian and the others returned to the Ziwei Segmentum, they were very satisfied with the outcome of the battle. After they slew the 3 Tribulation Plane cultivators in the Holy Land of Taichu, it effectively no longer existed. This battle also served as a deterrent to a certain degree, enough to make those forces that wanted to make a move on the Ziwei Segmentum think twice. In the Starry Cultivation Court, Yi Futian was counting the relics left behind by Taichu Saint Emperor and found many precious items, especially one of the crystals. When his divine consciousness invaded into it, he seemed to have entered a tumultuous world of space. Strands of invisible air currents flowed about. It was as if it was the beginning, when heaven and earth were first created. What was even more astounding was that a group of words appeared in this invisible air current as a sound came into his ears. The way of heaven is to take from what has in excess to make good what is deficient, the voice said, and it was precisely what was written by those words. They turned into a voice and floated into his mind. Taichu, the beginning, Yi Futian murmured. This was the true will of Taichung, and it was a part of an inheritance. According to legends in the Divine Prefecture, Taichu Saint Emperor was not a stunning figure of genius talent years ago. Yet, he managed to stand at the top of the Divine Prefecture and became a giant figurehead. It seemed that it had something to do with this item, and that he did not achieve his comprehension by himself but with the assistance of a treasure. Yi Futian continued to feel within the atmosphere and didn't come out until after quite some time. He watched the purple crystal floating in front of him, and a strange brilliance flashed across his eyes. This was probably the greatest gain of the trip. The way of heaven is to take from what has in excess to make good what is deficient. Yi Futian muttered to himself. Taichu meant the beginning. He did not expect that he would obtain this unexpected gift after slaying Taichu Saint Emperor. This could be considered a significant gain. The heavenly path was imperfect. What would happen if one was to cultivate Taichu the beginning? When his thought turned to this, Yi Futian immediately summoned many cultivators like Lord Taixian, Sky River Great Elder, Emperor Nan, Xiao Dingtian, and other cultivators who once reigned in the original realm. Currently, these people belong to Heavenly Mandate Palace. Although they were not the strongest, they were Yi Futian's day ones. After all, they had been through everything with Yi Futian from the original realm until today. After so many battles of life and death, emotionally, they surpassed the cultivators from Four Corner Village in importance. However, Yi Futian was not concerned about emotions but cultivation. Yi Futian looked at Lord Taixian, who was once the college chief of Heavenly Mandate Academy and the head of this particular group. He looked solemnly at Lord Taixian and said, "This purple crystal is extraordinary and is a divine object, obtained by me after the slaying of Tai Chu Saint Emperor. Take it and cultivate with it, and everyone present here may use it to cultivate as well, but do not pass it to the outside. To pass on an item like this to the outside may cause the covetousness of the outsiders. Even within Ziwei Imperial Palace itself, some people might become askew in their perception of things." Understood. Lord Taixian nodded and felt the importance in which Yi Futian held this item. He knew that this item must be extraordinarily precious so that Yi Futian was so serious. The cultivation of this method can be supplemented by medicinal elixirs. Perhaps there is an opportunity to reshape your cultivation. So try it first, Yi Futian said. Everyone was quite surprised when they heard it. Reshaping the cultivation? After the arrangements were made, Yi Futian summoned the others to distribute all the treasures he had received, and all of it was rewarded to the cultivators from the 3 halls. He did not keep anything for himself, and none of his protectors like Chan Yi or Blind Tai received anything from the lot. But these protectors were his closest confidants and were considered those in his innermost circle, so they wouldn't care about things like that. After the distribution, Yi Futian sat cross-legged and took out a mirror. Then he saw a beautiful image appeared in the mirror. "You actually destroyed the holy land of Taichu?" Shi Qiao's beautiful eyes were full of amazement. She was extremely shocked after she received the news. Yi Futian had led people to destroy the holy land of Taichu so quickly. This was not indicative of his growth alone. Still, the entire Ziwei Imperial Palace was also rapidly growing stronger and could deter major principalities within the Divine Prefecture. "Why do you ask if you already knew?" Yi Futian asked instead. Shi Qiao smiled and staring at Yi Futian through the mirror. "You have given the Divine Prefecture a really big surprise. Now, I am afraid many people won't have a good night's sleep because of it. I heard that the chief of Donghua Domain left the Domain Chief's manor immediately after he got the news and was joined by Chief Shihai and the others as they embarked to Donghuang Imperial Palace." "Go to the Imperial Palace?" Yi Futian looked surprised. Shi Qiao nodded. "You had just destroyed a giant-level principality in the Divine Prefecture. I think you have to go to the Imperial Palace to inform them? If the Imperial Palace gave the word, then there would be no holding back in acting against Ziwei Segmentum. Even just a warning from the Imperial Palace would be enough for you to behave yourself. After all, the chief of Donghua Domain doesn't want to end up like Taichu Saint Emperor." Yi Futian looked unconvinced. Would this work? The top figure in the world of cultivation, the chief of Domain Chief's Palace, had actually gone to Donghuang Imperial Palace to make a complaint. However, from this, Yi Futian could see the fear that some people and some principalities had towards him. After the holy land of Taichu was destroyed, presumably, these principalities must have felt threatened. Hence, they visited Donghuang Imperial Palace to make a complaint about him. In addition, now that you caused this ruckus, the alliance will no longer be on the outside but in the dark. So, you may find that the threats seem to have weakened on the outside, but the tides are actually moving where you can't see them, and that's even more dangerous. You have to be really careful, Shi Qiao reminded him. The total destruction of the holy land of Taichu was a warning to everyone. They would not dare to form an alliance on the surface because they were concerned about Yi Futian's retribution. However, underneath, things might be even more frightening. Given the opportunity, these people would definitely not let them live. Be especially careful with Tianyan City. As far as I know, some principalities had been wanting to push Tianyan City forward as a leader. Ziwei Segmentum may be strong, but it would not be able to shake Tianyan City, which won't end up like the Holy Land of Taichu. Once Tianyan City agrees to take action against Ziwei Segmentum, things would become very thorny, said Xiqiao. All right? Yifutian nodded with a grave expression on his face. The moment he became known as the heir of Emperor Yiqing, he instantly became the common enemy of the Divine Prefecture, with an unknown number of people wanting to move and destroy him. Even in Ziwei Segmentum, this danger was ever present, and he dared not discount any possibilities or threats. Yifutian knew that what he should focus on the most right now was to cultivate even harder and break through to the tribulations plane as soon as possible. He needed to become an existence that transcended Renhuang. If he could break through the ninth realm, he was sure he would be able to deal with the vast majority of cultivators in the Divine Prefecture, including those giant figures whose names awed the world. However, such goals in cultivation could not be achieved overnight. It hadn't been long since he had his breakthrough. He still needed time. Yifutian was cultivating in the Starry Cultivation Court when old Ma came to him. "Uncle Ma, what's up?" Yifutian asked. "Cultivators from the Dark Court and the Empty Divine Realm have come to the Ziwei Imperial Palace, asking to see you," old Ma replied to Yifutian. In the land of the original realm, the cultivators of all the major worlds had always been there, not just those forces from the Divine Prefecture. For a while before this, when Yifutian was fighting with the powers in the Divine Prefecture, the Dark Court and the Empty Divine Realm were watching quietly on the side. But now they were here as well. By now, the Ziwei Segmentum had been opened up, so it was not surprising that the others could come here. Moreover, the Dark World and Empty Divine Realm dared to send emissaries here, which was a bold move. After all, the grievances between them were deep and well publicized. In the Ziwei Segmentum, it was not difficult if Yifutian wanted to do away with them. Little junior brother. At this time, someone else was here. It was Zhuge Mingyue. Zhuge Mingyue's cultivation was not high, but now she was the deputy lord of Tianyu Palace, managing many things. Even in Ziwei Imperial Palace, there were things that she was busy handling. "I know that you had deep conflicts with the Dark Court in the past, and you are determined to destroy those who were involved back then. But we are in an extremely precarious situation now, and I think it would be good for you to receive them," Zhuge Mingyue said to Yifutian. "Even if they are our enemies, you can use them. Now we are facing pressures from the Divine Prefecture. It might be uncomfortable to entreat with the Dark Court and the Empty Divine Realm, but at Donghuang Imperial Palace will take notice." Old Ma nodded and said, "That's right. The great forces of Divine Prefecture, Dark Court, and Empty Divine Realm are destined to stand opposite each other. Ziwei Segmentum is unique because we do not belong to any one of these forces in the original realm. Under this circumstance, if we make too many enemies or angered any force, we might be wiped out. Ziwei Segmentum may be powerful, but those god-level forces could destroy them without a second thought. It was just a question of whether or not they wanted to go through the trouble. Back then, you had dealt with two god-level forces on behalf of the Divine Prefecture and created even more frictions between you and the Dark World. Despite that, they still wanted to win you over only because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. You are the heir of Emperor Yiqing, the sworn enemy of Donghuang the Great, and that's why they are willing to let go of their previous grievances." Zhuge Mingyue continued to persuade Yifutian. "Under this condition, you are already a public enemy of all of Divine Prefecture. If you further alienate the Dark World and the Empty Divine Realm, never mind all these other principalities in the Divine Prefecture. Just these two powers alone could annihilate Ziwei Segmentum if they were antagonized. On the other hand, if you care to deal with the Dark Court and the Empty Divine Realms diplomatically, we don't form an alliance, but neither do we refuse them. It might be enough to keep Donghuang Imperial Palace at bay. If the Imperial Palace wants to make a move on us, it must consider first whether it would propel us to join either the Dark Court or the Empty Divine Realm." Zhuge Mingyue was someone who knew Yifutian best. He despised evil and dishonesty more than anything in the world, and there was no room for any wrongdoings or injustice in his eyes. However, her careful analysis of their current situation facing the Ziwei Segmentum was convincing. Though Ziwei Segmentum seemed to be booming, in reality, dangers were lurking all around, and they stood to lose everything with the slightest indiscretion and carelessness. After all, Ziwei Imperial Palace did not belong to any forces among the many god-level forces, so it was really trying to survive between the cracks. That was why she had been reasoning with Yi Futian, worried that he would act impulsively. Yi Futian understood what Zhuge Mingyue was saying. It seemed that his second senior sister had been thinking a lot about the current situation as it stood. Now that they were on the right track and became stronger with each step, one wrong step could send them to the abyss that awaited them. Yi Futian understood as well that if those imperial-level forces really wanted to move against Ziwei Segmentum, there was no existence that they could not destroy. Little junior brother, you need time, Ziwei Segmentum needs time, and Yusheng also needs time, Zhuge Mingyue said. If it puts you in an uncomfortable position, I can ask the Supreme Elder and other lords to meet with them. For them, time was the most precious currency. Their potential was not inconsiderable. In the distant devil world, Yusheng was also working hard on becoming greater and stronger. I'll go, Yi Futian said. Ziwei Segmentum was not his alone. As the king of Ziwei Segmentum, he needed to be responsible to everyone within it. Prepare a banquet to entertain the emissaries from the Dark Court and the empty divine realm, Yi Futian said. He tried to suppress the disgust he felt. If it were before, he would only want to kill these people from the Dark Court. However, now he was willing to compromise and deal with them. Very good. I will arrange it now, Zhuge Mingyue said with a small smile, then turned to leave. Yi Futian took a deep breath and looked at the many cultivators in the starry sky. All these familiar faces meant serious responsibilities and a long way to go, and he still needed to work harder for their sake. Those who came to the Dark Court and the empty divine realm this time were all very distinguished individuals. At the Ziwei Imperial Palace banquet, Yi Futian hosted a feast to welcome the cultivators from these two major principalities. We heard that Ren Huangyi had returned from the Western world and slayed the cultivators of the Tribulation Plane in the Western Sea Domain Chief's manor, as well as the breakthrough in realm by the Supreme Elder of Ziwei Imperial Palace. Many congratulations to Palace Lord Yi, the cultivator from the Dark Court said with a smile. You are too polite, Yi Futian replied. I don't know what we can do for you all for you to take this trip here. We want to work with Ren Huangyi, a cultivator from Dark Court said without beating around the bush. Work together, how? Yi Futian asked. Ren Huangyi is a descendant of Emperor Yi Qing, whose long-standing grievances with Divine Prefecture needs no more description. And now, all the forces in Divine Prefecture regard Ren Huangyi as a thorn in their sides, and some have even declared Ren Huangyi as a public enemy of Divine Prefecture. As we speak, conspiracy abound in Divine Prefecture, aiming to bring down Ziwei and kill Ren Huangyi. I'm sure Ren Huangyi knew all of this already, the man continued bluntly. More important, he said that Yi Futian was a descendant of Emperor Yi Qing, not his heir. Yi Futian nodded. With such a background, the forces in Divine Prefecture would definitely not let up on Ren Huangyi. And then there is Dong Huang the Great. Although he agreed not to take action against you personally, it does not mean that the other cultivators in the Imperial Palace won't either. Ziwei Imperial Palace is in a place of isolation. Its eradication is just a matter of time. The man now employed a more threatening tone without the slightest pretense. So? Yi Futian asked with a smile. So, will Ren Huangyi consider joining forces with us to form an alliance and expel these powers of the Divine Prefecture from the original realm? Slaughter them all and carve up the original realm. The cultivator from the empty divine realm said in a low voice, with a palpable sense of serious aggression and ambition. They intended to start a war of extermination in the original realm, expel Divine Prefecture, and become the new rulers of the original realm. Ziwei Imperial Palace is not as powerful as the Dark Court and the empty divine realms in size or influence. The slightest carelessness will cause a disaster of extinction for us. This is a major decision that should not be made lightly. Yi Futian spoke nonchalantly, but inside, he laughed coldly at the suggestion. If the Divine Prefecture was expelled and destroyed, then Ziwei Segmentum was probably the next on the list. At that time, if they were to ask Ziwei Segmentum to submit, was he to agree or not? If he were to refuse, they would be destroyed outright. Right now, Divine Prefecture is already in discussion about the destruction of Ziwei Segmentum. Is Renhuangyi aware of it? The man pressed. I heard of something like that, but the Ziwei Segmentum is still able to contend with some forces in the Divine Prefecture. If they really want to destroy Ziwei Segmentum, we will make them pay for it. Yi Futian's voice was cold, and he did that deliberately. He figured these two principalities would at least be willing to sit on the sideline and watch such a fight taking place. Very well. Since Renhuangyi is so confident, we won't say much more. In the future, if Renhuangyi needs any help, just let us know, and we will be here as reinforcements. The other man said with a smile, as for some of our previous grievances, no need to mention it, Yi Futian interrupted. That's the best. The other man nodded with a smile. It seemed as if both parties had forgotten their previous grievances. As to what they were really thinking of inside, it was anyone's guess. Perhaps, each couldn't wait to swallow the other. In this banquet, the two parties interacted with pretense and diplomacy, but each was secretly hatching its own plan. Yi Futian personally sent them off when they parted ways, waving goodbyes to the cultivators from the two major forces as if they had been allies for ages. Only they knew exactly what they were thinking inside their hearts. Outside the Ziwei Segmentum, the cultivators of the Dark Court and the empty Divine Realm wore an icy look on their faces as they traveled in the air, saying, I didn't expect that Yi Futian would be able to let go of the grievances of the past. It seems that these years had changed him greatly. Everyone has to grow up, and Yi Futian is no different. This time he was cooperating with our visit, and it was a show for all of Divine Prefecture and Donghuang Imperial Palace. This way, Donghuang Imperial Palace shouldn't be interfering anymore, and we'll probably just let him fight it out with the other forces in the Divine Prefecture to see who's the last man standing. We will show our hands when a winner eventually emerges, the cultivator from the Dark Court said coldly. If Yi Futian were really willing to surrender, perhaps they would let Yi Futian live. But they knew very well that Yi Futian was born with an arrogant nature, and even when he tried to pretend, it was not convincing, so how could he really be willing to surrender? Sooner or later, he would be theirs. When Yi Futian and the others returned to Ziwei Imperial Palace, Zhuge Mingyue asked, How was it? They were all tricksters, Yi Futian said indifferently. Not a word out of them was true. It's all an act, using each other. Zhuge Mingyue said, Too bad we are trying to survive in the cracks, and you had to endure all this. Senior sister, what are you talking about? It is what I should have done, and there was no suffering to speak of. Yi Futian continued, They all wanted to destroy Ziwei, but they don't think now is the right time. I feel the same way, and it's just that my strength is not up to par yet. Thank you, Zhuge Mingyue said with a smile, while looking at that handsome face. There was a softness in her beautiful eyes. She had always treated this little junior brother as one of her own. When Yi Futian first entered the cottage, he was only 18 years old, just like her little brother. However, there was too much on his shoulders at the moment. In the 10,100th years of the Divine Prefecture calendar, Tianyan City held the Div Prefecture SRE's armor competition and invited all the forces in Divine Prefecture to observe the ceremony. This armor competition was held once a century and was a grand event in Tianyan City. It was an extremely important occasion every time it was held. Tianyan City had convened the cultivators from all sides to attend. For a time, responders from Divine Prefecture gathered here. Many giant-level principalities responded to Tianyan City and directly dispatched cultivators to set off for Tianyan City to watch the armor competition. Among them, there were several major domain chiefs' manors. In the past, these domain chiefs' manors had never participated, but this time, they had embarked on the journey to attend. The meaning behind this phenomenon was intriguing. Was it really the armor competition they wished to participate, or was it a pretext for them to all meet in Tianyan City together? Tianyan City was organizing the armor competition. Just as the news that the various cultivators of the Divine Prefecture were coming to Tianyan City got out, Yi Futian received this news from Xiao. Xiao told Yi Futian through the mirror, The armor competition is a long-standing tradition of Tianyan City. However, this time it is somewhat different. A few domain chiefs' manor will be in attendance. On the surface, it will appear to be a grand occasion for armorers. Yet, they might be meeting in secret to discuss how to deal with the Ziwei segmentum. This is the best opportunity to convince Tianyan City to use imperial arms for the various forces. Responded Yifutian as he nodded. He also realized this. However, the various forces were all participating in the armor competition. This was the tradition of Tianyan City. Some forces who bore no ill will towards the Ziwei segmentum would also send members to participate in the event. He couldn't just attack all the forces who participated in the event. I heard that the cultivators of the Dark Court and the Empty Divine Realm have already paid a visit to the Ziwei segmentum? Shi Qiao asked. Goddess Qiao, you are certainly well informed, said Yifutian. Shi Qiao smiled and replied, It is not that I am well informed. The two major forces did not try to keep it a secret at all. The various forces of the Divine Prefecture, including Donghuang Imperial Palace, all know about this. They clearly did so deliberately. I am sure you understand their motives for doing so. You should still be wary of these two major forces. I know, said Yifutian as he nodded his head. He naturally knew this. These two major forces certainly hoped to force him to be at absolute odds with Donghuang Imperial Palace and the forces of the Divine Prefecture. That way, he would join or even rely on them and be under their control. The last time they visited him, both forces bore their own sinister agendas. How do you plan to handle the matters in Tianyan City? Shi Qiao asked. If the forces in Tianyan City agree to use imperial arms, it will pose a certain level of threat towards the Ziwei segmentum. This is not something I can control, replied Yifutian. However, I should at least make my stand clear to them. It seems like the eradication of the Holy Land of Taichu was not a strong enough deterrent to stop everyone in the Divine Prefecture from targeting me. In that case, I'll play by ear. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Shi Qiao said, West Imperial Palace will also head towards Tianyan City. If there's any news, I'll share it with you at once. All right. Yifutian nodded and said, I might make a trip there too. You want to come to Tianyan City? Shi Qiao revealed a worried expression as she said, Even though you're proficient in celerity, it's still quite risky since Tianyan City will be filled with cultivators then. It will be dangerous, especially because there are imperial arms in the city. If Yifutian were captured by the others, everything they had achieved so far would be in vain. My arrival will not threaten the safety of Tianyan City. They can't use imperial arms on a small fry like me, Yifutian said. If I go, I'll act cautiously. All right? Shi Qiao nodded and said, If you need anything, just let me know. Yifutian nodded, and the two of them ended their conversation. Under the starry sky, Yifutian had a cold look in his eyes. The Ziwei segmentum was an independent body. It was indeed the weakest among all the major forces in the world. If he compared the Ziwei segmentum with the various forces of the Divine Prefecture alone, he had nothing to fear. However, Donghuang Imperial Palace was backing the Divine Prefecture. The Dark World and the Empty Divine Realm were also all major worlds. Only the Ziwei segmentum was a small world that had been sealed away from the outside world for many years. If Great Emperor Ziwei was alive, then the Ziwei segmentum could also stand on the same level as the other worlds. Unfortunately, Great Emperor Ziwei was no longer around, and Master had reached an understanding with Donghuang the Great. Now, the Ziwei segmentum could only rely on him to grow. In Tianyan City of the Divine Prefecture, Tianyan City was the largest city in the Tianyan domain. There was no dispute there. Tianyan domain was a domain of armorers. Back when Tianyan the Great was still alive, Tianyan City was glorious. Although it had been many years, the current Tianyan City was still the undisputed #1 armorer Holy Land in the Divine Prefecture. It had always been a place where cultivators flocked to, even top-level cultivators. It was already a place where cultivators gathered on a normal day, let alone during the armor competition held once a century. This entire year of the Divine Prefecture calendar was unique to the Divine Prefecture. The year 10100 of the Divine Prefecture calendar coincided with the Tianyan City Armorer Fest. For a time, it attracted the attention of the world. The entire divine prefecture had its sights on Tianyan City. Many taverns in Tianyan City were fully booked. The main streets were also crowded with people. The trade areas for divine arms and ritual implements were even more overcrowded. Some people jokingly said that one could easily hit a high-level renhuang if they cast a stone into the crowd. There were countless continents in the divine prefecture and numerous cultivators. Aside from the superpowers at the top, there were many more top-level forces beneath them. This time, many of these forces had come. During the Armorer Fest every century, Tianyan City would not just organize the armorer competition. They would also bring out many top-level ritual implements and even some subdivine arms for trading. Hence, each time the Armorer Fest came around, it would stir up the divine prefecture. Cultivators would gather from far and wide, and even giant-level figures would personally come here. Rumor has it that cultivators from other worlds will make their way into Tianyan City. Someone commented on the streets as they discussed this grand occasion. Cultivators from other worlds? Someone asked. Responded the person who had spoken first. The cultivators of the dark world, the empty divine realm, and the human realm might all appear. However, the conflict between the dark world and the empty divine realm with the divine prefecture has always run deep. If they came, they should have done so in secret. They would not reveal their identities. Would they be so daring? If they were exposed, wouldn't they be slaughtered by the forces of the divine prefecture? It wouldn't be that easy. The forces of the divine prefecture wouldn't dare to simply attack the cultivators from the dark court and empty mountain. They might have come to obtain some incredible subdivine arms. Of course, I still wish for members of Donghuang Imperial Palace to be here the most. Would Donghuang the Great also send people over? He will, replied the other party as he nodded his head. 800 years ago, in the year 10,000 of the divine prefecture calendar, he sent a divine general over to congratulate Tianyan City for organizing the Armorer Fest. There shouldn't be an exception this time. Rumor also has it that Princess Donghuang has already grown up and is a peerless beauty. I wonder whether we will have the chance to meet her. I am looking forward to that happening. Princess Donghuang, exclaimed the person beside him as he was similarly fascinated. Princess Donghuang was a proud daughter of heaven and the only daughter of Donghuang the Great. What status she had. Donghuang the Great ruled over the divine prefecture and had only one offspring. Princess Donghuang was showered with his affections. However, rumor has it that Princess Donghuang was very independent. Aside from her peerless beauty, she also had extraordinary talent and was one of the top cultivators. In Tianyan City, such conversation was everywhere. Everyone was looking forward to this grand occasion. Countless prominent figures, monstrous existences, as well as giant-level figures who were renowned far and wide had arrived. Of course, they were also looking forward to the divine arms that Tianyan City would present. Tianyan City had always been generous during the Armorer Fest that happened once a century. It would naturally not be an exception this time. The City Lord Office was the ruling force of Tianyan City. It was also an inheritance of the Wang family, one of the ancient god clans. Wang clan was renowned for their blacksmith skills. They had trained and produced many blacksmith masters. These blacksmith masters had families of their own and became the rulers of various clans in Tianyan City. Gradually, the influences of the Wang family spanned the entire city. They became the rulers of Tianyan City. The manor of the Wang family also became the City Lord Office. At the moment, cultivators gradually arrived at the City Lord Office. The cultivators from the Wang family came out to greet the guests personally. However, Lord of Tianyan City did not come out personally. Only a few people in the entire divine prefecture were worthy of him greeting them personally at the door. In the hall of the City Lord Office, Lord of Tianyan City sat at a raised seat while listening to the reports of cultivators below. They were updating him on the identities of the cultivators who had come. "Is there any news from the Imperial Palace?" Lord of Tianyan City asked. His biggest concern was clearly still Donghuang Imperial Palace. A century ago, the Imperial Palace sent a divine general over to join the fest. It should be the same this time around. There will most likely be news soon, someone replied. Lord of Tianyan City nodded in agreement. The Armorer Fest took place once every century. The Wang family placed great importance on it. It was both a major event in Tianyan City and an ancient ritual. Right at the moment, someone walked in from outside. The person said, "Clan leader, the Imperial Palace has sent their reply." What did they say? Lord of Tianyan City inquired. After receiving the invitation, the Imperial Palace said they will send a representative over to join the fest and congratulate us. The person replied. Do you know who will come as the representative? The gaze of Lord of Tianyan City was piercing. He seemed to be rather excited. The person said, I don't know the details. However, according to my speculation, it will most likely be Spear Emperor Du, one of the divine generals. Another person commented, Spear Emperor Du is a direct disciple of the great emperor. He survived the divine tribulation 10 years ago. Currently, his ability is ranked among the top of the 9 divine generals. He is quite a prestigious guest to have for our fest. I heard that Spear Emperor Du has always been by Princess Donghuang's side? Lord of Tianyan City asked. He is the direct disciple of the great emperor. It's normal for him to have some thoughts about her, someone answered. Princess Donghuang has been cultivating for nearly a century and has become a top figure. She is also the only daughter of the great emperor. Countless people in the divine prefecture have their eyes on her. If she can come to our fest this time, the Lord of Tianyan City mumbled. His tone carried a hint of excitement. The people who stood below all nodded. Their gazes shifted to look at the person who stood beside Lord of Tianyan City. This person had an extraordinary temperament, yet he stood quietly on a side and had not commented. As mentioned by the underlings, currently countless great men in the divine prefecture had their eyes on Princess Donghuang. Regardless of how extraordinary Princess Donghuang was, she was a woman after all. Everyone in the divine prefecture desired to become the son-in-law of Donghuang the Great. If they could win her heart, they might even be able to join Donghuang Imperial Palace. Unfortunately, Princess Donghuang seemed only to be interested in cultivation. Many cultivators entered Tianyan City every day over the past few days. Right now, among the vast crowd, there was a tall, slender figure who wore a silver mask. His eyes were shining bright like stars, yet no aura radiated from him. He appeared to be an ordinary person. However, true cultivators understood that for a person to retract their aura to the point that it couldn't even be detected, they were undoubtedly top-level cultivators who had cultivated special techniques. Their abilities were definitely super powerful. The more a person like this could not be seen through, the more frightening they actually were. This person was Yi Futian, who had come from the Ziwei segmentum. Tianyan City was having such a grand occasion. He wouldn't miss out on the fun. However, he naturally couldn't just waltz into Tianyan City as Yi Futian. He would immediately be targeted if he did so. Right now, his silver hair was gone and was jet black. He wore a silver mask and silver robes. The robes were smooth like a mirror. It was apparent at a glance that these robes were no ordinary robes. His attire could be said to be very overt. A silver mask and silver robes, in addition to no aura being emitted, would instead draw the attention of others more easily. Others would guess that he was no ordinary figure. This was also the effect that Yi Futian desired. The more overt he was on the surface, the more he would not draw attention. The more one intentionally tried to hide something, the more likely it would cause suspicion. This was what Taoist monk Mu taught him. Before Taoist monk Mu stole the deity map, he had openly set up a stall right next to the Breeze Pavilion to trade elixirs and other treasures. He even had dealings with the Breeze Pavilion leader Li Qingfeng, and they got to know each other. He was anything but low profile. When the deity map was stolen, the Breeze Pavilion sealed off Jui City to search for hidden cultivators. However, they never suspected that it was Taoist monk Mu who had been doing business right under their noses. This was a proper use of human psychology. Moreover, so many people had come to Tianyan City now, including monstrous figures, mysterious cultivators, and even hermits. There were countless people like these, and Yi Futian was but one among them. Even if he were overt, he would not draw too much attention. Rumor has it that even the direct disciple of Donghuang, the great spear emperor Du Yu, had come to offer congratulations and observe the ceremonies. Yi Futian was insignificant compared to him. As Yi Futian entered Tianyan City, he sensed a sharp, lively aura sweep over him. There was an air of prosperity around him. Tianyan City was like a divine arm erected in the middle of the continent. It gave off an ethereal, sharp vibe. The entire city seemed to be alive with color. It was a golden city of divine arms. This was the #1 holy land for armorers in the divine prefecture. Now, Yi Futian was setting up alchemy in the Ziwei segmentum. He wanted Ziwei Imperial Palace to become the world's most powerful holy land for alchemy. However, from the looks of it now, the difference between Ziwei Imperial Palace's alchemy faculties and Tianyan City's armories was like the difference between heaven and earth. They could not even be compared. Yi Futian quietly walked around in Tianyan City, feeling the current atmosphere in the city. In the streets, most people were discussing the Armorer Fest. Rumor has it that cultivators from many top forces had already arrived and established themselves in Tianyan City. Among these forces was the ancient God clan. Yi Futian came to a stall and traded a map of Tianyan City. Although Tianyan City was just a city, it was the main city of the Tianyan domain. It was vast, had a huge population with many top forces. Of course, the most prestigious were still the various armories. This being Yi Futian's first time here, he naturally needed to explore the city first. After Yi Futian obtained his map, he first checked out the main armor forces of Tianyan City. He then found a place known as Silver Spear Flight, also called 13th Flight. Silver Spear Flight was one of the armorer forces of Tianyan City. It had a long history. Rumor has it that the founder was a figure who followed Tianyan the Great. The silver spear of the founder was renowned. Silver Spear Flight would later become the name of this force. They specialized in forging silver spears and were the holy land for spears. Of course, Silver Spear Flight was under the jurisdiction of Wang Clan, the city lord office. For the occasion of the armorer competition, the various armorer forces of Tianyan City brought out their treasures to be exchanged. Silver Spear Flight was naturally no exception. Right now, in Silver Spear Flight, many cultivators were gathered. Within Silver Spear Flight, there was a gigantic open space. Many cultivators were gathered there. Before the open space was 13th Flight. All the figures who were seated in it were members of Silver Spear Flight as well as cultivators from the top forces of Tianyan City. Right now, the tiered tower was filled with people. They sat at the edge of the tower while chatting and sipping tea. Their gazes were focused on the empty space before the tower. Cultivators from all around were gathered at the center of the empty space. There were cultivators from 13th Flight. In their midst, there was a row of long silver spears. Each silver spear was an imperial rank ritual implement. Yi Futian was also among the crowd. He had come here for a long spear. Coincidentally, his attire matched a silver spear very well. If he had a silver spear, he would look extremely heroic, as though he was reborn and was a completely different person from before. He would immediately become a powerful spear emperor. Hence, Yi Futian had come here to the holy land of spears. Yi Futian looked towards the row of long spears ahead. Their number just happened to coincide with 13th Flight. There were a total of 13 long spears. They were smooth, and each spear was silver. They appeared to all be the same, yet if one sensed carefully, they could detect that each of the 13 spears emanated different auras. Of the 13 spears, 12 of them served as foils, Yi Futian thought himself. He stared at the long spear in the center. A subdivine arm. Tianyan City was the holy land of armorers. As a mere subsidiary force of the City Lord Office, 13th Flight could already bring out ritual implements such as subdivine arms to trade. One could imagine how much armament they had stashed away. However, this subdivine arm should correspond to the first stage divine tribulation of the Great Path in terms of cultivation. It was considered a one tribulation subdivine arm. Tianyan City should be able to forge 2 tribulation subdivine arms. However, this subdivine arm was not Yi Futian's target. Obtaining a subdivine arm would require a ludicrously high price. he might need to offer up a treasure of equal worth. If he did so, he might expose his identity. He merely needed an imperial-level divine arm. Ha! Right then, Yifutian revealed a strange expression. He saw a person standing to the side of the empty space before 13th flight. Just then, another person came forward and actually challenged the other party. A loud discussion erupted around them. When Yifutian overheard the discussions, he revealed a look of surprise. From the looks of it, winning a battle was the way one could obtain the subdivine arm. Before this, he was worried that this subdivine arm would be traded. In that case, he would need to use subdivine elixirs or top-level martial arts techniques to trade for it. However, his guess was wrong. The cultivators of 13th flight had taken out a subdivine arm just because they wanted to contend spear techniques with other forces. It was not just for this subdivine arm, it was the same for other ritual implements. Whoever wanted any of the ritual implements could claim it out loud. They would face different cultivators from Silver Spear Flight. All those who emerged as winners would have another battle 3 days before the armor competition to determine the final victors. The final winners could claim the divine arms. The cultivators who participated in the battles were all Renhuangs. This caused Yifutian to be somewhat emotional. As expected of the Holy Land of Armorers, they were generous with their rewards. They were actually using a subdivine arm to liven up the atmosphere of the fest. No wonder many cultivators had gathered in front of 13th flight. Moreover, similar situations took place in different parts of Tianyan City, spicing up the mood of the fest. Was 13th flight organizing these battles just for the sake of witnessing spear techniques? Yifutian thought of another possibility. In order to obtain the ritual implements, the challengers needed to defeat the cultivators of 13th flight. It meant that the latter had to face round after round of battles, with their opponents being the monstrous figures from various parts of the world. From the looks of it, 13th flight organized this event not just to liven up the mood but also to train the spear techniques of their own members. There were very few chances for various cultivators to gather together. It only occurred once every century. Furthermore, there were many cultivators with top-level spear techniques. Yifutian did not participate in the event. Instead, he silently observed the battles to the side. The challengers gradually emerged. Yifutian noticed that for different spears that the challengers targeted, different cultivators of 13th flight would come out from different levels of the tiered tower to accept their challenges. When a challenger aimed for the subdivine arm, their opponent would be someone from the highest level of the tiered tower. He was most likely the strongest cultivator in 13th flight. The challengers were very powerful too. They were all cultivators from the top forces. However, few of them emerged victorious. After all, they had to defeat their opponents using purely spear techniques. They couldn't even rely on the domain of the Great Path. It was because 13th flight wanted to experience only their spear techniques. Of course, it was acceptable if a challenger had great power of the Great Path, and they infused it into their spear techniques during battle. Right at this moment, yet another top figure failed in their challenge. This spurred the audience into discussion. Someone said, "In terms of spear techniques, the cultivators of 13th flight have reached the highest level. There are few cultivators who can defeat 13th flight spear techniques." Another person commented, "The cultivator who has the best spear techniques is most likely Spear Emperor Du, the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great. Rumor has it that he will come this time. Unfortunately, he has undergone the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Otherwise, if he were here, this subdivine arm would surely be his. Will the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great appreciate this subdivine arm?" mocked someone to the side. His words caused the other party to nod in agreement. Indeed, the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great would not lack good divine arms. "Spear Emperor Du?" Yifutian revealed a surprised expression when he overheard the conversation. He had seen him before. In the past, Spear Emperor Du followed Princess Donghuang and appeared in the original realm. He even fought with the king of the Dark Court. So many years later, Spear Emperor Du had already undergone the divine tribulation of the Great Path. However, this progress was normal. It was impossible for the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great to be anything less than talented. he would certainly be a super powerful cultivator. Now, Yi Futian had a better understanding of the cultivation world. He knew that the 9 divine generals of the Divine Prefecture Imperial Palace and the King of the Dark Court were not the strongest existences. Before the chaos of the original realm began, the Devil World had sent over Old Demon Tunshin and Demon Sage. There was also Feng Ru from Donghuang Imperial Palace. He was not one of the 9 divine generals. Yi Futian speculated that the 9 divine generals ranked among the top in Donghuang Imperial Palace. At the very least, the best general would be someone who had undergone the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Above them were some other top figures. These top figures were the actual strongest existences in the Imperial Palace. They were under the direct command of the Great Emperor and were the bona fide core figures. When Yi Futian thought of this, he strode forward and walked toward the battle ring. He would first acquire this silver spear subdivine arm. Yi Futian walked forward as the cultivator from the 13th flight looked at him and nodded with a smile. With his finger, Yi Futian pointed to the silver spear subdivine arms in the middle and suddenly attracted the attention of many people. Those who dared to challenge the subdivine arms were all notable figures themselves. Who is this? People were whispering in the crowd. Silver garments with silver mask, with exceptional bearing. Who is this incredible figure? And where is he from? How shall we address you? A cultivator from the 13th flight inquired. Silver Spear, Chongkong. Yi Futian used an alias so that no one would have heard of him. On the 13th flight in front, from the 13th floor, a figure drifted down and landed on the open battlefield. Yi Futian walked toward the battlefield until he came opposite the man. Around him, silver light screens appeared, directly sealing up the space they were in. The battlefield was extensive, but for people at their level it was pretty small. However, the exchange with the 13th flight was to learn about spear techniques using attack against attack. Therefore, the contest of spear techniques alone would not require too much space. From the 13th flight, Silver Spear, Wen Yang is my name. Pleased to meet you. The cultivator who stood opposite of Yi Futian was a middle-aged man, holding a long silver spear. He exuded a sharp and unstoppable aura, as if he was himself, a spear, standing there without fear. Both of them call themselves silver spears. So whose spear was stronger? Yi Futian stretched out a hand, and suddenly the power of the Great Path gathered in his hand and formed into a long silver spear. He held the spear as he looked at Wen Yang and said, "Pleased to meet you as well." As soon his voice faded away, Yi Futian's body seemed to become extremely sharp. It merged into one with the silver spear so that the spear was the man, and the man was the spear. The silver garments he wore fluttered in the wind as if he was a transcendental being, not of this world. In just an instant, Wen Yang seemed to realize that he had encountered a powerful opponent. His expression became extremely grave. Waves of terrifying fluctuations came from the spear held in his hand. He walked forward and unleashed a strike into the void, which caused the void to oscillate, and a powerful shock wave was felt. However, Wen Yang did not attack directly. Instead, he unleashed another strike, one after the other, in endless successions. With each strike, the shock wave increased in strength, as its power seemed to multiply exponentially, becoming stronger as one layer piled onto the previous one continuously. 13th Flight Spear Techniques. When everyone saw what Wen Yang had unleashed was the ultimate technique, they were astounded. Moreover, Wen Yang seemed to be exercising extreme caution, as he was not dishing out any tentative attacks. One strike after another, he was continuously increasing the power of his spear techniques. The true prowess of the 13th Flight Spear Techniques lay in the later strikes. The more strikes that were unleashed, the more terrifying the power. It was said that even the creator of this spear technique had ever only reached the level of the 12th strike. In his lifetime, he had only used the 13th strike once, and once that strike was launched, heaven and earth wailed as gods and demons wept. He perished after using that ultimate 13th strike, a shocking blow before his death. Yi Futian stood there quietly, feeling those powerful shock waves that were blasting at him, one after another. A massive wave of destruction was oppressing this closed-up space, suffocating it and destroying the great path. In this enclosed space, this kind of spear technique was indeed powerful. More importantly, the power of the spear techniques was still multiplying and increasing in strength. It was a pity that the opponent when Yang encountered was him. In cultivation of offensive technique, superpowers were helpful, but in the face of absolute brute strength, it was completely meaningless. Yifutian raised his hand and unleashed his spear. The man and the spear were as one, as if they were one body, like a light and lightning. It was gone in a flash. Bang, bang, bang. Some dull thuds were heard, and those shock waves were directly expelled by that ray of light, front and center. In an instant, a long silver spear pointed right at Wen Yang's brow chakra. Just one strike. In the face of absolute comprehension and absolute power, superpowers of any kind had no real meaning at all. The great paths and all methods were interconnected. Yifutian's simple spear strike was the great path in its most simple and purest. The man and the spear were one with the great path. Even if the power that hid within the spear was not used, it was not something that Wen Yang could contend with under his own power. The gap between the two was just too great. Behind Yifutian, the waves formed by the blasting of the shock waves continued, even impacting the surrounding seals, causing those seals to vibrate violently. It only dissipated after a few moments, but the ceiling light screens also disappeared with it. Wen Yang's gaze froze, fixed on that silvery mask right in front of him. One move. As the top Renhuang cultivator of the 13th flight, he could not even withstand a strike unleashed by this spear technique. In this strike, he felt an absolute gap in power and that his comprehension of cultivation was not on the same level as his opponent. Many cultivators at the 13th flight stood up and looked down. Their eyes sharpened as those eyes were filled with a sense of shock. Those who came to challenge more often than not ended in defeats and not victories. Very few people could beat the 13th flight spear techniques, and certainly not with just a single blow. The spear strike may be simple, but it seemed to contain the simplicity of the great path, a move that was based on the return to the basics. What a stunning strike, an elder praised. Thank you for your indulgence. The silver spear in Yifutian's hand turned back to the great path and dissipated. Your spear techniques are impressive. My compliments. Wen Yang put away his spear and bowed slightly to Yifutian. Indeed, amazing individuals from all sides had gathered at such a grand occasion in Tianyan City. He had never heard of the person in front of him, but he was so incredible. For the first time, Wen Yang felt that his 13th flight spear techniques was flamboyant and flashy without substance. Of course, it was not a matter of weakness with the 13th flight spear techniques, but that it had met someone much stronger. Mr. Chongkong, would you like to come upstairs for a discussion? Wen Yang invited politely. He was not angry because he was defeated by a single strike. Why else would the 13th flight use a subdivine arms as a prize to attract the opportunities of experiencing as many spear techniques as possible from all sides? It was none other than to see those top-level spear techniques so as to improve their own spear techniques to learn and to perceive. For this purpose, they were more than willing to see these many kinds of great spear techniques. However, Yifutian's spear techniques had far surpassed all that he knew, and the realm of his comprehension fell short of its greatness. No, thank you. I'm accustomed to moving about on my own. When the time comes, I will come to fetch the silver spear, Yifutian said, speaking as if that divine arms already had his name on it. Everyone around him could feel his confidence behind that arrogance. May I ask, where does Mr. Chongkong cultivate? An elder from the 13th flight asked curiously while looking at Yifutian. This spear technique was comprehended on my own, responded Yifutian. Comprehended on your own? The old man marveled in a low voice. My compliments. Your spear techniques are rare and unique. I heard that the spear of the Spear Emperor, the direct disciple of the great emperor himself, was also a peerless spear technique. However, I have not had the good fortune to see it. It's a pity now that the divine general Du had survived the divine tribulation of the great path. I would not have the good fortune of ever seeing his techniques. The Spear Emperor, Du? Yifutian muttered. Is he very strong? The old man was stunned for a second, then smiled and continued. Emperor Donghuang's personal disciple is undoubtedly very strong. With the spear techniques alone, there were not many in the divine prefecture who could be his equal. It was said that when Du the Spear Emperor unleashes his spear, no spears in the world could be considered spears. Very well, Yifutian nodded. I would like to see it myself if ever I have the opportunity. So long. After that he turned around and left. Aloof and indifferent. Watching his departing figure, many felt shockingly surprised. Not only did this man have outstanding spear techniques, but he was also unapproachable and full of himself, proclaiming that he wanted to experience the spears of the Spear Emperor himself if given the opportunity. Everyone could see that he was very powerful from the blow he just dealt, but who was the Spear Emperor? The Spear Emperor, as the direct disciple of Emperor Donghuang himself, would probably not take him seriously at all. What are the odds that this man could take away the subdivine arms? Someone asked the old man from the 13th flight. Although there are a lot of enchanting geniuses who are in attendance, and there are many top-notch figures among them, the strike we just saw was truly amazing. In my estimation, I think he has a 50% chance to take away the subdivine arms. The old man continued, Silver Spear Chongkong. Take note of this name. In this grand event, many will become famous, and he will be one of them. Yifutian didn't really care about what others thought of him. If they wanted to talk about fame, how many had a more well-known name than Yifutian in the divine prefecture today? The reason why he wanted to obtain the spear was because it was a subdivine arms that could be gotten without paying a price, so why not do it? And second, he could better camouflage himself with the identity of Silver Spear Chongkong, who was a spear purist and an arrogant spear emperor. Naturally, this spear strike caused some chatter in the 13th flight, and it was not a big deal in today's Tianyan City. Right now, countless unparalleled figures had arrived in Tianyan City. After Yifutian left the 13th flight, he came to a tavern in Tianyan City to drink. In the tavern, one could often hear gossips of all kinds. He settled in the corner of the tavern, leaning against the window so he could see the people coming and going. On the street, as in the tavern, people next to him were talking about this grand event taking place in Tianyan City, as if it was the only topic worth talking about in Tianyan City right now. I heard that Princess Donghuang will be coming in person this time. Some people in the tavern were chatting. This tavern was not large in size as those larger taverns were already at capacity. Therefore, the cultivation level of the cultivators who had gathered here was not that great, and the news that spread here was more gossipy. 100 years ago, a divine general came to observe the ceremony. Will the princess come this time in person? Well, Princess Donghuang has long been of age, and her cultivation had been successful as well. She has been busy cultivating all this time, and it was time for her to choose a path companion. It is said that Tianyan City has a great opportunity in that regard. Why Tianyan City? Think about this, even though Donghuang the Great ruled the divine prefecture, many ancient god clan were not directly under his command, and he lacked top-notch principality that focuses on armor. If Tianyan City can be recruited, it will undoubtedly beef up the imperial palace even more and make it stronger. Therefore, Tianyan City is a likely candidate. Is it Wang Mian in Tianyan City? Someone asked. Wang Mian. The speaker looked sarcastic and said, As soon as you said that, we know you are totally out of the loop. When Wang Mian went to the land of the original realm in the lower worlds, he was met with defeats. An extraordinary figure like Princess Donghuang would not be considering him. He lost in the battle with Yifutian? That's right. At the time, several top figures from the ancient god clan teamed up and were defeated soundly by Yifutian, and his wife Wang Mian was also a participant in that battle. The man speaking before continued, Many people thought that Wang Mian might be the future city lord of Tianyan City, but in fact Wang Mian has always been the number 2. The true heir to Tianyan City focused solely on cultivation and maintained a really low profile, and even outsiders had no real idea just how strong he is. According to my sources, he has already survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, and he can produce subdivine arms. In this armor competition, Tianyan City invited all the principalities of divine prefecture here was aimed for him to make a name for himself so he may be known throughout the world by winning the first place in the armor competition. The Wangs of the City Lord's office in Tianyan City have always been pretty conspicuous, and they had been secretly grooming such a character? Someone asked curiously. This is the true genius of Tianyan City. Those from the ancient god clan, who doesn't have a secret ace or two up their sleeves. Wang Mian is just someone for the outside world to see. The one behind the scene represents the true core of Tianyan City, who will announce his presence with incredible notoriety. The target in his sight may be Princess Dong Huang, the man said mysteriously. Yifutian listened quietly as he picked up the wine cup to drink, but he was actually a little contemptuous inside. Princess Dong Huang needed to be married off in an alliance? For someone at his level, hearing these kinds of juvenile talks was like hearing a joke. Beneath the great emperor, everyone was akin to insects unless Tianyan the Great himself could be reborn. Yifutian stayed quietly in Tianyan City for a few days. Over the past few days, he had acquired a lot of information. The cultivators from all sides had also arrived in Tianyan City one after the other, making this ancient city of armorers even more lively. In a blink of an eye, there were only 3 days left before the start of the armor competition. This was also the day agreed upon by the 13th flight. Yifutian came to the 13th flight to fetch the subdivine arms. At this time, in front of the 13th flight, many powerful cultivators had gathered. In this increasingly boisterous Tianyan city, forces from all sides had arrived. This time, the 13th flight used the subdivine arms as a point of attraction. How could anyone not be attracted by that? Even many top forces had come for precisely just that. Even for these top forces, the subdivine arms was quite a piece of precious implement, each of which was highly valued. It was a pity that most of these principalities were no expert at spear techniques, or else they would have been directly involved in the competition. Upon the 13th flight in front, there were many cultivators already standing on each floor. On the highest floor, the 13th, in addition to their own cultivators, the Wangs from Tianyan City's City Lord's office had also sent in their own cultivators. The cultivators from the Wangs at the City Lord's office were led by a middle-aged man. Just by simply standing there, he made everyone feel tense. This man's name was Wang Tang, an elder of the Wang family. He held a high status within the family and had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path. The man in silver beside him was Wen Donglai, the master of the 13th flight. Wang Tang from the City Lord's office personally came because he heard that there were several powerful figures who had made their appearances at the 13th flight. All of their spear techniques were shockingly powerful, and it might be an exhilarating battle. Silver Spear Chongkong is here. When Donglai pointed to Yifutian, who was in the crowd below, and introduced him to Wang Tang. Wang Tang nodded slightly to acknowledge him. Silver Spear Chongkong was one of the powerful figures mentioned to him by the 13th flight. He defeated Wen Yang with a single strike. Many people in the 13th flight thought that he had a 50% chance of taking the subdivine arms. But now, this possibility was reduced by 20%. Because after Silver Spear Chongkong, several other extremely powerful characters had emerged. One of them was a cultivator from the ancient god clan, who also came to join in on the fun at the event. Yifutian seemed to notice that someone was paying attention to him. He raised his head and looked up at the top of the 13th flight. He saw Wen Donglai nodding slightly at him, as if saying hello. Wang Tang was also looking at him. Obviously, these people remembered him. Yifutian didn't mind and didn't respond. Those eyes under the silver mask were as calm as still water. He looked down at the open battlefield ahead. The battle had already begun, but now it was the battle for the other 12 divine arms. The subdivine arms would naturally be the finale. At the same time, he was listening to the people talking around him. It seemed that after him, some other powerful individuals had come to compete for the subdivine arms, which he didn't pay much attention to before. After all, this was not a difficult task for him. If he wanted to take the subdivine arms, who in Renhuang realm could stop him? A subdivine arm, to him, was as easy as reaching out and taking it. There was no need to pay attention to what was happening here. What a proud man, Wang Tang said in a low voice when he saw Yifutian's expression on the 13th flight. When Donglai was a cultivator in the tribulation plane, the master of the 13th flight. He took the initiative to greet Yi Futian and was ignored. This was a blatant demonstration of Yi Futian's arrogance. Extraordinary people sometimes have unusual characters. When Dong Lai didn't take offense and dismissed it with a smile. At this time, he looked up in the distance and said, "He's here." Many people raised their heads to look over there, only to see a group of cultivators coming at them. Everyone in this group possessed an extraordinary temperament. Ancient god clan from Xianxia domain cultivated in Xianxia Palace and inherited from Xianxia the Great. This time, an stunning cultivator from Xianxia Palace, Pei Yao, would be fighting for the subdivine arms. Pei Yao's cultivation was in the 9th realm, the peak of Renhuang, with extraordinary combat effectiveness. In the previous battle, he had defeated someone from the 13th flight with a single strike. The master of the 13th flight, when Dong Lai, put his hands together to greet the visitors personally and said, "Please come up, friends." The cultivators from Xianxia Palace did not hesitate as they landed on the 13th flight. "Has it started yet?" the cultivators from Xianxia Palace asked. "Soon. After the battle for the other divine arms is over, it will be the battle for the subdivine arms." When Dong Lai acted with great geniality and a smile, Pei Yao's god-punishing spear has a great chance to take away the subdivine arms. Xianxia Palace, as part of the ancient god clan, should not have competed with the others for the subdivine arms. However, to add to the excitement of the event here at Tianyan City, we will be joining in on the fun. Pei Yao happens to be an expert at spear techniques. We beg your pardon in advance if he manages to take away the prize. An elder from Xianxia Palace said. Listening to his tone, it was as if the subdivine arms was already theirs for the taking, and the whole thing couldn't be any easier. In fact, the genius talents from the ancient god clan were indeed the most likely winner when it came to the competition for the subdivine arms. Under normal circumstances, they would probably not encounter any opponents stronger than them, so their confidence was to be expected. Moreover, Pei Yao's god-punishing spear possessed astonishing destructive power. It's something meant to add to the excitement of the spear techniques exhibited by all sides. There is no pardon to speak of. That's too serious? When Dong Lai said with a smile. Xianxia Palace was full of confidence, but in his opinion, it was not so easy for Pei Yao to take away the subdivine arms as he still had to face two opponents. Just as they were speaking, another powerful aura descended in the distant sky, followed by several figures who walked through the void and came to this side. The man in the middle wore a black robe and exuded dangerous energy. As soon as they appeared, they had the attention of Wen Donglai and the others. The identities of these men were mysterious, and that strike did not give away much. Wen Donglai even suspected that these people might not be cultivators from the Divine Prefecture, but cultivators from the Dark Court. However, they didn't have any solid evidence to prove their suspicion. These people went about the competition according to the rules, so there was nothing much to which they could object. After all, everyone in the city was watching. The man in black who was here to compete for the subdivine arms was Niezhou. He was using a long black spear with an astounding power of demolition. In Wen Donglai's view, its prowess was no less than that of Pei Yao's god-punishing spear. Therefore, these two men were the most likely candidates who may take away the subdivine arms. Compared to the two of them, Silver Spear Changkong's power paled a little in comparison. These two men, one was from ancient god clan, but the other was very likely from the dark world. There were still several other people who were in the running to compete for the subdivine arms, but when Dong Lai thought that it was basically a battle among these three men to fight for the prize. Although the others were very powerful as well, there was still a gap between them and these three. Pei Yao and Niezhou each had about a 40% chance, and Silver Spear Changkong had about 20%. After they arrived, they stood there quietly without saying a word, just waiting quietly. Their eyes focused on the battlefield ahead. They were in no hurry. Pei Yao seemed to perceive a slight sense of threat as he looked at Niezhou across the sky. When their eyes met, invisible turbulence fluctuated and collided in the void. Both of them had perceived the other's existence. Only Yi Futian was the exception. The aura on his body was retracted so much that his existence almost could not be detected. Finally, as time crawled, 12 of the 13 spears had been taken away, leaving only the spear in the middle that was standing alone by itself. When Dong Lai took a step forward and waved his hand, someone else stepped forward to move the subdivine arms aside. He looked at the cultivators and said, "No need for more talk. You are all here, so please, whoever this spear belongs to is up to you all to decide." As he finished speaking, people gradually walked forward. Pei Yao and Niezhou stepped onto that huge open space. Yifutian, too, moved and walked forward. 12 men. Of all those who came to compete for the subdivine arms, only 12 had defeated the top cultivators from the 13th flight. In terms of spear techniques, the 13th flight spear techniques dominated the battlefield. No one's life shall be harmed. The last man standing with the winning spear technique will walk away with the subdivine arms. As soon as when Dong Lai made the announcement, a light screen exploded from the surrounding matrix, sequestering the huge open space in the middle. All 12 cultivators were inside. A silver long spear appeared in Yifutian's hand, as the power of the Great Path converged upon it. Then he closed his eyes, and under the silver mask, his eyes closed just like that. He stood there motionlessly as if he didn't even want to participate in this melee. In addition, Pei Yao was also standing alone in one direction, extremely cold and unapproachable. A black spear appeared in Niezhou's hand, puffing out a terrifying aura of destruction. "You guys decide the outcome yourselves." Pei Yao spoke as if he wouldn't even bother to participate. There was no lack of top figures among the rest of the cultivators. The aura of the Great Path permeated and seeped into the long spears in their hands. Then they made their moves one after another. For an instant, shadows of spears flew about, as fast as lightning. Many of them unleashed their most lethal strike right off the bat. Yifutian stood there quietly with his eyes closed, as a flash of silver shot at him with incredible speed, just like lightning. Bang! A sound was heard as the spear of the other was being blocked. Somehow, the silver spear in Yifutian's hand was raised. It was almost undetectable, collided with the other's spear. Then, the assailant's long spear broke into little pieces as he felt a chill in his throat, right where Yifutian's spear was pointing. Not bad. Wang Tung let out a compliment when he saw Yifutian's counterattack. It was so fast and its technique was so flawlessly fierce. One strike was enough to kill the man. Yifutian put away his spear as his opponent bowed and withdrew, sweat dripping down his forehead. Amazing! The people on the outside also saw this incredible display. In other areas, the winners quickly emerged. In such a narrow space, victory or defeat was only a matter of seconds. After someone won, all anyone saw was Niezhou's spear, like a black shadow, pierce his opponent's arm. He then threw the other out. On the battlefield, only 3 people remained in just an instant, which was exactly what everyone had anticipated before the battle. These 3 people ought to be the strongest 3 out of the lot. "You two, see which of you can contend with me," Pei Yao of Xianxia Palace said as he looked at Yifutian and Niezhou. Niezhou glanced at him, then smiled contemptuously. He then looked down at Yifutian and said, "Forfeit." He wanted to see how powerful the god-punishing spear from Xianxia Palace was. Yifutian raised his head and glanced at the 2 men in the sky above. He raised the silver spear in his hand, and then he moved. In an instant, he had turned into a silver shadow. Suddenly, Niezhou felt a strong sense of danger, and his black long spear was on the move. In an instant, countless destructive spear shadows appeared in the void, and every spear shadow contained an astonishing aura of destruction, burying this void. They stabbed straight at Yifutian. It was as if he couldn't care so much about restraining the attack at this moment, ready to slay his opponent. However, he wasn't able to do that after all. The silver light flashed and was gone, but the long black spear in his hand exploded and shattered as the silver light directly pierced his arm. Although it was only a prick, bright red blood began to seep from his arm. Niezhou was stunned. He then saw Yifutian's spear shake as it slapped him out of the battlefield. He turned around and looked at the last man remaining, Pei Yao of Xianxia Palace. Pei Yao looked at Yifutian with shock and surprise. Clearly, he hadn't realized what happened just now with that spear strike. But he wasn't the only one. When Donglai, Wang Tang, and the others did not have time to react before Yi Futian's silver spear was on the move again. That stunning strike carried a gleam of silver light with it and headed toward Pei Yao like silver lightning. Boom! An astonishing aura descended as if the seal would be shattered. A phantom appeared, like a divine soldier. It dealt a blow of divine retribution and carried that world-destroying might to slay that silver light. The stream of light flashed and disappeared, and the light of divine retribution was penetrated completely. It was as the silver spear fell at Pei Yao's throat. There was still no hesitation when Pei Yao's spear was destroyed. The battle ended in an instant, before any of the spectators had a chance to react, and while all the cultivators out there were still so stunned they were speechless, the battle was over. On those faces, there were surprise and shock. All of their eyes were fixed on the battlefield. When Donglai, Wang Tang, and the cultivator from Xianxia Palace looked at everything that happened in front of them, full of amazement, they wondered, was that it? Was it over already? What had happened? Yi Futian ignored the expressions on everyone's face as he put the silver spear away. He walked next to that divine arms and stretched out his hand out to hold it. He looked up in the direction of Wen Donglai and asked, "Can I take it now?" Once when Donglai came to his senses, he looked at Yi Futian with a keen look in his eyes. Each of those men had been defeated by just one blow. No matter which one it was, whether Pei Yao of the ancient god clan or Niezhou, who may have come from the dark world, each submitted after just one strike. What spear techniques could do that? Or rather, Yi Futian's spear techniques were no longer just purely as spear techniques, but an absolute suppression based on the comprehension of the Great Path. The result would be the same whether he replaced the weapon with a sword, a blade, or a halberd. Of course, when Donglai responded. Yi Futian vanquished each enemy with a single strike, achieving final victory in the shortest amount of time. The divine arms would belong to him this time. Thank you. Yi Futian took hold of the long spear and proceeded to leave. Many bystanders were very surprised by his behavior. They thought that he was cold and standoffish. They had no idea who he was or where he came from, but his strength was indisputable. "One moment, if you please." A voice called out to Yi Futian, and he stopped as he turned around to look. Those eyes under the silver mask were haughty and frosty. The man who called out to him was Wang Tang of the Wang clan from the city lord's office. Yi Futian stood there quietly, waiting for the other man to speak. "Silver Spear Chongkong," Wang Tang said with a smile. "I am Wang Tang of the city lord's office. I have never heard of your name before, but you shouldn't be such an unknown character, judging from your cultivation. May I ask where you are from?" Wang Tang of the city lord's office, a cultivator in the tribulation plane. Yi Futian maintained a look of calm on the outside, but his mind was beginning to turn. The significance of the once-a-century Tianyan City armor competition had long surpassed the competition itself. In the name of this event, the city lord's office was able to call on all the enchanting figures from everywhere, whether it was those who participated in the top armor competition or other competitions. They were all powerful cultivators beyond description. Furthermore, the city lord's office in Tianyan City had been able to absorb powerful individuals based on their reputation as the #1 power in the armory. Of course, it was far from enough for an ancient god clan to simply rely solely on their name in armor making. Strength was the only and true foundation. Because of this, the principalities within Tianyan City had been striving for growth for many years. In addition to their direct line of descendants, there were many other visiting elders and guests. Among all the ancient god clans in Divine Prefecture, the Wangs of Tianyan City was definitely one of the topmost powers. Yi Futian was quite clear about all of this while he was making inquiries in Tianyan City. Wang Tang belonged to the main line of the Wang family, who ruled the city lord's office. He absolutely had the authority to recruit anyone he saw fit to join the city lord's office. In Tianyan City, as in the ancient god clan of the West Imperial Palace, the various factions within the city lord's office had a competitive relationship. A casual cultivator, that's all. "The whole world is my home," Yi Futian replied. His voice sounded low and hoarse. A casual cultivator? Wang Teng was stunned. To defeat the cultivator from the ancient god clan with one strike is definitely not something that can be accomplished by anyone who cultivates on his own. Yi Futian's eyes were cold, and he frowned beneath the mask. He said, "If Elder has nothing else, I'll bid my goodbye." With that, he turned to leave. Wang Teng knew that everyone has his own secrets, which he would not be so nosy as to probe, especially with such a powerful character as the one in front of him. He continued, "Your combat effectiveness is extraordinary, and this silver spear was made by Master One himself. Its strength needs no further description. It is now suitable only for you. However, as your cultivation becomes stronger, you may need a stronger divine arm in the future after you survive the divine tribulation of the Great Path." Yi Futian stopped his forward footsteps. "What exactly do Elder want to say?" "Nothing. Just want to invite you to be a guest at the City Lord's office to watch the armorer competition there." Wang Teng did not state his purpose out in the open, but it was pretty obvious, and Yi Futian would have guessed it right away. The people around him understood everything very well. It seemed that Wang Teng wanted to recruit Yi Futian into the City Lord's office. A man with such extraordinary combat effectiveness was indeed someone worth recruiting. The invitation to participate in the ceremony as a guest was a tried and true pretext. "Don't worry. Rest assured, if you ever want to leave, you can leave any time. The rules of the City Lord's office are known to everyone in Tianyan City." Wang Teng continued. After all, Yi Futian was not the only person to be invited. If the City Lord's office in Tianyan City had ever detained the others without their consent, their reputation would have been tarnished a long time ago. Furthermore, during an important occasion, such as the armorer competition, that took place only once every 100 years. Yi Futian pondered for a moment. He believed what Wang Teng said, and that the City Lord's office would not force such things on others. The problem was that there was a certain risk linked to him going to the City Lord's office. If his true identity were to be found out, it would be very dangerous for him. The advantage was that if he could get into the City Lord's office, it might be possible for him to gather more information from the inside, such as which forces wanted to ally with Tianyan City against Ziwei Segmentum. This way, he could form a more specific strategy for the future. Therefore, he was a little hesitant. However, from Wang Teng's perspective, it seemed like Yi Futian was hesitating about whether to be part of the City Lord's office or not. He had no idea what Yi Futian was really thinking of was entirely something else. "Fine." Yi Futian nodded. After hesitating, he agreed. He believed that the chances were extremely slim for him to be exposed. Right now, countless many genius talents had come to Tianyan City for this major event, and he was but one of many. He did not deliberately befriend the City Lord's office, so no one could link him with Yi Futian. Then, the only thing that could expose him was if there was a flaw in his disguise. As long as he was careful, there shouldn't be anything that could give him away. Furthermore, if Wang Teng wanted to recruit him, he would have to trust him. Wang Teng couldn't do anything to him before the recruitment was successful. He was pretty certain they would treat him very well instead. Therefore, Yi Futian decided to go to the City Lord's office. The City Lord's office indeed cherishes talents and recruits talents from all over the world. Some cultivators from Xianxia Palace next to him spoke, and their tone was not so friendly. After all, among the cultivators who were beaten by Yi Futian just now, there was that one extraordinary figure from Xianxia Palace, Pei Yao. Then Yi Futian was recruited by Wang Teng in return. Of course, Xianxia Palace was not too happy about that. At this grand event, Tianyan City Lord's office invites people from all over the world to the office complex to observe the competition. Silver Spear Chongkong has outstanding spear techniques, with incredible strength, and he definitely qualifies to be there at the competition. Wang Teng smiled and said, "Don't be a stranger. Let's go together to the City Lord's office and sit down for some drinks." "No need. We haven't had a chance to look around in Tianyan City, so we will not be bothering you for the time being. We will wait until it is the time of the event." The cultivators from Xianxia Palace replied, "Might as well." Wang Teng nodded. There are still 3 more days, and Tianyan City is quite vibrant at the moment. It's worth taking a look around. So long. the other man replied, and many people gave Yi Futian a look before leaving. In this case, even though they were defeated by Yi Futian with a single strike, it was not appropriate for Xianxia Palace to take it out on Yi Futian. As the ancient god clan, Xianxia Palace could not afford to shame themselves with any unbefitting behaviors. Watching them leave, Wang Teng said to Wendong Lai, "Brother One, I will be leaving now." "Very well." Wendong Lai nodded. "Please." Wang Teng gestured to Yi Futian, and Yi Futian levitated into the air and said, "Elder, you first, please." Seeing the change in Yi Futian's attitude, Wang Teng smiled now and said, "Let's go together." After that, the group of them left together. Wendong Lai, watching them depart, thought that Wang Teng had successfully recruited someone marvelous. Tianyan City, City Lord's office, was like a city of gold, extremely magnificent. There were so many golden halls erected that the entire complex appeared to be golden at first glance. Yi Futian didn't invade anywhere inside with his divine consciousness, so as not to offend some people. But even just observing with his eyes, he could see many places of armor making. In the inner hall of the armory, there was an open courtyard. When they first entered the city lord's office via air, they saw many people busy making armor and weaponry, and they could hear the sound of metal clashing intermittently. In the city lord's office, normally the disciples in the complex do not have their own independent armoring palace. They can either make their armors in a public armoring palace, or they can do so out in the open. More important disciples have better places to making armors. Those who are at the core have their own palace that is equipped with an armoring palace. Wang Teng explained when he saw that Yi Futian was very interested in everything inside the city lord's office. Yi Futian nodded. This was to be expected. Every principality had its hierarchy. The elder said that the city lord's office has even stronger divine arms. The silver spear I obtained is already a divine arm of the first tribulation. How many people in the city lord's office can make divine arms of the second tribulation? Yi Futian asked in a straightforward manner without beating around the bush, quite in line with the personality he demonstrated. It's not so easy to make divine arms of the second tribulation. There is only a handful of those in the entire city lord's office who could make divine arms in the second tribulation. Wang Teng smiled and did not respond to Yi Futian's question directly. He continued, "But the city lord's office has been collecting divine arms made by generations of top cultivators. In the city lord's office, there is no shortage of divine arms of the second tribulation. The Wang family of Tianyan City has been here for countless generations. It's not difficult for the city lord's office to take out a divine arm of the second tribulation." When he was saying that, he looked at Yi Futian as if he was suggesting something. "Understood." Yi Futian nodded. This time, many top principalities in the divine prefecture will probably come to the armorer competition. "Naturally," Wang Teng said with a proud voice, "this is a fest for our Tianyan city that happens only once in every century. It is one of the biggest events in the divine prefecture, and few other feasts can surpass it unless it was something hosted by Donghuang Imperial Palace. Otherwise, all over the land of the divine prefecture, not many forces influence Tianyan City." Although his tone was proud, he was also speaking the truth. The status of Tianyan City in divine prefecture was without a doubt. It was, after all, the first holy land for the armory in the divine prefecture. Yi Futian nodded and did not continue to pursue an answer. He was now inside the city lord's office. In time, he would know what principalities came to the city lord's office in the next few days. "This time Princess Donghuang will come in person as well," Wang Teng said. "Will the princess come here in person?" Yi Futian asked. "I heard some rumors from the outside before, but it was only that Donghuang the Great's personal disciple, Spear Emperor Du, will be here." "Aha!" Wang Teng nodded. "The princess is confirmed to come to Tianyan City in person. The city lord's office wants to gift divine arms to the princess, and the imperial palace accepted it. So that's it." Yi Futian finally understood. Tianyan City wanted to invite the princess to attend this great event but had no way of asking her directly. So they made a present of invaluable divine arms as the price for the princess to attend. They made a gift of divine arms to the princess, but it was as if the princess had done Tianyan City a favor by coming, which spoke volumes of their respect for her. Wang Tung placed Yi Futian in a standalone side hall next to the palace where he resided. With Wang Tang's status, he was already at the top of the city lord's office. He was the master of an entire branch. He had his own complex of palaces that were under his direct jurisdiction. Yi Futian was invited by him to come to the city lord's office. If Yi Futian later agreed to enter the city lord's office and become a visiting cultivator, he would be considered part of his team. The place assigned to Yi Futian to stay was very spacious, with its independent cultivation court and maids waiting on him every day as long to help him with daily tasks. This was considered a very generous treatment. Yi Futian was definitely the topmost Renhuang here aside from those cultivators in the Tribulation Plain. He had defeated Pei Yao with just a single strike. Such an enchanting genius talent ought to be recruited at all cost. If Yi Futian could be used by him, thought Wantang, it would be most excellent. After making all the arrangements for Yi Futian, Wang Tung left and told Yi Futian to ask him if he needed anything. This massive palace seemed quite deserted, as there was only Yi Futian and the two maids. The cultivation of these two maids was not weak either, and they were good-looking with attractive figures. As a top power of the ancient god clan, even their servants were of a superior level to most. Yi Futian looked at the two and saw the two maids bowed as they asked him, "Sir, do you need anything?" "No, I will cultivate for a while and you can go about your own business for now. Just don't disturb me while I cultivate," Yi Futian said. "Yes." The two maids bowed again, then made themselves scarce without saying anything more. They were clearly aware that Wang Ting's guests would be no ordinary folks, and all they needed to do was wait for his orders. After the two left, Yi Futian came to the cultivation court in the main hall. He checked his surroundings with divine consciousness first before he set up a seal to ensure his privacy. He then took out a mirror in which Shi Qiao appeared. "Have you arrived in Tianyan City?" In the mirror, Shi Qiao looked at Yi Futian and asked. He mentioned before that he would be coming to Tianyan City. "Yes, I'm here now." Yi Futian nodded. "I'm also in Tianyan City, and I haven't heard anything about you. It's because you used an alias, didn't you?" Shi Qiao asked. Yi Futian was a sensitive subject. If he came in person, it would no doubt cause a great sensation, and everyone in Tianyan City would definitely know. "I'm at the city lord's office," Yi Futian replied. When Shi Qiao heard Yi Futian's reply, curiosity appeared in her beautiful eyes. "City lord's office? You are too daring." Shi Qiao looked at Yi Futian with a smile. She asked curiously, "How did you manage to get in?" 13th flight, Yi Futian said. "You are Silver Spear Chongkong?" Shi Qiao's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. She laughed and said, "I was just amazed how such a powerful character popped up in Tianyan City from nowhere and defeated Pei Yao of Yuanshi Palace with a single blow. But it was you." Obviously, Shi Qiao had heard about the happenings at the 13th flight, but she didn't make the connection with Yi Futian. After all, not every powerful person that emerged would have something to do with Yi Futian. "It was me." Yi Futian nodded. "Do you have any news?" "Nothing useful. However, more principalities are coming this time than I thought. The Princess and Spear Emperor you ought to be here to represent Donghuang Imperial Palace. Perhaps this is also one of the reasons," Shi Qiao said. Yi Futian nodded. "Any suggestions?" Although Shi Qiao was a woman, she was incredibly bright. Yi Futian knew that from all his interactions with her, so he wanted Shi Qiao's opinion for reference. Hearing Yi Futian's words, Shi Qiao appeared thoughtful. "Ask Wang Tang to let you observe the process of armor making and see who arrived at the city lord's office. At the same time, see if you have a chance to figure out the stance of the city lord's office and whether or not they are inclined to attack the Ziwei segmentum. If the Wang family has no such intentions, you can remain silent and stay in the shadows, watching quietly. If you think the Wang family might agree to attack Ziwei segmentum, then it means a battle was all but certain. If it is the latter, with an inevitable battle looming, then you must be the first one to make a move. Find out who will be involved and strike first to destroy them. Then, if you have the opportunity, derail the armorer competition in Tianyan City. If they have already decided to form an alliance, then the armorer competition this time is some kind of an announcement and must be suppressed. However, it is not easy, and it will expose your true identity, which is extremely dangerous for you. Yifutian nodded. It was indeed very crucial to find out where Tianyan City stood on the matter. If the City Lord's office had no intention to invade Ziwei Segmentum for the time being, he could afford to wait and deal with Tianyan City later. On the other hand, if the other was harboring thoughts of malice, then war was unavoidable. If he could suppress them and lower their morale, it would be ideal, but he would need to take action to achieve that goal personally. Shi Qiao understood this, which was why she said it would run the risk of him being exposed and bring danger upon him. Understood, Yifutian said. Well, be careful. If there is any news, I will let you know, Shi Qiao said. Thank you, Yifutian replied. Then put away the mirror and lifted the seal. Yifutian sat there with his eyes closed, deep in thought. How powerful would Imperial arms be? Could it shake up the entire Ziwei Segmentum? In the City Lord's office, there were complete Imperial arms. Complete Imperial arms meant that Imperial-level divine arms were infused with the will of the Great Emperor. So what could something like that be described? The Guqin yearning that he possessed had just a wisp of the Great Emperor's soul. But the Guqin itself was not Imperial level. It was just something that had been used by the Great Emperor. Only the physical body of the Xianxia, the Great Emperor, could be regarded as a divine object comparable to Imperial arms. However, the physical body of Xianxia, the Great Emperor, lacks the will of Xianxia, the Great Emperor. A complete Imperial arm was the equivalent of the existence of Xianxia, the Great Emperor's will kept within the physical body of Xianxia, the Great Emperor. How powerful would the eruption of such destructive force be? Yifutian didn't even dare to think about it. Many years ago, he was able to use the body of Xianxia, the Great Emperor, to slay cultivators in the Tribulation Plane. If he could now urge the body of Xianxia, the Great Emperor, not many who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path would be able to fight him. Therefore, Yifutian was still very cautious. Yifutian didn't think much on the matter and settled down to cultivate. In the morning of the next day, Wang Teng came to the side hall on his own to seek out Yifutian. Chongkong, are you finding everything to your liking here? Wang Teng asked with a smile. His bearing was extraordinary. Very suitable for cultivation, Yifutian responded. The armorer competition is about to begin, so it has been quite busy these days as I have to receive cultivators from all over the world. That's why I did not have the time to come see you yesterday. I have some time today, so how about I take you for a tour around the City Lord's office? Wang Ting said. Very good, Yifutian nodded. He was going to propose that when Wang Ting suggested it, which saved him some trouble in asking. Please, Wang Ting said. Then a group of them walked outside. Many cultivators on the side were looking at Yifutian. With someone of Wang Ting's position, status, and cultivation, to treat Yifutian in this manner, he obviously attached great importance to Yifutian. This was Wang Ting himself displaying his stance. To value Yifutian so much was probably because of the two impressive strikes he dealt at the 13th flight. The Wangs of City Lord's office in Tianyan City was the first dynastic family of armory in Divine Prefecture. City Lord's office in Tianyan City was the most powerful place of armor making in Divine Prefecture. If Wang Teng were giving Yifutian a tour of the City Lord's office, it would naturally be visiting the areas of armor making. They came to an armoring palace in the City Lord's office. It was scorching hot and full of flaming ori, like a furnace in the ground, and the entire palace was blazing red. The temperature alone is terrifying. Yifutian stood inside and thought that if any Renhuang with weaker cultivation were here, he would be incinerated. Many people were busily working. Some were casting while some were tempering, and some were carving matrices. The sound of metal clashing was heard continuously. Many cultivators bared their upper bodies and were covered in sweat. Don't think that they are just making weapons. For the armorers, it is actually cultivation of sorts. Wang Teng said, "This is the largest armoring palace in the City Lord's office. It can hold 108 armorers making armors at the same time every day." The Great Path Flames Underground was arranged by the City Lord himself. When they came to the second floor, they could see the entire process of the armor-making below. Besides them, there were other cultivators. Wang Teng greeted many people. Some looked at Yifutian, smiled, and asked, "Silver Spear Chongkong?" "Yes." Yifutian nodded. "We have heard of the battle at the 13th flight, but unfortunately, we didn't witness those amazing spear techniques," one person said with a smile. They were also a member of the Wang family. "Defeated Pei Yao with one strike?" another person asked, their eyes focused on Yifutian. Yifutian realized that this man was someone he actually knew, Jiang Qingfeng, the cultivator from the ancient god clan of Jiang, who had fought him once. At this moment, his eyes seemed to fill with intent to battle. Yifutian was not interested, but he stood there, locking eyes with the other man, as traces of fighting will permeated from him as if to answer his challenge. Wang Teng watched quietly as this was taking place. He gave a smile and said, "Let's go and visit some other places." Only then did Yifutian retract his aura and leave with Wang Teng. When they walked out of the armoring palace, Yifutian asked, "Who was that man?" "Jiang Qingfeng of the ancient god clan of Jiang from the Taishang domain. Really strong. My guess is that he wanted to try it out with you." Wang Teng smiled and said, "I saw that you have a pretty strong fighting will yourself. Could Jiang Qingfeng be a threat?" "He couldn't," Yifutian said with cold arrogance. Wang Teng laughed and said, "You are bold enough. Which top forces in the Divine Prefecture have arrived in the City Lord's office?" Yifutian asked opportunistically. He exhibited his fighting will to pave the way to ask this question so it would not appear out of place. "Many have come," Wang Teng said. "You have seen the Haotian clan from Nantian Domain, Infinite Mountains from Boundless Domain, Celestial Worthy Mountain, and the ancient god clan of Jiang from Taishang Domain. There are also some other principalities, such as the Shen clan and the Sun God Mountain. Even the domain chief's manners from Western Sea Domain and Donghua Domain have arrived." Yifutian listened quietly but laughed coldly inside. Among these principalities, many had grievances with him in the past, such as the Shen clan, Celestial Worthy Mountain, Sun God Mountain, domain chief's manners from West Sea Domain, and Donghua Domain. These forces must be the ones that most wanted to see him dead, which accounted for their proactive stance. What about other forces? Why are these the only forces that are here? Yifutian asked. Many forces have settled in Tianyan City outside the City Lord's office. These forces came directly to the City Lord's office to discuss some other matters. Wang Teng replied. Discussing the armorer competition? Yifutian asked deliberately. No. Wang Teng smiled and shook his head. You will know in a couple more days. Yifutian followed Wang Teng touring inside the City Lord's office for a few hours before returning to the hall where he was staying. During this time, Wang Teng had been showing off the cultivational resources of the City Lord's office, enticing him to join him as his subordinate. Wang Teng had no idea that the man in front of him had a lot of history with the Wang family and would never agree to enter the City Lord's office to cultivate. In these few hours, although Yifutian did not get a definite answer, he had acquired a lot of information and had a vague idea of the stance employed by the City Lord's office. Taking advantage of the feast, the Wang family was very likely to use it as an opportunity to attack the Ziwei segmentum to enhance the reputation of Tianyan City in the land of the Divine Prefecture. This probability was so high that he was forced to prepare for the worst-case scenario in advance. Yifutian took out the mirror, and suddenly a figure appeared on the other side of it. This time it was not Shi Qiao but Lord Chen. Palace Lord, Lord Chen called out. Lord Chen, go to the Divine Prefecture, the land of the Xin clan, and wait for further instructions. In addition, dispatch the lords of the 3 places of Ziwei, Heavenly Mandate and Wangshin to Fusang Domain, where Sun God Mountain is located. Tell them to await instructions. Then they are to destroy the Xin clan and the Sun God Mountain and bring their most core and key commanders back to the Ziwei segmentum. They have to be alive, and this must be done quickly once it's underway. Yifutian said, Before any of you receive my instructions, do nothing, and you must be careful. Very well, Lord Chen nodded. He did not ask any more questions but simply took the orders. Let's get them going then, Yifutian said. He then put away the mirror. He knew from Wang Tang that the people in charge of these two top powers were now inside the city lord's office, and these two principalities had a long history with him. Their deep-seated dislike of each other was from a long time ago. According to Wang Tang, these two major principalities clearly wanted to form some kind of alliance. If so, once the city lord's office announced its intent to move against the Ziwei Segimentum, he would order his people on the two fronts to make their moves, taking advantage of the absence of their commanders. As for the other principalities, Yifutian had no way of dealing with them for the time being. Ziwei Segmentum did not have such pervasive strength yet, and could only handle two forces at the same time. After making arrangements for everything here, Yifutian continued to cultivate quietly and did not leave again. On the outside, as the armor competition was about to begin, Tianyan City was becoming busier and livelier as people continued to pour in from everywhere. There was an unknown number of cultivators that had populated this ancient city. All of this seems to have nothing to do with Yifutian. He stayed in the city lord's office, cultivating quietly, and Wang Tang did not disturb him either. He had much preparation to make and many guests to receive now that powerful cultivators had begun to arrive inside the walls of the city lord's office. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. In the year 10,100 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, Tianyan City ushered in their centennial feast by holding the armor competition at Tianyan City. On this day, the entire Tianyan City was near the boiling point. Tens of thousands of people gathered not on the streets in the town, but at the 9 locations of armor making as designated by the city lord's office. And inside the city lord's office, friends and guests gathered for the feast. Many of them were notable figures of the world, top cultivators within the divine prefectures, giant-level existence were all here in one place. The armor competition at Tianyan City was indeed one of the grandest feasts in the divine prefecture. Unless it was Dong Huang the Great personally hosting a feast to gather the powers of the divine prefecture, there was not much that could surpass the grand scale of the armor competition in Tianyan City. More than half of the giant principalities in the divine prefecture have arrived. All the powers in the divine prefecture were willing to give Tianyan City this honor. There were no buildings here in the giant martial arts field inside the city lord's office but a vast open space. At this moment, around this vast open space, there was also a sea of people with throngs of cultivators. To the north, with its back against a high platform, there were many stairs. At the top of the stairs, many top figures from Tianyan City were sitting upon it. This was the highest seat. On both the east and the west side, there were long stretches of stands for cultivators who came from all sides. Of course, only the top forces were invited to observe the ceremony inside the city lord's office. In addition, there were the direct forces under the command of the city lord's office and some other guests they had invited. And the place in the middle, as surrounded by the 3 sides, was another huge open space. Inside, there were 9 high platforms erected, and they were all prepared for armor making. To the south, there was a straight road leading out of the city lord's office. In the surrounding areas, there were many cultivators from the city lord's office to work as crowd control and maintain orders. The sight in front of everyone was a grand and sumptuous occasion. A grand feast that was even more spectacular and impressive than any feast in ordinary palaces. Almost all of the top cultivators in the divine prefecture had gathered here. At this time, from a palace above the stairs on the north side, a group of people came towards this side. The person in the lead was clad in a golden robe, very authoritative. Those that were around him were also top cultivators. Greetings to the city lord. On the left and right, many cultivators bowed to salute the man, and they were all cultivators from the city lord's office. The man who was making the appearance was the city lord of Tianyan. His eyes seemed to be golden, and his entire body seemed full of endless energy, with vigorous spirits. As he walked forward, everyone made way for him until he came to the main high seat, and he surveyed all those who were around. Many people stood up and said, "Greetings to the city lord." The city lord of Tianyan City put his hands together to the crowd and said, "Everyone has come from afar to participate in the festivities here at our Tianyan City. The Wang family is very grateful for your presence. Please, take a seat." The cultivators from various forces sat down as commanded. Suddenly, 9 mirrors appeared in the sky above the city lord's office, placed in different directions. Each of the 9 mirrors aimed directly below, right on top of the 9 platforms. Instantly, images appeared in those mirrors that reflected what was happening from those 9 high platforms. That was the mirror image of the 9 major armor-making areas in Tianyan City. Each was full of people and everyone was extremely excited, and it was all reflected here by the mirrors. At the same time, there seemed to be a strange aura that appeared in the sky above Tianyan City. Above the firmament, a mirror screen appeared as if hanging from the sky, in the middle of the void. This mirror was suspended in the sky above Tianyan City. Anyone standing below it could immediately see everything that was happening inside the city lord's office when they looked in that mirror. In that magnificent projection, they could see all the giant figures who were in attendance. Whether it was in the city lord's office of Tianyan City or outside on the 9 major armor competition platforms in the city, both inside and outside the city lord's office could be seen clearly, so all could witness this grand event together. In Tianyan City, the crowds were extremely ebullient as countless people talked and discussed those sitting on the high platform inside the city lord's office, who they were, where they came from, how many giants had arrived, and who was who in the cultivation world. The cultivators from the West Imperial Palace also arrived and were sitting inside the city lord's office because they were invited. The palace lord of the West Imperial Palace and Xianxia were present. Looking at the grand scene in front of them, Xianxia's beautiful eyes looked towards the main high seats as if she was searching for something. Or someone Yifutian, who was invited by Wang Tang into the city lord's office. Would he be here? Sure enough, she found a man among the mighty throngs of cultivators within the city lord's office. There were not many cultivators from the main branch of the city lord's office who were sitting at the main seats. Obviously, Wang Tang had a place. He took a group of people to sit in one direction while Yifutian was sitting behind Wang Tang. Extremely inconspicuous. If no one looked carefully, they would not be able to find him at all. At this moment, he was wearing a silver mask, with his aura retracted. There was no sense of his existence that could be detected. But Xianxia had already inquired about Silver Spear Chongkong before, so she recognized him immediately. However, Xianxia only took a quick look before redirecting her attention, so as not to make others notice what she was looking at and cause unnecessary trouble to Yifutian. Congratulations to Tianyan City for holding the armorer competition. Outside, there were other top forces still coming, and the mirror screen above the sky was projected high above the sky. Who are these people? Someone asked. The domain chief's manor from Taichu domain. They have just arrived, someone replied. There are quite a few domain chief's manors that have come to attend. Many were astounded by the sheer number of people they saw. I beg your pardon. We are a little late. Another voice was heard as groups of cultivators poured into the city lord's office, and those from the main branch of the Wang family in the city lord's office of Tianyan greeted him personally. Chief Taishang is here as well. Hurry up and usher him in. Tianyan city lord said loudly, surprising many people. Even the chief of Taishang domain chief's manor had come in person. This chief was known to be a mighty man. None of them had ever attended the armorer competition. It seemed that it was all because representatives from the imperial palace might also be attending the feast. Distinguished guests continued to descend, and all of them were well-known figures. Tianyan City was boiling over because of the sheer excitement of it all. At this moment, divine light descended from the firmament, blinding everyone's eyes. Along with the descendants of the divine light, a group of people appeared above the city lord's office, making countless people tremble. Who dared to appear above Tianyan City's city lord's office like this? They could already guess it. Besides Donghuang Imperial Palace, who else dared to make such a bold entrance? Indeed, in the sky above the city lord's office, a beautiful figure wearing a phoenix robe was there, surrounded by a dazzling light. Who else could it be other than Princess Donghuang? The man next to her had superb comportment. It was as if he was a heavenly divine spear himself. This was none other than the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great, the divine general of the imperial palace, Spear Emperor himself. Do you? At this moment, All the cultivators in the city lord's office stood up and bowed slightly to the void. "Greetings to your royal highness," they said. "Tianyan City is incredibly honored by her royal highness' presence here," Tianyan City Lord said with a smile. Princess Donghuang looked down below and nodded slightly to everyone. "Today is the Tianyan City Armor Competition. We are here at the City Lord's invitation to take a look. Everyone, please, as you were. Princess, please take a seat," Tianyan City Lord said as he pointed next to him. There was a row of seats on equal setting with him, specially prepared for the guests from the Imperial Palace. After all, today was the feast of Tianyan City. As part of the ancient god clan, the Tianyan City Lord was held in extremely high esteem in the divine prefecture in both status and position. He was not under the command of Donghuang the Great, so he didn't need to display the subservience as a subordinate. As long as he paid enough respect to the representatives from the Imperial Palace, it would suffice. Princess Donghuang nodded slightly. Then her group of people moved towards the space below and settled on the seats prepared for them. Princess Donghuang sat in the middle, with Duyu on one side and several other strong cultivators on the other side. All of them were surrounding her. Behind the crowds, Yi Futian observed all this quietly. This kind of show of force was almost the same as the alliance that had gathered to encircle and suppress the heavenly mandate. After the arrival of Princess Donghuang, the Lord of Tianyan City's smile became even bigger. This Armor Fest was the grandest one in the past 1,000 years. "Your Highness, you look even more noble now. Every time I see your Highness, I can't help but be pleasantly surprised," said someone sitting on the side with a smile. The tone he used to speak to Princess Donghuang suggested he must be in an unusual position, too. It was the chief of the domain chief's manor of the Taishanji Domain, a senior who once followed Donghuang the Great. Donghuang the Great established domain chief's manners after unifying the world, and this chief from the Taishang Domain used to be an extraordinarily powerful cultivator under Donghuang the Great. Even the Lord of Tianyan City had to show respect to him if they met. This was his first time to take part in the Armor Fest held in Tianyan City. Looking at Chief Taishang, Princess Donghuang said, "Master, now that we are acquainted, we don't have to stand on ceremony. You can just call me Diyuan. Your Highness, I'm flattered that you recognized me, but I won't allow myself to behave rudely to you," said Chief Taishang with a smile. Diyuan was Princess Donghuang's name. Her full name was Donghuang Diyuan. Diyuan. Yi Futian was surprised. Donghuang Diyuan. He had been ignorant of the name of Princess Donghuang, which seemed a little strange to him when he heard it. He wondered why Donghuang the Great had named the princess Diyuan. Xia Yuan also had the character Yuan in her name. Not only Yi Futian, actually, few people knew Princess Donghuang's name. After all, people all over the land of the divine prefecture had to address her as Your Highness. As spacious as the land was, Donghuang the Great was the only person that could call her by her name. Therefore, except for some aged people and those in key positions in the imperial palace, Donghuang Diyuan's name was almost unknown. "Your Highness, almost everyone is here. Shall we start now?" The Lord of Tianyan City asked Princess Donghuang. "I am just an onlooker. The Armor Fest is the fest of Tianyan City. I wouldn't meddle. Lord, you are the only person who gets to make decisions here. Please pretend I am not here," said Princess Donghuang in a plain tone. "Okay." The Lord of Tianyan City nodded. Then, looking at the crowd, he said in a loud voice, "Her Highness came here in person for the Armor Fest, and so many friends came from all over the land of the Divine Prefecture to offer congratulations and watch the competition. This is the grandest fest ever held in Tianyan City. Therefore, everyone, hopefully, you will satisfy my expectation in the upcoming armor competition. There will be 10 rounds in this armor competition. In the first 9, Runhuang from level 1 to level 9 will be forging weapons in 9 courts. The best armorers on each level in each court will go to the City Lord office for the 10th round, which is the final of the armor competition. You will get a prize as long as you get to the City Lord office. Or you can choose to join the City Lord office and cultivate and forge weapons there. In that case, you will have the best cultivation experience and enjoy the best weapon forging environment. In the 10th round, everyone that goes to the City Lord office will forge weapons at the same time. Only the best performers on each level will be chosen for the final competition. Of course, besides the 9 levels, we also have cultivators on the Tribulation Plane. They have a free pass to the final in the City Lord office. The crowd was quite thrilled by the speech of the Lord of Tianyan City. The notable armorer competition, which was held only once every 100 years, would take place soon. As to the rules, they already knew them well. Only a few people, including Yifutian, had not been very clear about the rules. That being said, thanks to the City Lord's explanation, he already learned that 9 competition courts had been set up in Tianyan City, and the best armorers from each court would gather in the City Lord office. Then they would compete against each other in the City Lord office despite their different levels. Those on lower levels certainly would not defeat those on higher levels, but even so, their great skills would be seen. Now, I declare the start of the first round, said the Lord of Tianyan City. Sound waves were transmitted across the air and vibrating on the mirror screen in the sky. Then they carried across the whole city. Numerous practitioners were immediately motivated and excited. They looked up at the mirror screen in the sky while those in the 9 competition courts were gazing at the vast central open space in each court. There was staff from the City Lord office managing the 9 courts, too. They would judge whose newly forged weapons were the most powerful and decide who was the winner to go to the City Lord office. At this moment, many master armorers walked out of the crowd to the center of the 9 courts. The first round was for armorers on the level 1 Renhuang plane. All of the 9 courts were wide enough to hold many practitioners, so they could forge weapons at the same time. Besides, armorers who had the nerve to take part in the armor competition were extraordinary because average ones would not want to show their incompetence in public. And there were not many gorgeous armorers in the first place. As a result, those 9 courts were more than enough to hold all practitioners interested in the armor competition. Due to the mirror screen in the air, the interior and exterior of the City Lord office seemed to have merged into one, and even the entire Tianyan city seemed to be one. People in the city could see not only the situation of the 9 courts but also that of the City Lord office. In the City Lord office, many top-level people were looking at the 9 platforms that corresponded respectively to the 9 courts. They did not need to lift their heads. The images on the 9 platforms were even clearer. They could see everyone forging weapons sitting in the City Lord office. Of course, those overlords could cover the 9 courts with their divine consciousnesses. It's starting. The armorers that had gone to the center of the courts had already started. They were preparing their own armory zones, in which things necessary for the forging had shown up, including all kinds of devices, treasures such as the black iron of the Great Path and meteorites, and all sorts of powerful flames of the way. Those things could all be seen on the screen. Even lay people would be thrilled at the sight of the grand occasion. Yifutian, standing behind the powerful cultivators in the City Lord office and watching the competition quietly, was also stirred. His ambition was to turn the Ziwei segmentum into the number 1 alchemy force, but what he saw made him realize he had a long way to go to achieve that. And the alchemy palace of the Ziwei segmentum had a long way to go. Such a goal would not be fulfilled overnight unless he refined some top elixirs to enhance the influence of alchemy. However, given the weapon forging strength of Tianyan City, they were not a rival at all. They would need a lot of time to catch up. However, the Ziwei Imperial Palace was governing countless practitioners, among whom there must be some talented alchemists with the potential to be a master. He figured he should really tell Taoist monk Mu to find as many of them as possible. When the occasion arose, he could also hold a fest like this to recruit talented people into the alchemy palace of the Ziwei Imperial Palace so that no talent would be wasted. It was a question of environment, and Tianyan City had the best environment for armorers. He would make the Ziwei segmentum the best environment for alchemists. As the first step, he would tell Taoist monk Mu to go in that direction after this event was over. That Taoist monk schemed against him, so he had to make the man work harder than others. The Lord of Tianyan City glanced at the 9 courts with a smile. In his eyes, the 10th round, which would occur in the City Lord office, was the most noteworthy. The other rounds were just a start. I heard Du Yu, the Spear Emperor, had proved his path and gone through his tribulation. "It's really my pleasure to see the direct disciple of the great emperor here today," said the Lord of Tianyan City to Duyu, the Spear Emperor. He was just chit-chatting. "It's my pleasure, too, City Lord." Duyu looked very calm. He seemed a little aloof. Although the person he was speaking to was the Lord of Tianyan City, a top overlord in the Divine Prefecture, Duyu, as the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great, did not have to feel inferior. Besides, he had met all sorts of people. "Have you found any suitable weapon for yourself after the breakthrough? The 13th flight of Tianyan City makes really good spears." The Lord of Tianyan City looked at the rear of the crowd while speaking. When Dong Lai from the 13th flight was here, too, he reported to the City Lord office, so it was natural that he watched the competition in the crowd there. "When Dong Lai, do you have any divine weapon that the Spear Emperor deserves?" asked the Lord of Tianyan City. "Yes, I do. If the Spear Emperor wants, I can also make a new one based on his needs," said Wen Donglai. "It's okay. I am not short of divine arms. But thank you all the same, City Lord," responded Duyu in a plain voice. As the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great, he was not short of divine arms indeed. However, Donghuang the Great had never allowed him to use divine arms in a battle. Instead, he kept telling Duyu not to use any of them because that was the only way to master the purest powerful spear methods. "Well, of course," the Lord of Tianyan City said with a smile. "The Imperial Palace is surely not short of divine arms. Wang Tang, it said there was a gorgeous spearman in the competition hosted by Dong Lai a few days ago. Did you invite him here?" asked Wang Tang, the Lord of Tianyan City. "Yes, Father." Wang Tang nodded. Looking back at Yi Futian, he said, "Chong Kong uses a silver spear. His spear skill is so fantastic that he defeated all opponents with one blow. He won the divine weapon with ease." "Nice to meet you, City Lord." Seeing the Lord of Tianyan City look at him, Yi Futian nodded to salute him. "Well," the Lord of Tianyan City also saluted him with a slight nod. "Mr. Du is the direct disciple of the great emperor. His spear skill is outstanding. I don't think he has any rival in the Divine Prefecture. It's a rare opportunity that he is in Tianyan City. You can ask for Mr. Du's instruction when the occasion arises so that you can improve your skill." Practicing spear? Du looked back at Yi Futian. He saw a silver mask and the penetrating look behind the mask. However, without taking Yi Futian seriously, he retracted his look after a quick glance. He certainly did not need to take Yi Futian seriously. That was just a man with a good combat force who wanted to join the City Lord office. Fighting him would be against the way of spear. Yi Futian noticed the ignoration in Duyu's look. As a disciple of Donghuang the Great, Duyu certainly would not care about a practitioner from the outer realms. The Lord of Tianyan City seemed to have courted a rebuff. He darted Duyu a glance, thinking the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great was really proud, but with a good reason. After all, Duyu did not need to curry favor with anyone across the land of the Divine Prefecture. The practitioners of Tianyan City were more or less pissed off, but they did not show it. Nowadays, young heroes keep coming forth in large numbers. We have found several great talents in the first round of the armorer competition. Seeing Duyu not responding to him, the Lord of Tianyan City looked at the 9 platforms, where the 9 competition courts were displayed. "Yeah, it's much better than 100 years ago," replied someone from the City Lord office. The Divine Prefecture was still a chaotic world 400 years ago. The great emperor united the world and imparted the way to the Divine Prefecture. After hundreds of years of recovery and the impartation of the way, and the cultivation of various top forces, the young generation has benefited a lot, and outstanding people keep showing up. "They will certainly surpass the old generation," said the Lord of Tianyan City, subtly complimenting Donghuang the Great. But he also told the truth. The Divine Prefecture was left in chaos after those turbulent days. Too many powerful people died in the war. However, after the recovery in the past hundreds of years, another period of great prosperity was coming. Some great geniuses got killed in those turbulent days before they could reach their heyday. Many extraordinary people were destined to be unable to reach their peak. At this point, The divine prefecture was growing and becoming more and more powerful. I agree, City Lord. I bet there are many great talents in the City Lord office of Tianyan City, said a man with a smile. Yeah, quite a few excellent young people have shown up in the past few years. You will see them in the armorer competition. Please don't hesitate to instruct them if you have anything to say about their performance, said the Lord of Tianyan City with a smile. The City Lord office is so skilled in making weapons. You really can be our master in this regard. I'm afraid we don't get to comment on anything. Shaking his head, a man said, but I'm quite glad to see how grand this event is. With so much enthusiasm about weapon making in Tianyan City, the Divine Prefecture will never be short of good armorers. That's certainly not a concern for you. Tianyan City has contributed substantially to the weapon making in the Divine Prefecture. I'm flattered, the Lord of Tianyan City said. Besides me, everyone here is responsible for imparting the way on behalf of the Divine Prefecture. 2. And many outstanding people have been cultivated this way. They are the future of the Divine Prefecture. We family forces might think more for ourselves, but the Holy Lands aiming to impart the way in the Divine Prefecture are doubtless selfless. However, some people are trying to harm and destroy such forces now, said a man out of the blue, charging some subtle tension into the air. That sounded a casual comment, but he was obviously implying something. Yifutian looked at that man in the crowd. He was from the Haotian clan living in the Nantian domain. It was a force of the ancient God clan. With a long history, the ancient God clan was not afraid of Yifutian. Thus, the man had made that comment in the armorer competition. So, Shi Qiao was right. He was afraid those forces were using the armorer fest to deal with the Ziwei segmentum. However, on the other hand, should he feel honored that various forces from the Divine Prefecture were taking the Ziwei segmentum so seriously? I feel sorry for the Holy Land of Taichu too. The Lord of Tianyan City said, Your Highness, the Holy Land of Taichu was eliminated, and the Taichu Saint Emperor died. It's a big loss for the Divine Prefecture. Donghuang Diyuan remained very calm. Some forces went to the Imperial Palace to ask for their help when the Holy Land of Taichu had just been eliminated. They wanted the Imperial Palace to eliminate the Ziwei segmentum. My father has a history with Four Corner Village, and he also has a promise to keep. Since he promised the original realm in the old days, it was inappropriate for him to meddle in. Besides, the Holy Land of Taichu and some forces of the Divine Prefecture discussed eliminating the Ziwei segmentum before, plus the old grievances. It's kind of a problem between the forces of the Divine Prefecture and Yifutian. It's also an ordeal for the forces of the Divine Prefecture, said Donghuang Diyuan in a plain tone. The forces of the Divine Prefecture wanted to subdue Yifutian, but they got threatened by him instead. Therefore, they wanted help from the Imperial Palace. It was not out of good intention that those people wanted to kill Yifutian. They simply wanted to loot. As to those extensive talks, they should not be taken seriously at all. Yifutian's identity had not got exposed yet when forces like the Dark World and the Empty Divine Realm were fighting him, and he was regarded as a member of the original realm, which also belonged to the Divine Prefecture. However, what did those forces of the Divine Prefecture do? They intended to destroy the heavenly realm and rob the treasures of the 9 regions, and they wanted to eliminate the Lost Clan, too. Did they do those things to impart the way? Of course not. Those were just out of some selfish motives. The same happened when they wanted to eliminate the Ziwei segmentum. Since it was out of selfish motives, they were in no position to drag the Imperial Palace into the fight with the Justice Talk. Princess Donghuang's speech was quite thought-provoking. The word of Donghuang the Great was his bond. Since he promised he would never attack Yifutian, he would not mind seeing the latter grow stronger, unless Yifutian violated the rules of the Divine Prefecture, such as killing a lot of people, fighting the domain chief's manners of the Divine Prefecture, and declaring war on the Divine Prefecture. Enlightened Master said he would not meddle in the grudge between Yifutian and the forces of the Divine Prefecture. It's your problem, so don't expect the Imperial Palace to solve it for you. Of course, if Yifutian violates any rule of the Divine Prefecture, the Imperial Palace will certainly do something about it, and I will take his life away, too, said Diyu in a cold voice. He seemed to be the odd man out there. The forces of the Divine Prefecture obviously all had their own plans. They were not affiliated with the Imperial Palace. Neither were they governed by the Imperial Palace directly. Therefore, they were all making their own calculations. Du Yu's speech was not as friendly as Dong Huang Diyuan's. He even sounded a little harsh without giving face to any of the forces. Obviously, he was quite pissed off because those forces seemed to be asking for the Imperial Palace's help, but it was actually a threat. Although he disliked Yi Futian too, it did not mean he would be nice to those forces. That's right, Your Highness. Yi Futian went too far by eliminating the Holy Land of Taichu. Crime doesn't pay. He will be punished. The Lord of Tianyan City said in a plain voice, "Let's forget about this for now. Such a buzzkill. We will go back to it after the armorer competition." Exactly. Let's enjoy the fest now, echoed someone, looking back at the 9 weapon-making courts on the platforms. Yi Futian heard everything. He was very quiet. It was as if all that had nothing to do with him, but his guess was kind of proved. It was exactly as Shi Qiao thought. They would take advantage of the occasion of the armor competition to talk about how to deal with the Ziwei segmentum. So Lord Chun and Jieyu should get prepared. That being said, everyone's attention was still on the armor competition. This fest aroused unbelievable enthusiasm in them. The first round of competition ended very soon. A winner was selected in each of the 9 courts. Although it was impossible to be 100% fair, it was quite fair already. Indeed, the second-best armorer from some court who got eliminated could be better than the best one from a different court. Such unfairness was inevitable. But in the end, the 9 best armorers would go to the City Lord office to have another round of competition. Not until then would there be a champion. Certainly, if any of those who had got eliminated were a really great armorer, the City Lord office would notice and recruit him into it as well. The armorer competition went on. The winners of the 9 courts were called into the City Lord office and received by the City Lord. Some whose cultivation level was relatively lower were quite excited to see so many big shots in the City Lord office. Those were the strongest ones in the Divine Prefecture. As the armor competition continued, the cultivation of the participating armorers stepping onto the high platform was getting stronger, as well as the level of the divine arms and implements they produced. The mood of the entire Tianyan city continued to elevate. Even the top figures within the City Lord's office were becoming somewhat interested. One round of armoring took considerable time. Some were slow in forging and took a longer time. However, except for the 10th and the last round, the first 9 rounds of forging were time-limited. Since they were in a competition, it was impossible to allow them unlimited time to forge endlessly. Tianyan City itself was the most powerful place for armor making. Naturally, they would know how best to set the time limit. At night, in Tianyan City Lord's office, some implements had ascended into the sky, like the sun that illuminated the entire Tianyan city as if it was daytime. So bright it was that it was impossible to distinguish day from night. No one was surprised by this situation, however. For forces like Tianyan City, those top cultivators were more than capable of controlling the rotation of the sun and the moon, and there was nothing strange about any of that. What does the City Lord think about these Master Armorers' abilities compared to the Master Armorers from the City Lord's office? In the 10th and final round of the competition, will the City Lord's office be able to win them all? Someone below asked casually. Naturally, it's not possible. The City Lord of Tianyan said, "The armorer competition attracts top armorers from all parts of the Divine Prefecture every time, and many of the armorers from the outside are also extremely powerful. Although all of the armorers in the City Lord's office are top level, there has never been a complete victory in the past." What they meant by total victory was referring to the competitions in various realms and to defeat everyone who was from outside of Tianyan City. Total victory was not so easy to achieve, however. "Look, this person's level of armoring is truly extraordinary," the City Lord of Tianyan said as he pointed his finger to a platform somewhere and landed on an image. Suddenly many people looked yonder and saw that in one of the 9 major armoring arenas, there was an armorer who was different from all the others, and his level seemed to be superior to those around him. This person's level is no less than the armorers from within our City Lord's office. This is the 5th round of armor, and 4 more rounds are remaining. There should be some more powerful people making themselves known later. City Lord of Tianyan continued. Everyone nodded as someone asked, "Does the City Lord's office of Tianyan know of these powerful armorers?" "I know quite a lot of them," Wang Teng replied. "However, it is impossible for me to know all of the master armorers out there." "That's true." The person who asked the question acquiesced and continued to watch the armorer competition. Round after round, the armorer competition continued. By the 7th round, figures in the realm of Upper Renhuang had begun joining in. The divine arms forged by them were implements of the Upper Renhuang level, and it was not something anyone would want to miss. In this round of competition, there were some powerful characters that the City Lord's office had been paying attention to already. After all, they were within the category of top armorers and watched closely by the City Lord's office as potential recruits. If everything went well, the City Lord's office would pay a large sum to attract them to become their armorers, as this was the primary purpose of the armorer competition. The people from the City Lord's office were paying attention to several arenas at once, of which there were several people they focused on. However, as the forging continued, they noticed that in addition to the people they were watching, some other notable figures had emerged at this time. Their forging capabilities were operated on a very high level, and they stood out in each of their respective arenas. More importantly, they didn't seem to know any of these people. Many people from Tianyan City Lord's office whispered. They found that they had no knowledge of these new talents. The City Lord of Tianyan did not pay much attention to things like these normally, as they were tended to by some others in the City Lord's office. But he was astute enough that when he heard their whispers, he knew what happened immediately, that several strange and powerful armorers had made their presence known. It seemed that they were not fully prepared for such a surprise. People from all forces in the Divine Prefecture were scrutinizing those 9 platforms and talking incessantly about what they saw. Although they did not know much about armoring, they understood the general gist just by observing. The few men unknown to the City Lord's office were also the ones followed closely by people from the Divine Prefecture. They had even made inquiries to the cultivators from the City Lord's office, who could only say that there were many talents in the Divine Prefecture and that they had never heard of these top armorers before. This kind of answer took many people by surprise. Unsurprisingly, those that they thought would perform well had forged very powerful divine arms, and they each became the champion in their own respective arena of competition. They would be invited into the City Lord's office. After the 7th round of competition, Tianyan City was totally on fire. The eagerness in the atmosphere reached a new height. Under the attention of all eyes from the public, the 8th round of the armorer competition continued, and countless people were waiting intently. At this moment, in the vastness of Tianyan City, with countless cultivators, it suddenly became a little quieter. Without the noise from before, the entire Tianyan City began to quiet down. Even those who were chatting lowered their voices as they dared not disturb the others. Everyone, whether they were in the 9 major armoring arenas or looking up at the sky, was appreciating the excitement of this 8th round equally. The stronger the armorer, the more abundant the time was given. This was because they needed longer preparation time and for the actual forging. In return, the implements that they produced were way more powerful. As soon as the 8th round of the armorer competition began, the people in the City Lord's office zoomed in on the few people they were interested in. Those few, as expected, displayed incredible talents in their respective armoring arenas and did not disappoint. It was expected that they would be recruited into the City Lord's office and did not waste the efforts of arranging these people in different areas of competition. However, as the competition continued, their expressions became quite interesting. As the 7th round, several seemingly powerful figures emerged, and still, they were not previously known by anyone from the City Lord's office. But as the process of armoring continued, they became more and more aware that the level of armoring by these people was incredibly high, and they were extremely steady when they forged. Although they were not wowing anyone in decidedly astounding fashion, every step of forging was done perfectly without any signs of mishap. Naturally, everyone could tell just at what level these armorers were operating. This time, Are there really so many powerful master armorers coming to Tianyan City to participate in this armor competition? An old man asked. He appeared a little surprised. Previously, in the 7th round of the competition, there were already a few powerful figures whom they did not recognize. At this moment, they had appeared again in this 8th round, so how could they not be surprised? Moreover, their forging ability was definitely no less than the few people they were paying attention to. Their level was comparable to the top master armorers in Tianyan City Lord's office. More importantly, they had a feeling that this may not be their peak performance. At this moment, they were seeking to perform without fault, so they could make it to the next round and hopefully entering the City Lord's office to forge armors. If they exerted their full strength, they might perform even better than expected in the 10th round of the competition. There are not many top master armorers. Even in the entire Divine Prefecture, there are not many of them. Especially those top master armorers who also possessed an extremely high level of forging are even rarer. City Lord Tianyan said as if it had a meaning other than what he said, which cast a pall of mystery on everyone who heard him. However, was this just a coincidence? Or rather, there were many hidden master armorers in the Divine Prefecture. The Divine Prefecture was massive, and there were many powerful cultivators within. However, armorers at this level would not be completely unknown. In the City Lord's office, many people felt a subtle change in the atmosphere. Xianxia looked at the images displayed on the 9 high platforms, and a smile appeared at one corner of her mouth. In this case, things were going to be much more enjoyable. By the 8th round, the number of people participating in the armor competition was far less than before. The number of participants in each round was steadily decreasing, but the time for each round of competition was constantly increasing. As time went by, finally, an extraordinary Renhuang implement came into being. It roared in the sky above the arena, brilliantly dazzling. Finally, some people began to produce implements successfully. Gradually, more people succeeded in making their implements. As expected, in addition to the few people that the City Lord's office was keeping tabs on, a few other unknown figures had also come to the fore. They became the champions in their arena, which meant that they would be coming to the City Lord's office as armorers. After this round of competition had ended, the atmosphere inside the City Lord's office finally began to change. From the joy at the beginning to the doubts that dogged them now, there was a shadow lurking somewhere, unclear and confusing. However, the City Lord of Tianyan appeared calm and nonchalant, as if he did not care much about it. He said with a smile, "Excellent. If the 8th round is already this exciting, I don't know what kind of performance to expect from these masters in the 9th round. Surely it won't be disappointing," Xianxia whispered with a smile, her eyes focused on the platform. Her words seemed to be full of suggestions. Yifutian sat quietly in the crowd without saying a word. Those eyes under the silver mask were looking at the 9 raised platforms. Obviously, he felt something unusual as well. However, no one could say exactly what was happening. Next was the 9th round of armor forging, which was also the last round before the final battle in the armor competition. No one knew if similar circumstances would repeat themselves then. Yifutian could see that the armor competition this time had slightly exceeded the City Lord's expectations. In their minds, they had a general idea about how the armor competition would proceed, which should not have veered too far off course. But the current situation as it stood was clearly not within their expectation. In other words, things were far from how they had expected them to go. Deviation of this sort should not be underestimated. Deviations beyond their expectations often meant that something might happen which was outside of their control. This was a once-in-a-100-year grand occasion in Tianyan City, in which cultivators in the Divine Prefecture were invited, even those from Donghuang Imperial Palace. Her Royal Highness Princess Donghuang had attended in person. Obviously, the City Lord's office did not want anything unexpected to happen. Of course, they weren't too worried. After all, with the strength of the Tianyan City Lord's office, they still believed that the situation was under their control. Even if there were some unforeseen surprises, it was nothing they couldn't handle. "The 9th round, let it begin," the City Lord of Tianyan proclaimed. Even he was a little curious. What would happen in the 9th round of the armor competition that was coming up next? They could only wait and see. Meng Yan was a well-known master armorer whose cultivation was in the 9 realm of Renhuang. He was capable of forging top-level Renhuang implements. It had been many years since he made his name in the Tianyan realm. The city lord's office of Tianyan had been trying to recruit him and extended their invitations many times before to no avail. What he had always wanted to prove was that even without the resources of the city lord's office, he could still become a master-level armorer, even to the point of defeating armorers at the same level from the city lord's office. Armorers were proud sorts by nature, and Meng Yan was more so than the others. It was not that he was unwilling to enter the city lord's office, but he wanted first to prove to himself that his armor-making was not done relying on the resources of the city lord's office. He wanted to prove that he could defeat the masters from the city lord's office by himself. He had been waiting for this opportunity, and now this day was finally here. He would only go to the city lord's office with the glory of having beaten their top armorers. Then, he would use the resources of the city lord's office to continue improving himself, break through the shackles, and impact higher realms. At this time, Meng Yan stood in one of the 9 major armoring arenas and began forging. To him, this had great significance. This was the 9th round of the competition. After this round, he would enter the city lord's office and compete with top master armorers. Meng Yan looked to be about 40 years or so with a chiseled face. His expression was calm and steady as he began arranging the area of forging. In his area, the temperature was extremely high, as blazing flames of the great path flowed within this space. Soon after, Meng Yan took out the materials he had prepared and began to get the fire ready to purify these materials. These materials were carefully chosen by him, and they were no common goods. Even so, impurities still had to be removed so the purification process would yield the most valuable parts of the materials. A burning red hammer appeared in his hand, and a scorching divine fire was flowing on the hammer as he began to pound on the materials to make his implement. Next to him, everyone else had started their forging as well. For a time, the sounds of metal pounding were the only sound to be heard. Armor forging was a process that was all about returning to the basics. No matter how strong a person's cultivation might be or how powerful the implement would be, the initial steps were all about repeated pounding, which was the simplest and the most important. Not many participated in the 9th round of the competition, but they were a master-level figure, an elite master armorer. Tianyan City was holding its breath, watching intently at the last round of competition before the finale. Time passed little by little. In the quiet of Tianyan City, only the sounds of iron pounding seemed to be heard. The top figures in the city lord's office stopped chatting mindlessly at this time. Instead, they focused upon the 9 major arenas. The cultivators from the city lord's office paid more attention to Meng Yan. Of course, they knew Meng Yan's strength and his extraordinary ability in armor making. If he could be further fostered in the city lord's office, he would definitely forge subdivine arms in the future. Ultimately, these were the kind of people they needed to recruit and someone who would definitely be a part of the city lord's office. Therefore, they were looking forward to Meng Yan's performance. Yifutian was also paying attention. He had seen Blind Tai struck iron before, who was operating on a very high level, not necessarily any less than any of the participants here. However, ever since following him, Blind Tai had set aside armor making. Yifutian was thinking that once Uncle Tai had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, he might pick up armor making again and forge subdivine arms. Every step that Meng Yan took so far was a sure bet. The intensity of purification, the timing, and the heat control are all perfect. He should be able to create top-notch implement, and no idea what kind of surprise he may give us. Some top-level characters whispered, who seemed to favor Meng Yan above the others. In the 9th round of the competition, Meng Yan will probably seek predictability above everything else. As long as he doesn't make mistakes, there will be no problem, so it was unlikely that he will be making implement that is too challenging. Someone else commented, and everyone nodded in agreement. Since he had been advancing steadily, it was natural for him to wait until he could enter the city lord's office first, then challenge the more difficult implement in the final showdown. Look at that man. Someone pointed to the armoring arena where Meng Yan was and said, "The man behind Meng Yan seems to be pretty awesome. Quite a few people noticed that behind Meng Yan, in an inconspicuous corner, there was an armorer in black. His technique of armor-making was noticeably extraordinary and superb. He is formidable. Many people in the city lord's office were good at armor-making. After they saw the man's technique, they knew he was exceptional. However, as for his specific level, in reality, that still needed time to be observed and determined. Following purification, it was melding of the materials and shaping. All the purified materials were combined in a certain proportion, then forged into the shape of the desired implement. This process was equally important as the other steps. The material ratio, temperature, and requirements needed to be extremely precise. The more powerful the implement, the higher the requirements. The slight neglect may lead to a considerable discrepancy in the strength of the implement, so mistakes had to be avoided at all costs. Otherwise, all the efforts expanded might have been for naught, which may directly cause the failure of the forging, so that the end product was nothing more than a piece of useless junk. Time went on by little by little. Along with the process of fusion and shaping, everyone could see the kind of implements that these armorers wanted to forge. Meng Yan is forging a sword. As expected, he is playing safe. The man in the city lord's office said. Who is the person behind Meng Yan? Many people in the city lord's office shook their heads. Obviously, it was yet another powerful master armorer they didn't know. His level may not be below Meng Yan's, someone said. Judging from current circumstances, he was not at all outshined by Meng Yan. No matter which step of the armor making, he had completed them equally perfectly. The key is still hinged on the vessel patterns and the process of fusion, someone continued. However, the implement he is making seems to be a cauldron, a black cauldron. Even that flames of the great path seemed to be pitch black in color, as if it were a dark flame. That cauldron had an extraordinary feel to it. Once it was completed, it might be exceptional in every way. Meng Yan may not know, someone said. The armorer needed to devote himself to the process of forging without being distracted so as not to make any mistakes. With Meng Yan's experience, he was unlikely to make such mistakes. He was completely immersed in his world with the forging, without being affected by the interference from the outside world. He had great confidence in his armor-making ability. As long as he could complete every step without issue, the implement he created would undoubtedly be the strongest in this arena. His goal was actually to be the strongest in all 9 arenas. He intended to beat out the top master armorer from the city lord's office among all the masters in the 10th round. This kind of intense self-confidence prevented Meng Yan from paying any attention to other people's progress. He focused solely on completing his project step by step, and each step was perfect. But even as impeccable as this, some people were still concerned for him because a competitor was performing equally perfectly. Some of the top figures in the city lord's office were paying special attention to the progress of these two at this moment. Some even felt an unexplainable sense of nervousness. Slowly, some began to make engravings on the implements, incorporating the great path and imbuing the spirit. As time went on, some had finished their implements. However, the first to finish was not necessarily the most powerful. After all, the point of armor making was on the quality of the implement itself. Gradually, these implements were completed one after another. At this time, Meng Yan exhaled a breath, long and deep. Then, with a wave of his palm, a brilliant divine light suddenly rushed into the sky, as if it had pierced through the firmament. A divine sword flew up and chimed in the void. The divine glory that bloomed from it awed the world and made countless others sigh with wonder. All the people in the entire Tianyan city seemed to be attracted by this sword light. "What a powerful sword!" someone exclaimed. "The rank of this item must be incredibly high. No wonder Meng Yan is who he is. In the realm of Renhuang, he may be the strongest armorer in forging, no less superior than any of the master armorers from the city lord's office," someone else said. When Meng Yan saw the sword he forged, a rare smile appeared on his face as well. He seemed to have strong confidence in the implement he had made. He looked in other directions and found that after he finished forging, the other armorers had basically finished their implements as well. Sure enough, no one else's implements had a higher rank than the divine sword he forged. There was only one person who was not done yet. Meng Yan didn't realize that in the City Lord's office in Tianyan City, some people who were experts at armoring, as well as those with great cultivation, had a rather solemn expression on their faces. Ha! Meng Yan, too, seemed to feel that something was not quite right. The next moment, a horrific aura permeated. Then, a black cauldron rose into the sky. Numerous black and terrifying dragons seemed to be carved upon this cauldron. Their mouth opened wide to show their fangs, swallowing everything. The space suddenly dimmed as those black dragons seemed to come alive, swallowing the aura between heavens and earth and absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon. In an instant, the arena darkened, and the eyes of many sharpened as they stared at that cauldron. The hearts of many cultivators palpitated, not understanding what was going on or why this implement would release such a terrifying aura. In the same arena, the brilliance released by many implements was suppressed and became obscured, except for the divine light released by the divine sword. It illuminated an area and seemed to be competing with the cauldron. It was clear to the people in Tianyan City that everyone else was now out of the game. Only these two implements were qualified to compete for the first place. The eyes of the cultivators in City Lord's office who presided over this arena also sharpened slightly. They stepped into the void, staring at these two implements, and their hearts were extremely uneasy. Of course, they knew Meng Yan and knew that Meng Yan was the master armorer coveted by City Lord's office. Everyone was anticipating that he would eventually become part of the City Lord's office. But now that was not necessarily the case anymore. Judge, the armorer clad in black, who had made the cauldron, said lightly. As soon as his voice fell, the light from the cauldron became more brazen, swallowing all other light. The light of the divine sword seemed on the verge of being suppressed as its chiming continued. Horrific divine light was puffed out from it, but it was still being overpowered. It seemed to have encountered a trace of suppression. Meng Yan's expression changed. He sought to perform consistently, but others had forged implements that could restrain other divine arms. Master Meng Yan, the host said to Meng Yan as he raised his head and looked at the speaker. The man continued, "This divine sword is extraordinary. Master Meng Yan's standard is the same as always. On behalf of the City Lord's office, I welcome Master Meng Yan. However, in this armor-making showdown, Master Meng Yan's divine sword is just a little lesser than the competitors." As soon as this was said, the surrounding areas became extraordinarily quiet. Meng Yan had unexpectedly lost. Even Meng Yan himself was stunned. He looked at the two imperial arms in the void. Indeed, he had lost. It was not that he could not bear to lose, but it all felt a little surreal. He lost even before getting into the City Lord's office, so that he was disqualified to participate in the final round inside the City Lord's office. This may be normal for the others, but it seemed to be a great irony for him. He had a strong desire for survival, which accounted for his reluctance to enter the City Lord's office to cultivate before. He wanted to prove himself first before becoming the most dazzling person in the armor competition. But at this moment, he was reduced to being a side note to the others. What a joke. I lost, Meng Yan murmured. Although he couldn't accept the reality of being defeat in his heart, the fact was right before his eyes, and he had to accept it. After saying this, he turned around and left, appear a little lost. His departing figure was full of bleakness. When the cultivators in the City Lord's office witnessed this scene, they felt equally complicated in their hearts. They thought that they might have missed a great master armorer. It was possible that Meng Yan might not enter the City Lord's office after all. No one could have anticipated such an event. But this surreal reality was in front of them. Except who exactly was the winner? The City Lord's office was very quiet at the moment, and many top cultivators were focusing at the arena on that side. If what happened in the previous two rounds were coincidences, with so many unknown master armorers exhibiting their strengths, could a powerful master, a total unknown, defeating Meng Yan in this round be just another coincidence? Such a person would definitely be very well known. All forces would be vying for a top master armorer in the peak Renhuang level. Even if he continued to cultivate on his own, he would be highly coveted by every principality. But it was precisely such a person known to no one from the city lord's office of Tianyan City. They had never seen him nor heard of him. Was that even possible? Such probability was very unlikely. It all started from Upper Renhuang. Someone spoke up, and everyone nodded. This anomaly really started from the 7th round of the competition, which was also the realm of Upper Renhuang. Then, the same thing happened again in the 8th and the 9th rounds. Meng Yan's armor-making ability is not necessarily weaker than him, but he was overly confident. But he has reasons to be confident, except he did not expect a similarly powerful person would appear. Someone from the city lord's office said. Besides Meng Yan, none of them had expected this. After all, Meng Yan's level in armoring was truly at the peak level of the Renhuang realm. Who would have thought that someone else would appear to compete with him? Someone who was equally strong as him? Meng Yan sought the safe route and didn't expect his opponent to forge a powerful implement of divine arms. In turn, Meng Yan's divine arms were suppressed, so he lost. Many nodded, agreeing with this observation. Indeed, Meng Yan's forging ability was not necessarily lesser than that of the other, but still, it was truly a pity. Such an awesome master armorer was eliminated thusly. Go and see where Master Meng Yan has gone, and invite him to come to the city lord's office as a guest. A top figure inside the city lord's office said. Immediately, someone took his order, along with several powerful people. They were all dispatched to look for Meng Yan. Meng Yan was proud by nature. This failure meant that he didn't even have the right to enter the city lord's office to make armors. Then, he might leave straight away, never showing himself in Tianyan City again, which meant never entering the city lord's office to cultivate armoring. Judging from Meng Yan's character, it was most likely that he would work privately on his cultivation in armor-making. It would not be until the day he could produce subdivine arms that he might emerge again. Those master armorers who had already arrived at the city lord's office gathered together. They had seen that amazing showdown just now, and they were a little sorry for Meng Yan. If he came to the city lord's office, he would have the same excellent performance in the city lord's office. But now, he left with a sense of loss, a reputation of failure. 9 rounds of armorer competition are officially over. Next, we will wait for the competitors to enter the city lord's office for the 10th and final round of the competition. At this time, the city lord of Tianyan said, the decisive battle of the 10th round will see all the master armorers forging their weapons together. At the same time, from each realm, the city lord's office will select a powerful armorer to participate in the competition. In addition, those of the tribulation plane who can produce subdivine arms are not required to have participated in previous competitions. They can go right ahead and participate in the 10th round of the armorer competition. There are not many master armorers who were in the tribulation plane and capable of making subdivine arms. There were not many such existences in the entire divine prefecture. The kind of existences that could produce subdivine arms certainly did not need to go through the pre-qualifying competitions. They were the topmost master armorers in the divine prefecture. Finally, they are coming. Many people were somewhat expectant. The 10th round of the competition would be held in the city lord's office, and it was also the final showdown. All the most powerful masters armorers in different realms were gathering together and forging at the same time. Moreover, if they could emerge victoriously this time, gaining entrance into the city lord's office aside, there would also be many rewards. Even if they did not choose to go with the city lord's office, they had the option to enter other top forces and receive support in their future cultivation by these major forces. No matter which realm it was, no one would want to miss a master armorer with superb potential. Therefore, the armor-making this time was even more important for people in the lower realms because it had a bearing on their future. As for the high-level armorers, they had already achieved fame and were respected by everyone, everywhere. No matter where they went, they were the center of attention. Of course, they also needed those giant-level forces to provide them with better resources to help them in their cultivation. Only when their realm of cultivation had been elevated could their ability be upgraded. Whether it was armor-making or alchemy, just with the talent for both was far from enough. The realm of cultivation was the foundation. Without cultivation, Even the endowment of natural talent in armor-making and alchemy was meaningless because there was no way it could be realized. Yi Futian was watching everything happening in the crowd. The city lord of Tianyan and other cultivators from the city lord's office were calm and at ease. They did not exhibit the slightest alarm. However, they must have guessed it already, that there was probably a mysterious hidden force that was participating in the competition this time. The master armorers this time had shattered all of their expectations, with high probabilities that things may go in a direction they could not predict. In other words, they were no longer in control of the direction in which the competition might proceed. Even though they were the host of this competition, they could not change the rules now and bar them from participating in this round of the competition. In that case, Tianyan City would be discredited, and this centennial feast would become the butt of all jokes, to be ridiculed by everyone. Of course, as far as Yi Futian was concerned, he didn't mind for the situation to evolve in this direction. Behind this feast at the armorer competition, there were plans targeting the Ziwei segmentum. But now, with someone here to disrupt everything, he was happy enough to watch it all unveil. He even hoped that the situation would get a little more chaotic. Now, perhaps everyone was speculating who the actual principalities in the dark were. Yi Futian was also guessing. Who had such an incredible connection to mobilize a group of top master armorers to participate in the armorer competition? In the land of the Divine Prefecture, there was only one principality that may have this ability, and that was the City Lord's Office of Tianyan. But the City Lord's Office of Tianyan was the host of the feast. Therefore, the mysterious power in the dark may not be a power from the Divine Prefecture. So, who else could it be? The answer was right in front of them. Dark Court, empty Divine Mountain. Only these two forces could mobilize top masters to come here to participate in the armorer competition. This also meant that the cultivators of the Dark World and the empty Divine Realm had arrived on the land of the Divine Prefecture. Princess Donghuang and the cultivators from the Imperial Palace guessed as much. At this moment, the divine aurora in their eyes retracted inward. Who had come from these two major worlds? In other words, they were all here. Now, would they be so bold as to come directly onto the territory of the Divine Prefecture? That would be truly arrogant. However, without a ruse, one could not arrest and depose any of the powerful master armorers out there. Perhaps there were really some amazing unknown figures among them? This armorer competition seemed to be getting more and more exciting by the minute. All of Tianyan City was extremely looking forward to the 10th round of the competition. Many top figures in the City Lord's office were chatting while they waited. It didn't take long before they saw people coming over in the direction from the south. They were the winners who emerged from the 9th round of the armorer competition. The land to the south was empty before, but gradually it was filled with more people who arrived later, and they were all people from the armorer competition, now reconvened there. When the winner from the 9th round of the armorer competition arrived, the inside and outside of the City Lord's office began to quiet down. The attention of many drifted toward the man in black, who was also the master armorer who defeated Meng Yan. Where exactly did he come from? But the other man's expression was calm as he looked straight ahead, without showing the slightest sign of concern. The others were the same, standing quietly among the crowd. They were just cultivators who came to participate in the armorer competition. "You guys get out there too," the City Lord of Tianyan said, and immediately, 9 figures walked out behind him at the same time. Each of the 9 persons corresponded to a realm, representing the highest level of armorers within the City Lord's office. They came to the opposite side of these people, separated by the 9 raised platforms. This armorer competition was also a point of contact between the master armorers of the City Lord's office and the masters from the outside. At this grand event every 100 years, generally half of the winners were from the City Lord's office. Next, master armorers in the Tribulation Plane, both inside and outside the City Lord's office, may come directly into the City Lord's office by air. The City Lord of Tianyan announced loudly, and his voice could be heard throughout Tianyan City. He gave the greatest respect to Master's armorers at this level by allowing them to enter the City Lord's office from the sky. Soon after, 3 figures walked out from both sides. All 3 were masters at the level of Tribulation Plane. Such figures were extremely rare, but because it was the largest armoring event in all of Divine Prefecture, they were here as well. Outside, high above the sky, two figures appeared there, then landed on the ground. They came over and bowed slightly to the City Lord of Tianyan, saying, "Greetings to City Lord Wang. The Grandmasters had come from afar, and it has been a long journey." The City Lord of Tianyan continued, "If there is anyone else, please come forward." A while after his voice faded, another person appeared in the sky above the City Lord's office. The temperament of this man was also incredibly transcendent. When he appeared, the cultivators from the City Lord's office inquired about his identity, but no one recognized the man. They knew the 5 people who appeared, but no one knew this master armorer. There was a degree of seriousness now in the City Lord of Tianyan's eyes as he looked at the man, only to see him landed and saluted in the direction of the City Lord of Tianyan. Armorer Mu Yen greets the City Lord. Mu Yen. No one had heard of this name before. Where does the Grandmaster come from? The City Lord of Tianyan asked. I came to participate in the armorer competition. It doesn't matter where I'm from, Mu Yen responded. The City Lord of Tianyan looked at him, but it was impossible to question him further. He turned to look at a young man in the back and said, "You too, go out." Yes. The man nodded, then stepped forward. At this moment, in Tianyan City, countless people's eyes looked at him through the mirror image in the sky. This, then, was that extremely enchanting figure, long hidden by the City Lord's office. It was not until recently that Tianyan City became aware of his existence. Wang Xiao. His name only became known recently. People who were already familiar with the Tianyan City Lord's manner might have heard of him. However, there were way too many outstanding and bright individuals in Tianyan City, so Wang Xiao's presence wasn't very noteworthy. But some time ago, a piece of news came out of nowhere. Apparently, Wang Xiao was the heir of the Tianyan City and inheritor of Tianyan the Great. He was the #1 prodigy of the City Lord's manor. Without people even noticing, he had already entered the tribulation plane and was able to forge extraordinary subdivine arms. He was far more outstanding than Wang Mian, the previously rumored heir of the Tianyan City. Wang Mian could only possibly be his aide. There was no sign of arrogance in Wang Zhao's temperament. On the contrary, he appeared very amiable. He seemed to be just over 30 and wore a golden robe. He exuded an aura of wisdom and elegance, which made people feel that he was the heir of Tianyan City. Wang Xiao, the most outstanding armorer of the younger generation of Tianyan City and the most outstanding cultivator. He perfectly received the inheritance of Tianyan the Great. When I retire, he will be the next lord of Tianyan City. I hope everyone here will help him out a bit, Tianyan City Lord announced. Not only did his voice land in the ears of the people inside the City Lord's manor, but it also echoed through the entire Tianyan City. The Tianyan City Lord had formally announced Wang Zhao's status to the world and unveiled his existence. Moreover, he had directly appointed him the head of Tianyan City and claimed that he had perfectly received the inheritance of Tianyan the Great. Clearly, Tianyan City intentionally chose this day to reveal this news to the world on this grand occasion to create momentum for Wang Xiao. With that, everyone throughout the land of the Divine Prefecture learned Wang Zhao's name. This was also a sign of his complete faith in Wang Xiao. He had formally appointed him the city heir before the 10th and final round of the armor competition. This meant that the lord of the Tianyan City thought that he would surely forge the most powerful weapon or ritual implement in the competition. There would be no accidents regardless of who his opponents were. All of the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture looked firmly at Wang Xiao. They understood that this person would become extremely important in the Divine Prefecture. He was already a tribulation phase cultivator now. If it weren't for the deliberate concealment before this, he would have long made a name for himself. Being able to reach such a level of cultivation at such a young age and cultivate subdivine arms, the old city lord has really hidden him well, a cultivator said with a smile. Wang Xiao focused all of his attention on being an armorer, and he spent most of his time inside the city lord's office, rarely contacting outsiders. That's why he was unknown until now. But today everyone would know him, Wang Zhao's gifts in armoring are far greater than mine back then, and he will surely surpass me in the future. The Tianyan city lord said with a smile. If so, we're all getting quite excited. That person smiled as he replied. This 10th round of ultimate armoring would surely be magnificent. Go, the Tianyan city lord said. Immediately, Wang Xiao also walked forward. The old city lord looked at them and said, all 9th-level cultivators will take the tall platforms. Tribulation plane cultivators will execute the armoring in the air. There were a total of 7 tribulation phase cultivators, and they would be executing the armoring in the air, while the other 9th-level cultivators each occupied 1 platform. As his voice sounded, various cultivators immediately walked to the platforms corresponding to their cultivation level. At the same time, the 7 tribulation phase cultivators levitated in the air and stood at 7 different positions. One would have to raise his head to see them, but that made the competition even grander. Armoring in mid-air, only the tribulation plane cultivators received such treatment. On the 9 tall platforms, there were 10 cultivators. In the air, there were 7 people. That made a total of 97 people. Announce the prize for the armor competition this time, the Tianyan city lord said. Immediately, an elder stood up from beside him and walked forward. He announced loudly, for this armor competition, regardless of cultivation level, if a contender can clinch top 3, he can choose to enter the city lord's office and receive powerful resources. Even if he is unwilling to do so, he can still go to the city lord's office to choose a batch of materials for armoring. Furthermore, they will also receive a powerful armoring method. Lastly, the ritual implements forged by the top armorer of each cultivation level will be bought by the Tianyan city lord's office at 3 times the usual price. In other words, whichever grade ritual implement you forge, you can exchange it for 3 ritual implements of the same level. On top of that, we will be giving out a divine weapon that is 1 grade higher. Everyone started to feel a little excited. This was certainly a grand prize, to say the least. The higher the cultivation level of the armorer, the greater his rewards when he obtained first place. For example, if a 9th-level Renhuang Plan cultivator got first place, he would receive 3 Picrenhuang level ritual implements and a 1 tribulation subdivine arm. While a tribulation level cultivator would already forge a subdivine weapon, that meant that he would receive 3 1 tribulation subdivine arms and 1 2 tribulation subdivine arms. And that's just the weaponry rewards, and there were still the armoring resources and methods. These were all extremely precious to armorers. Furthermore, they could also choose to enter the Tianyan city lord's office. Even if they didn't do that, they could enter any other top powers as they wished. As long as one could demonstrate his worth in this round of the armor competition, their future paths would be bright and smooth. But that wasn't easy, especially if they were aiming for first place. It would be even more difficult. There is no time limit for armoring this time. Everyone will have 2 chances for failure. If you fail 2 times consecutively, you're out, the elder continued. No time limit and giving the competitors freedom to forge what they want. Even if they failed, they got a second chance. Such lax rules allowed them to unleash their full potential and competencies in armory. Of course, these rules are mainly set for the tribulation plane cultivators. Individuals who had overcome the divine tribulation of the Great Path could require a very long time to forge subdivine arms. It might not even be just 1 or 2 days, which was why this round of armory had no time limit. Seal the armory zone. Let's begin, the elder said. Instantly, magnificent lights shone and isolated the armory zone from outside of the city lord's office. This was to prevent disturbances from the outside when the competitors were forging their weapons. This would ensure the best armoring conditions, as well as intentional jeopardy to those with malicious intent, although the chances of that happening were very slim. When the ceiling ring of light lit up and gleamed, all of the cultivators up at the 9 tall platforms and the 7 positions in the air started to move their hands instantly in preparation. At this moment, the entire Tianyan city became very quiet. Countless people raised their heads to look toward the sky mirror screen in the void. There, the armoring in the city lord's office was being projected. The best armorers have gathered together for this final showdown. The armorers that attracted the most attention were, of course, the 7 cultivators forging their arms in the air, especially Wang Xiao, who had been the focus of the entire city since he was announced as the future heir of Tianyan City. Just how strong was this armorer who was capable of forging a subdivine arm? Some people were also paying attention to the 9th-level Master Armorer who had defeated Master Meng Yan. Could he clinch first place among the 9th-level Renhuangs, defeat the extraordinary genius armorer from the City Lord's office, and obtain the subdivine arm as his prize? Everyone held their breaths in suspense and anticipation over this grand showdown. Inside Tianyan City, where all was quiet, countless people looked up toward the sky. There, various powerful cultivators had already formed their armory zones and started to strike the armoring materials. Inside the City Lord's office was a notable armoring palace, where the Pathfire resided. If there were ready-made materials like the molded rough shapes of arms, they could be used to complete the armoring. However, a qualified armorer must be able to complete armoring on his own. And to do so, he must forge the armory zone and have a Pathfire. These were the foundations, which was why armoring could not be separated from cultivation. Cultivation level was the foundation of everything else. If the armorer's level wasn't high enough and his Pathfire wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't even be able to smelt the higher-tier armoring materials, let alone execute the armoring. Wang Xiao of the City Lord's office. He'd been sharpening his sword for 100 years, and this sword has to be extremely sharp, right? Many people in Tianyan City thought. It had been 100 years since the previous armorer competition. Wang Xiao was probably old enough to remember things back then and could have witnessed the previous armorer competition. 100 years later, he appeared in the eyes of the world directly as the heir of Tianyan City and the inheritor of Tianyan the Great. One could imagine that he would demonstrate incredible strength and capabilities in the competition this time. Look, a bizarre phenomenon is happening inside all of the armory zones. Someone looked in Wang Xiao's direction. His armory zone looked like an armoring palace, where the Pathfire burned, and there was an enormous armoring furnace. Phantasms appeared behind him. These were fire phantasms that looked like his battle form. The actions of the phantasm fused into one with him and started to strike at the armoring material inside the flames. Within that space, a bizarre phenomenon arose, as though there was a divine palace of fire standing atop the celestial skies. That is the bizarre phenomenon that will only occur when a Tianyan City Wang clan individual reaches the top in terms of armoring abilities. I didn't think that Wang Xiao would already be able to do it, someone exclaimed. Everyone was waiting in anticipation to see what kind of divine weapon Wang Xiao would be able to forge. The city lord claimed that Wang Xiao had perfectly received the inheritance of Tianyan the Great. Legend had it that when Tianyan the Great executed armoring in the ancient era, a divine armoring palace would appear in the skies. And when the god himself tempered the divine arm, the people of an entire land could hear and see it until the divine arm emerged. Someone mumbled softly as waves of astonishment swept through them. Wang Xiao had the potential to stand atop the world. He had already shown potential akin to that of the ancient great emperor. No wonder the Tianyan City Lord created momentum for him like that, directly announcing that he would be taking over his position in the future. That was absolute faith in Wang Xiao's ability. Mu Yan is really strong as well. Someone looked in another direction. In the 7 armoring areas in the air, there were 7 tribulation plane cultivators, respectively. They pretty much attracted the attention of the vast majority of the people in Tianyan City. Mu Yan's armory zone was similarly extraordinary. It looked like an armoring altar, giving people an uncanny feeling. But at that same time, it felt really powerful. At one glance, his armoring technique looked extremely frightening. Besides him, the other 5 tribulation plane cultivators all had a remarkable performance. There were the top armoring masters from various areas of the divine prefecture. All of them could forge subdivine arms. They were all household names in their regions. The reason why they even entered this competition was because of the armorer competition of Tianyan City was the most influential armoring fest in the entire land of the divine prefecture. On top of this, they had the opportunity to obtain a 2 tribulation subdivine arm. Most of the cultivators inside City Lord's office also raised their heads to look toward the 7 armory zones in the ski. Xiao had her gaze fixed on Wang Xiao. There was a very serious expression in her eyes, and she could sense that Wang Xiao was really powerful. None of the descendants of the ancient god clans were mediocre, not to mention how the lord of the Tianyan city was being so solemn and serious. Furthermore, one particular statement of the lord of the Tianyan city made her a little worried. He said that Wang Xiao had perfectly received the inheritance of Tianyan the Great. That would mean that he was above the lord of Tianyan city. Xiao was also an heir of an ancient god clan, so naturally, she knew a bit more about ancient god clans. If Wang Xiao was already able to, hopefully, things haven't reached that stage yet, Xiao thought to herself. But based on the Tianyan city lord's attitude and how he had introduced Wang Xiao at this juncture, as well as invited various powers to the divine prefecture and even the princess here, Xiao had a bad feeling. The possibility of that happening wasn't small. If that were the case, Ziwei Segmentum would be in a bit of danger. It seemed that Wang Xiao had already locked in first place for the armor competition this time. One of the divine prefecture cultivators said. The bizarre phenomenon appearing in his armory zone indicates that Wang Xiao's armoring had already reached an incredibly high level. I'm afraid it won't be easy for the outsiders to get those 4 subdivine arms. The greatest armorer would, of course, emerge from the tribulation plane cultivators. The first place would bring away 4 subdivine arms. But based on the look of the situation now, Wang Xiao would be doing it himself. It feels like I'm looking at the performance of the ancient armorer Great Emperor. A cultivator from an organization affiliated to the city lord's office said. There was a bit of fawning in that comment, but it worked on the city lord's office cultivators. The lord of the Tianyan city said, hopefully he'll be able to reach that step. Quite a few powers from the divine prefecture came this time. I know full well that you all have some objectives. After the competition has concluded, everyone can talk about it. Perhaps, Wang Xiao would be able to solve the problem for you. The cultivators were all startled for a moment. Wang Xiao. He could do it. Xiao's heart quivered. Did she, unfortunately, guess it right? Based on the hints shown inside Tianyan City, it was probably pretty close to the truth. Her guess was probably correct. In that case, she was starting to get a little worried for Yifutian. She didn't think that the Tianyan city lord also had such intentions in introducing Wang Xiao this time. In such turbulent times, Tianyan city was planning to let Wang Xiao stabilize the current situation through shock and awe, to become the star of this chaotic period. No wonder there were rumors out there saying that Tianyan city was even eyeing the Donghuang Imperial Palace, since the princess didn't have a path companion for cultivation yet. If Wang Xiao was this outstanding, he indeed qualified to contend for the position. Of course, he had only just qualified for it. If Donghuang the Great wanted to pick a son-in-law throughout the entire land of the divine prefecture, who could be compatible? No wonder the city lord was so confident, someone said with a smile. If that's the case, then we shall watch on in anticipation. Previously, Master Meng Yan was defeated by a mysterious armorer in black robes, while mysterious yet powerful armorers appeared for 3 consecutive rounds since the 7th round. However, the lord of the Tianyan city was a little surprised. It seemed like the situation was getting out of hand. But contrary to expectations, he had absolute confidence because of Wang Xiao's existence. As long as Wang Xiao was the brightest armorer of this competition, everyone else wasn't that important. Even if they lost in the 9th level Renhuang division, they could make up for it. Wang Xiao's brilliance would cover everything else and make people overlook the failure of others. Naturally, Yifutian also heard what the lord of the Tianyan city said. This statement seemed to be hinting at the trouble that he had brought to the powers of the divine prefecture. As he had expected, he and Xiao had guessed correctly, Tianyan city was still going to intervene in the end. He looked toward where Wang Xiao was. Could he solve it? As time passed, some of the divine arms were forged. The first to complete was an armorer from the lower-ranking Renhuang division. Then, cultivators started to complete forging their divine arms one after another. Of course, some of them failed. Every armorer was given 2 chances this time, with no time limit. If they failed, they could try again. All of them wanted to forge a perfect ritual implement to win the armorer competition. The forging duration this time was longer for every single armorer. The first to finish was the first-level Renhuangs. The staff from the city lord's office showed the divine arm to everyone, and unleashed the power of the divine arm. Afterward, they announced the results. The winner was an armorer from the city lord's office. The first victory was claimed by the city lord's office. While the results of the first showdown were being revealed, the 7 great armorers in the air had just completed the smelting of the armoring materials, which was indicative of the difference in their levels. Indubitably, the 7 most powerful armorers in the air would be the slowest. There was no telling how long they would take to complete the forging. But the audience cultivators weren't in a hurry. This was already the final round, and the armorer competition was only held once every 100 years. It was such a grand fest that the people of Tianyan City were even unwilling for it to end so quickly. Every step taken by the top master armorers was like art to the audience, especially those interested in armoring. It was greatly attractive to them. There was no more day or night in the city. Everyone's attention was fixed on armoring. They forgot the time. One after another, the cultivators completed forging their weapons. All 8 arenas concluded the competition and the winner had emerged, of which about half of the first-place winners were armorers from the city lord's office. But there was also a strange phenomenon. The first place of the 7th, 8th, and 9th level Renhuang divisions wasn't won by the armorer from the city lord's office. Instead, it was won by the mysterious cultivators from before. Furthermore, the 9th level Renhuang division was also hazardous. The armorer who defeated Meng Yan was also threatening the position of the armorer from the city lord's office. Where did these people come from? Why are they so strong? But even then, through the ultimate showdown this time, one could see the dominating advantage that the city lord's office has over the world of armory. If the mysterious cultivator didn't appear, they could probably clinch even more number ones. The number 1 holy land of armory in the divine prefecture. They had the best armoring methods and the best armoring resources, so naturally, the armorers that they groomed were also the best. At the 9th level Renhuang division, the armorer in black robes was still forging his weapon. This time, he was also more serious. Compared to the clash with Meng Yang, he was even more serious. He had spent nearly 3 times the time, yet he still wasn't done. Finally, the ritual implementation emerged. It was once again a precious cauldron. This seemed to be the thing he was best at forging. The quality of it this time was even better than before. He's suppressing his opponent. When the audience saw this ritual implement emerge, they knew that he was going to win. The 9th level Renhuang from the city lord's office was named Wang Yu. He had also reached a high level of mastery in armory. But this time he was going to lose. After all, previously, Meng Yan was already said to have the ability to win champion among the Renhuang clan armorers. Black Robe Armorer had defeated him to reach here, so it wouldn't be a surprise if he won. As expected, the Black Robe Armorer defeated Wang Yu and clinched a significant victory. This was the first place of the 9th level Renhuang division, and he would be receiving 3 Peak Renhuang divine arms, as well as a 1 Tribulation subdivine arm. Unexpectedly, the City Lord's office lost in all of the key competitions in the 7th, 8th, and 9th level upper rank Renhuang divisions and couldn't defend the championship title. This made cultivators from the City Lord's office lose quite a bit of face. But all they could do was swallow this defeat. This was the armorer competition. In front of the people of the Divine Prefecture, both victory and defeat were clear-cut without contention. What could they do? Not only that, they had to announce the results joyfully, and then give out the precious prizes. Now, all that was left was the most important showdown between the 7 powerful Tribulation Plane armorers. Even those who had already completed forging their weapons raised their heads to look toward the 7 armory zones in the air, appreciating the sight of this ultimate armoring showdown. These 7 Tribulation Plane armorers had only just completed half of the steps in forging their weapons. Yet all of the 7 armory zones had already turned into dominions of fire. Even their forging processes were pleasing to the eye of the audience. Tianyan City was quiet. The final battle of forging armor had been going on in the City Lord office for many days. At this moment, a terrifying aura descended from the sky. Clouds of catastrophe actually appeared. It was an arms tribulation. The cultivators in Tianyan City felt their hearts tremble violently. Even though they had long expected this moment, they were still excited to personally witness the arm's tribulation. One of the 7 tribulation-level cultivators had successfully forged a subdivine arm. The final product was a thunderblade. It caused the clouds of catastrophe to contain terrifying lightning. As loud thunder rang, the light of catastrophe struck down and blasted frenziedly on the thunderblade. The armorer stood quietly as he watched his thunderblade get struck by lightning. After the tribulation was over, the might of the catastrophe lingered on the thunderblade. It gave off a bone-chilling vibe. "He did it!" exclaimed the cultivators in Tianyan City. A subdivine arm had been successfully forged after undergoing the tribulation. However, there was no joy on the face of the armorer. He wielded the thunder blade, and an overbearing might emanated from his weapon, but he still shook his head as he glanced in another direction. Clearly, he was still unsatisfied with his product. Divine arms at the same level were categorized differently based on their qualities. Otherwise, there was no way to tell who was better at forging. Even though he had succeeded in forging a powerful subdivine arm, he still felt that he had not surpassed himself. He was not strong enough. It was definitely impossible for him to claim the first prize. He might not even be one of the top 3 armorers. There were only 7 tribulation-level cultivators. There was almost a 50% chance of being ranked in the top 3. Not getting into the top 3 meant failure for them. Half a day passed. Clouds of catastrophe once again gathered in the sky. Another armorer had forged a divine arm. Over the next few days, more and more subdivine arms were forged. The arm's tribulation appeared in Tianyan City 5 times consecutively. Their appearances caused the crowd to forget about the passing of time. They were in awe of the abilities of the top armorers. The divine arms that they forged experienced the arm's tribulation without fail. Only 2 armorers were left contending. The crowd looked at the sky. In the armory zone, only 2 spots were left occupied. One of them was Mu Yan, the mysterious cultivator, while the other cultivator was Wang Xiao, the cultivator of the City Lord office. The 2 of them were recognized as the strongest participants, yet their efficiency in forging was the lowest. They spent the longest time. Prior to this, 2 armorers failed once. They had to forge 2 times before they succeeded in getting their weapons. Nevertheless, the time they used was still shorter than that of Mu Yan and Wang Xiao. One could imagine how long Mu Yan and Wang Xiao had taken in forging their weapons. However, they should be nearing the end soon. The crowd could already see the rough shape of Mu Yan's divine arm. He was forging a spear. The spear shone brilliantly, radiating golden light. Besides that, this spear was longer and thicker than ordinary spears. It looked like a divine spear that would be used by a deity. The product had yet to be completed, but the crowd could already sense the power contained within it. Spears were not a type of weapon renowned for their strength. However, the crowd could feel the powerful impact exerted by this spear. From the looks of it, it might be even stronger in other aspects. When completed, it would certainly be a powerful ritual implement with astonishing attack power. The divine arm that Wang Xiao was forging was a hammer. Similarly, it shone brilliantly with golden light. However, it also sparkled with flame. It was eye-catching. In the City Lord office, a cultivator from the Divine Prefecture commented, "This hammer that Wang Xiao is forging uses 10 times the materials required to forge an ordinary hammer, but its size is the same as that of other hammers. After he refined it, he beat it repeatedly until it reached the size of an ordinary hammer. Moreover, the raw materials he used are extraordinary to begin with. All of them are quite weighty. I can't imagine how heavy this hammer will be after it is completed." Up until this point, the crowd could already figure out what the 2 armorers were trying to accomplish. This Mu Yan is also extraordinary. He also used a few times more materials than ordinary to forge his spear. The spear is longer, seemingly suitable for a giant to use. It is full of power. Could it be that both of them intend to win the competition with strength? Someone else said. The crowd continued to enjoy the process of the 2 of them forging their weapons. They would know who was stronger sooner or later. Right now, they just needed to wait quietly. Both divine arms were not rare weapons. Hammers and spears were both rather ordinary weapons among divine arms. Clearly, both of them intended to win the competition through other aspects. And it could only be through the might of the weapon. Sometimes it was not necessarily a good thing to go after complicated designs. It was equally impressive for experts to go back to the basics and aim for perfection in simple designs. Time continued to trickle past. Tianyan City became even quieter. Everyone could sense that the final 2 divine arms would soon be completed. All of them held their breaths as they stared at the sky. Finally, an unparalleled divine light shone down, blinding everyone present. The golden spear soared into the sky. The color of the sky changed as terrifying clouds of catastrophe churned and roared. The might it brought forth was far stronger than that of all the previous tribulations. After the clouds of catastrophe dissipated, the spear radiated with dazzling divine light. The other 5 armorers knew that they had been defeated. The might emanated by the spear was obviously far stronger than that of their divine arms. They could clearly sense the difference. It meant that there was a huge difference between the quality of the spear and that of their divine arms. "This Mu Yen is good," someone said. He merged strength, space, killing intent, and ways of different attributes into the spear. "This spear is bestowed with extremely strong destructive power," someone analyzed. The space around the spear seemed to be on the verge of being torn apart. This spear had yet to be used by anyone. It could make others feel threatened with its divine light halo alone. Even the tribulation-level cultivators felt threatened by it. "Is he a cultivator from the empty divine realm?" Some top figures from the divine prefecture speculated. Was Mu Yen an armorer from the empty divine realm? Nobody from the divine prefecture had ever heard of his name. Armorers differed from cultivators who focused purely on cultivation. It was hard for the former to be completely detached from the world. Hence, the possibility of Mu Yen being a cultivator who trained in seclusion was very low. It was more likely that he was from other worlds. He intended to dominate Tianyan City and acquire the divine arms through his performance in this armorer fest. However, would he be able to accomplish his goal? What kind of hammer did Wang Xiao have to make to defeat Mu Yen? Countless gazes landed on Wang Xiao. He was the only one remaining in this final battle of forging. Besides that, Wang Xiao's product was close to completion. Right at this moment, the hammer floated in the armory zone. Wang Xiao had a serious expression as his entire body was covered in flame. A beam of light actually appeared from his glabella. Then he pointed a finger at the hammer. An illusory figure of a deity immediately took shape behind him. The illusory figure actually charged towards the hammer and merged with it. Instantly, a 10,000 zhang divine halo radiated from the hammer. Frightening might swept past the surroundings as thunderous sounds rang. The armory zone shook and disintegrated under the divine light. In the sky, the menacing light of catastrophe descended as the arms tribulation started. Everyone in Tianyan City felt their hearts quiver violently. Even top figures from the divine prefecture revealed surprised expressions as they looked at the figure in the sky. He was bestowing a spirit into the weapon. The audience could see that a beam of divine light surged continually into the hammer from Wang Xiao. Many phantasms of deities appeared in the surroundings and seeped into the hammer. When the light of catastrophe struck the hammer, it glowed even brighter and was not at all affected by the light. Wang Xiao can actually directly bestow a spirit into a ritual implement. From the looks of it, there's no suspense in the result of this competition. A top cultivator from the divine prefecture said. Many people nodded in agreement. Wang Xiao was certain to claim the title of this armor competition. Other top armorers also revealed bizarre expressions. Wang Xiao could directly bestow a spirit into a weapon. They couldn't help but admit defeat. Mu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this scene. His gaze was fixed on what was happening. Even though his facial expression did not change, his emotions were perturbed. He took a glance at his divine arm. He felt that he was not any weaker than Wang Xiao, but he had a feeling he might lose. Finally, the arm's tribulation was over, and the divine arm was successfully completed. The hammer floated high in the sky, emitting a dazzling halo. It seemed sentient as it unleashed pressure to suppress other divine arms. It seemed to be provoking other weapons. The golden spear responded to the hammer. Both weapons emanated terrifying divine lights. However, the hammer appeared smarter. It suppressed its opponent directly. The golden spear emanated menacing destructive light, causing the surrounding space to warp. Unfortunately, when faced with the hammer, the warped great path of space was shattered. This caused the spear to retreat. This scene made it clear to everyone that the competition for number 1 was over. The winner of the armor competition this time around had emerged. The winner was Wang Xiao from the City Lord office. All the cultivators of Tianyan City revealed big smiles as they heaved a sigh of relief. Before this, during the competition among the high-level Renhuangs, they were completely suppressed by the outsiders. Therefore, they were determined to win this round. Otherwise, they would lose all face. "Let's announce the result," declared the Lord of Tianyan City. Immediately, cultivators from the City Lord office emerged with the divine arms made. There was no need for a demonstration of the divine arms. All the cultivators could sense the difference in the strength of the divine arms. The names of the winners were announced one by one. It started with level 1 Renhuangs up until the tribulation level cultivators. The final winner of the armorer competition this time around is Wang Xiao. When this announcement was made, everyone in the entire Tianyan city could hear it. The city burst into cheers. The handsome figure of Wang Xiao stood quietly in the sky. He remained indifferent as he was showered by applause. It was as though he didn't care about this outcome at all. Or perhaps, in his opinion, him becoming the final winner was a certainty. Hence, nothing was surprising about the result. Wang Xiao was undoubtedly the best armorer. He had forged the strongest divine arm in this armorer competition. At this moment, Wang Xiao became the center of attention of everyone in Tianyan City. Many people adored him. He had won over the hearts of countless people in a day. In the future, Wang Xiao's name would become even more renowned in the divine prefecture. Congratulations, City Lord, congratulations. The City Lord office has produced such an outstanding figure. Congratulations and praises could be heard everywhere. They were all from top figures of the divine prefecture. The Lord of Tianyan City laughed heartily, which was hard to come by. He announced, "As I have mentioned before, everyone who is ranked in the armor competition will receive a reward. After this, someone will guide all the winners to choose their prizes in the City Lord office." City Lord, many thanks. Many people thanked him while bowing slightly. Thank you too for gracing the competition. The armorer competition was lively because of your presence, said the Lord of Tianyan City. During this armorer competition, the City Lord office also prepared a divine arm for the princess. Wang Xiao was the head armorer. Many people revealed strange expressions when they heard his words. Wang Xiao was in charge of manufacturing a divine arm for Princess Donghuang. Even though Wang Xiao's ability was verified through the competition, shouldn't the City Lord be in charge of manufacturing a weapon for the princess, since it was a project of the City Lord office? If the City Lord and Wang Xiao collaborated in forging the divine arm, had the former purposely mentioned Wang Xiao and willingly assumed the supporting role? However, what the Lord of Tianyan City said next dispelled the doubts of the crowd. His words also caused everyone to be shocked. He said, "Wang Xiao has perfectly inherited the teachings of Tianyan the Great. Currently, he is the only one in the City Lord office who can communicate with the imperial arms. He can bestow imperial spirits into the divine arms. Wang Xiao inherited the teachings of Tianyan the Great. Besides that, he could communicate with imperial arms and bestow imperial spirits into divine arms." The City Lord's words caused even the cultivators from the divine prefecture to feel their hearts tremble. Even though the giant-level figures had speculated about this, they were still slightly shocked when they heard the verification from the City Lord. Their gazes were all fixed on Wang Xiao. He was the only one who could communicate with imperial arms in Tianyan City. Even the Lord of Tianyan City did not have this ability. This meant that Wang Xiao had received recognition from Tianyan the Great himself. From today on, Wang Xiao officially joined the stage of the divine prefecture. With his ability to summon imperial arms, he would become the next leading figure in the divine prefecture. Even now, he was considered unrivaled. Once he summoned imperial arms, nobody beneath the great emperor level stood a chance against him. The crowd had a better understanding of his exceptional performance during the armor competition. Countless people in Tianyan City cheered excitedly. Prior to this, many people snorted decisively when they heard the rumor of Wang Xiao intending to become the son-in-law of Donghuang the Great. They felt that it was unrealistic. However, right now, they had a vague feeling that the rumor might not be completely unfounded. Wang Xiao was actually really outstanding. He was the top figure in the divine prefecture who could communicate with imperial arms. Everyone, please follow me to pick your rewards. The Lord of Tianyan City ordered someone to lead the winners to claim their prizes. The various cultivators would be led into the city lord office to pick their prizes. The city lord didn't say anything even though some cultivators had mysterious backgrounds among the winners. Regardless of where they came from, as long as the cultivators joined the armor competition and were ranked, the city lord office had to recognize and reward their talents. Many thanks, city lord, the winners said while nodding. Then they followed the guide and went into the office. Wang Xiao didn't follow them. He was the successor of the city lord office. In the future, he would own the entire office. There was no point in him picking any of his divine arms as a reward. After the cultivators left, someone from the divine prefecture looked at Wang Xiao and the lord of Tianyan City and said, "Not long ago, a few major incidents took place in the divine prefecture. Firstly, Yi Futian committed a massacre in the West Sea domain. He killed many cultivators in Yingzhou City. Then, he eradicated a holy land of cultivation. He has been breeding enmity with various forces in the divine prefecture since long ago. If we wait and allow his forces to grow bigger, he might pose a threat to the various forces of the divine prefecture. Now that the various cultivators of the divine prefecture have gathered here for the Tianyan City Armorer Fest, shouldn't we discuss how to deal with this threat to the divine prefecture?" It had finally begun, thought Yi Futian, who was among the crowd. As expected, they had come because of him. As the armorer competition came to a close, they were about to cause trouble for him. "That's right. We should use this opportunity to discuss how to conquer the Z-Way segmentum together," said Chief Shihai, who was also present. Yi Futian's identity is special, and he is full of schemes. In the future, he might attempt to overthrow the divine prefecture. The great emperor was merciful and did not want to attack a junior for old time's sake. He allowed Yi Futian to develop and forbid the imperial palace from interfering as well. However, we cannot allow Yi Futian to develop any longer. The domain chief's manor of both the Donghua domain and the West Sea domain were massacred by Yi Futian. A holy land of cultivation was also destroyed. Yi Futian cannot be left alive. The forces of the divine prefecture have gathered here in Tianyan City. Today, with this opportunity, City Lord, please rally the forces of the divine prefecture to destroy the Z-Way segmentum, said Ning Yuan, the Donghua domain chief. His tone sounded somewhat humble. However, before the Lord of Tianyan City, a domain chief like him did not amount to anything. As long as Yi Futian remained alive, it was as though a sword was hanging over Ning Yuan's head. He naturally could not be at ease. He worried that Yi Futian would destroy the Donghua domain chief's manor in the future. His son, Ning Hua, was also killed by Yi Futian. How could he forget this grudge? However, right now, even Chief Shihai was no match for Yi Futian. It was even less likely for Ning Yuan to be able to defeat him. Feeling hopeless, Ning Yuan could only shamelessly ask Tianyan City for help. "You speak too highly of us," said the Lord of Tianyan City. "Many of you here are top figures from the divine prefecture. Tianyan City is not qualified to lead everyone." He continued, "However, I have also heard of what happened in the divine prefecture. The forces from the Z-Way segmentum hunger for the blood of the cultivators in the divine prefecture. They have lost their humanity, and their acts are considered despicable by all." A cultivator from Sun God Mountain said, "Exactly. Yi Futian is only a level 9 Renhuang, yet he has cultivated celerity and can go anywhere without leaving a trace. It is difficult to capture him. The Ziwei segmentum is protected by the remnant will of Great Emperor Ziwei. When Yi Futian utilizes this power, it's difficult for us to do anything to him. Therefore, we need cultivators from Tianyan City to summon the Imperial Arms to kill this treacherous person. Wang Xiao has shown great talent during this armor competition. Since he can communicate with the Imperial Arms, we plead that the young city lord will kill this person on behalf of everyone in the Divine Prefecture. Young city lord, please accept our plea. Ning Yuan seconded. Many other people looked at Wang Xiao. Young city lord, you're a genius who can wield imperial arms. You should shoulder this important responsibility, another top figure added. Just now, the lord of Tianyan City had mentioned that Wang Xiao could perhaps solve the problems faced by the Divine Prefecture. His words practically implied that Wang Xiao would accept their request. Right now, the top figures were merely complying with the city lord's wish. Since the city lord wanted to make Wang Xiao's name renowned far and wide, the top figures didn't mind showering Wang Xiao with plenty of praises and hyping up the situation before he finally agreed to their request. When the city lord saw this scene, he had a faint smile on his face. Everything was progressing as he expected. Wang Xiao had gained his fame overnight. Next, he would become the leader of the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture. He would pave his way to success with Yi Futian's death and the conquest of the Ziwei segmentum. Finally, he would become the #1 cultivator among the next generation and rule over the Divine Prefecture. The city lord looked towards Wang Xiao, seemingly awaiting his response. At this moment, a cultivator from the city lord office came forth with a box in his hands. Inside the box was a glamorous robe, flaming red in color. The robe appeared to be sewn from phoenix feathers. It glowed with golden divine light and was dazzling to behold. The cultivator walked up to Wang Xiao. The latter took the box, turned around, and walked towards where Princess Donghuang was. Holding the box with both his hands, he offered it up to Donghuang Dian and said, "Princess, this is the gift that the city lord office has prepared for you. May you kindly accept it." "Thank you." Donghuang Dian didn't reject it. Instead, she accepted it right away. She didn't check it either. As the only daughter of Donghuang the Great, she did not lack in any divine arms. Wang Xiao asked, "Princess, Yi Futian, and the members of the Ziwei segmentum are causing trouble in the Divine Prefecture. Donghuang the Great is merciful, and the Imperial Palace doesn't plan to get involved in this. Can the Tianyan City Lord Office be in charge of hunting him down? I have said it before. All the forces in the Divine Prefecture are to settle your grudges with Yi Futian on your own. The Imperial Palace will not be involved." Donghuang Dian responded. "Understood." Wang Xiao nodded. He then turned around and walked towards the crowd. Everyone had their eyes on him. Wang Xiao's expression was calm. He scanned across the cultivators present and said, "I thank everyone who came to observe the fest in Tianyan City. Since everyone hopes to collaborate with the Tianyan City Lord Office in attacking Ziwei, I will oblige to your request. I'm willing to join forces with everyone present to attack the Ziwei segmentum." His voice reverberated across the sky above the City Lord Office. All the cultivators in Tianyan City could hear him. On this day, Wang Xiao pledged to rally the various cultivators of the Divine Prefecture and conquer the Ziwei segmentum. This was originally a job for the Lord of Tianyan City. However, Wang Xiao had taken over this great responsibility and now stood on the stage of the Divine Prefecture. It was his time to shine in glory. For the past few decades, the most eye-catching junior in the Divine Prefecture was undisputedly Yi Futian from the original realm. He was renowned all over and was peerless in the Divine Prefecture. He had many glorious deeds. However, today Wang Xiao of Tianyan City was made known worldwide and became famous overnight in the Armorer Fest. Next, he would make his name be known all across the Divine Prefecture through this glorious conquest. By stepping over the corpse of the previous most eye-catching monstrous figure, he would become the most outstanding figure in the Divine Prefecture. Could Wang Xiao pull it off? Yi Futian was among the crowd in the City Lord Office. Beneath his mask, his gaze was fixed on Wang Xiao. Right now, Wang Xiao appeared heroic and peerless. Wang Xiao wanted to lead the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture to conquer the Ziwei segmentum and kill him. Wang Xiao could communicate with imperial arms. As expected, it was the worst possible outcome. At that moment, the armorers who had headed into the city lord office returned. Wang Xiao glanced over the crowd and looked towards Mu Yan and the other armorers. He said, "Masters, your talents in forging are extraordinary. May I ask where you all are from?" "Does it matter?" Mu Yan asked. His tone was cold and indifferent. "It does not," Wang Xiao continued. "It is just that your talents in forging are extraordinary, and I did not know your names before this. Hence, I was curious. Aside from that, all of you seem to come from extraordinary backgrounds. You do not seem like cultivators from the Divine Prefecture." Mu Yan and the others frowned. Wang Xiao smiled and said, "Countless talented figures have gathered in Tianyan City, and we have become the center of everyone's attention. The Armor Fest has come to an end now. Yet I am still in high spirits. Everyone knows that the basis of forging is still cultivation. I want to use this opportunity to ask for a few pointers from you regarding cultivation. What do you think?" Right now, Wang Xiao seemed to have retracted his previous gentle demeanor. He now seemed sharp and overbearing. "Tianyan City feels as though it has lost face over forging techniques. So you now wish to deal with us?" mocked Mu Yan. "Sir, aren't you belittling Tianyan City too much? We are merely asking to spar and will stop before getting serious. It is not just for those present here. All cultivators who are present in Tianyan City may participate," Wang Xiao declared loudly. "Who will act as a guarantor?" asked Mu Yan in a stern voice. "As Lord of Tianyan City, I guarantee that we will not trouble anyone," said the Lord of Tianyan City. "I do not believe you," replied Mu Yan directly. This caused the expression of the Lord of Tianyan City to turn cold and indifferent. Mu Yan actually dared to question him. "I will guarantee it," said Dong Huangdian, who was sitting to the side right then. "Regardless of who you are and where you are from, you may reveal your identities. I will not question it. No deaths will occur during this grand occasion in Tianyan City." "What if I were a member of the Ziwei segmentum?" Mu Yan suddenly asked with a smile. Before this, these people had been planning to destroy the Ziwei segmentum. "Even if you were Yi Futian himself, my word still stands," said Dong Huangdian. "I keep my word. I believe it is the same for you, City Lord." "Of course," said the Lord of Tianyan City as he nodded his head. "Ha ha ha ha!" Loud laughter could be heard. It came from outside the City Lord office. In Tianyan City, a few terrifying auras descended. Mighty pressure came down and enveloped the city. Then, in the sky above the City Lord office, many powerful auras suddenly appeared. There were even quite a few terrifying auras at the second tribulation plane. "It is the members of the Dark Court and the Empty Divine Realm," said Dong Huangdian as she looked outside. From the looks of it, those two major worlds wanted to take part and had come to the Divine Prefecture. In the City Lord office, the various cultivators had stern expressions as they watched the approaching figures. As expected, these two major forces had arrived long ago. They had snuck their way into the City Lord office with the cover of this fest in Tianyan City. The lineup of this crowd was very powerful. The leader was already a prominent figure many years ago. The top cultivators of the Divine Prefecture naturally all recognized him. "It is Dark Saint Hua Yunting," someone said. "There is also Evil Sage Mo Chinga," another noted. When the Taishang domain chief saw these two figures, his expression turned serious. Many giant-level figures from the Divine Prefecture got up and appeared exceptionally stern. It was apparent that these two leaders that had arrived in the Divine Prefecture made even the giant-level figures from the Divine Prefecture feel pressured and shocked. Dark Saint Hua Yunting was from the royalty of the Dark Court. His standing was unparalleled. He was one of the most powerful figures under the ruler of the Dark Court, the existence that stood as the Dark Court's true core. In the war more than 4 centuries ago, countless powerful figures perished in his hands. The giant-level figures from the Divine Prefecture had a deep impression of him. Evil Sage Mo Chinga was the same. Although he was given the title of Evil Sage, he had a graceful bearing and was extremely refined. He appeared like a gentleman. Only his eyes made others fearful of him. His hands were stained with the blood of countless victims, yet his white robes were immaculate. Now, in this chaotic era, the various worlds were no longer peaceful. Figures like these had been in seclusion for centuries. However, they had now come to the divine prefecture. The significance of this did not need to be elaborated upon. In this chaotic era, the major worlds were already making preparations for war. Now, the cultivators of two major worlds had arrived. They must have wanted to see what the current power of the divine prefecture was like. Yifutian looked at the two figures. Had the strongest figures of the dark world and the evil emperor realm arrived in the divine prefecture? These two figures were known as Dark Saint and Evil Sage. Their abilities and standing were unquestionable. "How do you wish to test your cultivation?" asked Dark Saint Xianxia. His gaze swept over the crowd, stopping over Wang Zhao's figure for a brief moment. Right then, Wang Zhao stood there as though he was the sole protagonist. A formless aura emanated from him. From the city lord office, divine light pierced the heavens. A vast divine might pressed down on Tianyan City. Everyone in Tianyan City could feel the heavenly might. "It is the Emperor's might," someone exclaimed. The cultivators of Tianyan City felt their hearts tremble. Wang Zhao was communicating with imperial arms. Even when facing two giant-level figures who stood at the top of two major worlds, Wang Zhao was unshaken. He showed no signs of fear and faced them head-on. The Lord of Tianyan City was used to seeing this scene. At the same time, he felt relieved. Before this, he had always prevented Wang Zhao from showing himself to the world. He was worried that accidents would happen. Now, who in the world dared to touch Wang Zhao? Who could touch him? Wang Zhao could make imperial arms appear with a mere thought. So what if he was against Dark Saint and Evil Sage? If anyone dared to act recklessly, they would die in Tianyan City. His grandson, Wang Zhao, was without equal below the great emperor. He did not fear any cultivator. Moreover, Tianyan City was their territory. Whoever came had to come crawling. Xianxia and Chinga also cast a deep glance in the direction of the city lord office. Both of them had sensed the emperor's might. They never imagined that such a monstrous figure would actually appear in the Wang family of the ancient god clan of Tianyan City. He was a major threat. However, aside from Wang Zhao, nothing else during the fest in Tianyan City set off any alarms. Everything had appeared normal, so they had not thought much about it. "You can't compete with me in forging, so why don't we try martial arts?" asked Wang Zhao as he looked the other party in the eye. His tone was cold, indifferent, and arrogant. "If it were forging, only you could win," Xianxia said casually. "Since you wish to try, my men will naturally oblige. We also wish to see the level of cultivation of the current prominent figures of the divine prefecture." When they heard the conversation between them, all the cultivators in Tianyan City felt their hearts tremble. They never imagined that aside from the armor competition, they would also witness a battle between the top figures of a few major worlds during this fest. This was no longer just a competition between the proud sons of heaven of the divine prefecture. It was a contest between the divine prefecture and two god-level forces of the dark world and the empty divine realm. Buzz. A figure charged up into the clouds and gazed down from high above. The cultivator was none other than Wang Yu from the city lord office, who was at the peak of the Runhuang plain. Golden flame enveloped his body as his divine light shone brilliantly. His aura loomed over the vast space. Wang Yu lowered his head and glanced at the black-robed armorer who defeated him. The latter was the same person who eliminated Master Meng Yan. Wang Yu said, "I shall experience your cultivation myself." The black-robed armorer glanced at him. Then he took to the sky and similarly appeared in the space above the city lord office. This black-robed armorer was a prestigious blacksmith in the dark world. He was assigned to come and join the armor competition this time, and he successfully defeated Meng Yan and Wang Yu. At the same time, in the corner of Tianyan City, Meng Yan was also observing the scene in the sky. He sighed. His failure to advance in the competition did not seem so bad now that he knew that he had lost to a cultivator from the dark world. The other party came prepared. On the other hand, he was overconfident, thinking that he would surely be able to join the city lord office. He was eliminated because of this. How strong were the combat abilities of these armorers? Countless cultivators in Tianyan City wondered. All of them fixed their gazes on the sky excitedly. Wang Yu attacked right away. Moreover, he attacked using the divine arm he forged. It was the same with Meng Yan. They competed with each other in the armor competition. Now, it was fair for them to use the weapons they manufactured themselves in battle. A destructive battle instantly erupted in the sky. Wang Yu's attack was overbearing. He kept charging forward and suppressed his opponent again and again. He seized the absolute advantage in the battle. Even though the black-robed armorer had won in the armor competition, it seemed like his combat ability was weaker than that of Wang Yu. The cultivators of Tianyan City thought to themselves. Wang Yu was also a talented figure in the Wang family of the ancient god clan. He did not forsake his cultivation even though he specialized in forging. On the other hand, the black-robed armorer was invited by the Dark Court to join this event. He had exceptional forging skills. His combat ability was rather strong too, but it paled slightly in comparison to his forging skills. The divine arm that Wang Yu forged was a solar spear. When the spear struck, a flaring sun appeared behind the cultivator. The sunlight was blinding and contained very powerful attack power. In the end, the black-robed armorer was forced to retreat under the relentless attacks of Wang Yu. His facial expression was a little ugly after he lost the match. Wang Yu kept his promise and did not deliver any fatal blows to him. The black-robed armorer was reluctant to admit defeat and seemingly wanted to continue the battle. However, Xianxia ordered, "Stand down." The black-robed armorer turned around. He bowed and complied, saying, "Yes, sir." Then he left directly. The authority of the Dark Saint was perfectly demonstrated through this scene. "You go and try," ordered Xianxia towards a cultivator who stood behind him. Person emerged from the line. He was a youth in black robes. His aura was menacing. Unlike the other person, who was a guest armorer, this youth was a bona fide member from the Dark Court. The battle between cultivators should, of course, involve cultivators. "Wang Yu, stand down too," Wang Xiao ordered. Wang Yu retreated upon hearing the instruction. Wang Xiao turned around and looked at a person. A cultivator came forth. He was Wang Mian from Tianyan City. In the past, Wang Mian was acknowledged as the successor of Tianyan City. His combat ability was undoubtedly top-notch. Before Wang Xiao made a name for himself, Wang Mian was crowned the top monstrous figure of Tianyan City. The two cultivators went up into the high heavens. Wang Mian's will shifted. Immediately, divine walls appeared and sealed off the space, forming a domain of the Great Path. Buzz. The figure of the black-robed cultivator flashed, and a black hole appeared. It was terrifying as it intended to swallow everything around them. A dark spear materialized directly in front of Wang Mian. A divine wall surfaced. This divine wall was carved with countless runes and ancient characters. The black hole tried to engulf the divine wall while the spear stabbed into it. Both attacks could not penetrate through the defense of the divine wall. Everyone in the city lord office was confident about Wang Mian's ability. They would not doubt his strength. Wang Mian had been defeated before, but that was because his opponent was Yi Futian. The lord of Tianyan City stared intently at the battlefield. His expression was indifferent. The cultivators from the two major worlds barged into Tianyan City, but things would not go as they wished. All of them would instead be defeated. Today was destined to be the day when Wang Xiao made his name renowned throughout the entire divine prefecture. From today onwards, everyone would know his name. As expected, this battle also ended without any suspense. Even though the foe was powerful, Wang Mian still managed to defeat him quickly. After the other party retreated, the city lord office fell silent. Even the arrival of the cultivators from the two major worlds could not pose a threat to the Wang family of Tianyan City. Perhaps the cultivators from the two major worlds had come this time to check things out in the current divine prefecture. They had no intention to battle. Hence, their top figures were not in this lineup. After all, the battles took place because Wang Xiao asked for it. There were still others who were eager to challenge the cultivators of Tianyan City. However, they were stopped by Hua Yunting and Mo Qingge. They were in the territory of the Divine Prefecture, after all. Right at this moment, a figure emerged from the crowd in the City Lord office. He strode towards the center. "Master Chongkong," said Wang Tang as he revealed a strange look. As he called out, the silver-masked figure still stepped forward and walked towards the center of the crowd. The person who had walked out, Silver Spear Chongkong, was naturally Yi Futian. Today, Tianyan City rallied the various forces of the Divine Prefecture and were planning to summon Imperial arms to deal with the Ziwei segmentum. Since he was coincidentally here, how could he not do anything about it? Wang Xiao was the successor of Tianyan the Great and the heir of Tianyan City. He was glorious and without equal in the Divine Prefecture. He wanted to summon Imperial arms to destroy the Ziwei segmentum and kill Yi Futian. The various forces of the Divine Prefecture answered his call. Huh? Many people looked towards Yi Futian's figure. What was he planning to do? Shi Qiao was also looking at Yi Futian. A smile appeared on her face. As expected, this fellow could not take it any longer. Yi Futian walked over to the armory zone. There were still a few armorers here, and they all turned their gazes towards him. Even Dark Saint Hua Yunting and Evil Sage Mo Qingge also looked towards Yi Futian. For a cultivator from the City Lord office to emerge right then, what was he planning to do? "Silver Spear Chongkong," someone exclaimed. Many people in Tianyan City recognized Yi Futian when they saw him emerge. The master of 13th Flight, when Dong Lai, looked at Yi Futian and asked, "Master Chongkong, do you also wish to challenge the cultivators from the two major worlds?" Yi Futian looked at Wen Donglai. He then shook his head and said, "I wish to experience the abilities of the various forces of the Divine Prefecture." Huh? Many people frowned. When Donglai asked, "Chongkong, what are you doing?" Wang Tang also looked at Yi Futian incredulously as he asked, "Master Chongkong, what is the meaning of this?" Yi Futian retrieved the long spear from behind him and said, "Isn't it obvious?" Hua Yunting, as well as Mo Qingge, revealed looks of intrigue. They seemed somewhat interested. They thought that this person had emerged to challenge their members. It turned out that he was challenging the members of the Divine Prefecture. When Dong Lai continued, "Master Chongkong is proficient in the spear. The spear techniques that you displayed in the 13th Flight were astounding. You defeated 2 experts with a single spear. If you wish to experience the spear techniques of other cultivators, we can arrange for that some other time." Yi Futian's appearance now was untimely. "Since he wishes to experience their abilities, let him do as he wishes," said the Lord of Tianyan City right then. His tone was indifferent. When Dong Lai immediately did not say any more. He merely swept a cold look at Yi Futian. Yi Futian had taken a ritual implement of 13th Flight, and yet he actually wanted to cause trouble? "I wish to experience Master Chongkong's spear techniques," said a figure as he emerged. It was Wang Yu who had previously defeated the black-robed armorer. Tianyan City belonged to the ancient God clan. The armorer forces of the ancient God clan had countless incredible techniques hidden away in the City Lord office. The cultivators of the City Lord office were proficient in all sorts of techniques. Wang Yu was proficient in spear techniques. The might of his solar divine spear was astonishing. Yi Futian swept a glance at Wang Yu. A cold light flashed past in his eyes beneath his mask as he said, "You won't do." Wang Yu frowned. His cultivation was at the peak of the Runhuang Plain, and his forging skills were extraordinary. His combat ability was similarly powerful, not inferior to his forging ability at the slightest. This person actually dared to act so presumptuously towards him. Rumble. A terrifying current of scorching heat swept over the space. Behind him, a sun appeared. The divine light of the sun shone down, and a long flaming spear emerged. With a step, his figure appeared above Yi Futian. His domain of the Great Path immediately enveloped Yi Futian within it. Buzz. Wang Yu did not say anything and did not even head up high into the sky to initiate combat. He stabbed out into space with his spear. This spear merged with the divine light of the sun behind him, becoming a solar spear. A beam of flaming red light pierced the space and shot downwards. It had extremely astonishing destructive power. Cultivators from the City Lord office stepped forward and set up illusory shrouds of light of the Great Path around them, preventing the power of the Great Path from affecting the surroundings. Yifutian raised his head slightly. Beneath his mask, he had an extremely cold look in his eyes as he swept a glance at Wang Yu. He raised his arm, and his spear stabbed outwards as fast as lightning. Buzz! The solar spear was directly split down the middle and destroyed. Wang Yu's figure froze in the air. A long spear was pointed straight at his throat. A terrifying chill emanated from it. With a mere shift of Yifutian's will, the long spear would immediately pierce through his throat. Again, Yifutian defeated his opponent with just a single stab of his spear. Many gazes in the City Lord office were frozen as they watched this spear. The two spears were not even on the same level. There was a fundamental gap of power between them. Wang Yu was far inferior. Yifutian's long spear swept out horizontally, sending Wang Yu's figure flying from the shockwaves. Another cultivator stepped forward. It was Wang Mian. As he stepped out, a frightening aura emanated from his figure. The divine light of the Great Path circled him as pressure descended and enveloped Yifutian. "You also won't do. Stand down," said Yifutian in an indifferent tone. He completely ignored Wang Mian, who was previously considered the most monstrous figure in Tianyan City. However, his indisputable tone was inexplicably convincing. It was as though his words did not need to be suspected at all. It was so even for a cultivator as powerful as Wang Mian. Somehow, from Yifutian's extremely indifferent voice, he actually also sensed that the mysterious cultivator before him might possibly be stronger than him. "Who are you?" asked Wang Mian as he stared at Yifutian. In the Divine Prefecture, he could easily count the number of level 9 Renhuangs who could defeat him. It was even rarer to find someone in the Divine Prefecture who dared to speak to him with such a tone. Unless the other party was not someone from the Divine Prefecture. When Donglai narrowed his gaze as he glared at Hua Yunting and Mo Chinga. "Are you a cultivator from the Dark World or the Evil Emperor realm?" questioned Wang Tang coldly as he stood up and took a step forward. A powerful might burst forth from his body, and he charged towards Yifutian. Clearly, Yifutian was thought to be a spy from one of the two major worlds. Hua Yunting and Mo Chinga both looked at Yifutian. Of course, they were aware that Yifutian was not one of them. So who was he? This person was actually challenging the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture in such a situation. Have their men been hiding in the midst of the crowd of the Divine Prefecture? An arrogant voice sounded. The speaker was actually Spear Emperor Du, who stood beside Donghuang Diuan. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he scanned Yifutian. Spear will flashed in his eyes and struck Yifutian's face. At the same time he chided, "Stop acting secretive. Take off your mask." His spear will directly flashed across space and arrived at where Yifutian was. As a divine general of Donghuang Imperial Palace, even though Spear Emperor Du himself did not place much importance on the forces in the Divine Prefecture, he would not tolerate having spies from the other two major worlds infiltrating into their midst. However, he merely unleashed his spear will. His body remained sitting. With his identity, a level Ning Renhuang was not worthy of being his opponent. Right at this moment, Yifutian's spear stabbed out as fast as lightning. Bang! The sound of a large collision could be heard. Du's spear will did not manage to land on Yifutian's mask. Instead, it had been negated. This scene caused everyone in the City Lord office to reveal astonished expressions. Silver Spear Chongkong could actually block off Du's spear will. "Presumptuous!" rebuked Spear Emperor Du. He remained in his seat, but a terrifying aura descended, pressing down on the armory zone where Yifutian was standing. The pressure caused the furnaces to crumble into dust one by one. The furnaces used to forge weapons for Renhuangs were extremely sturdy. Yet, they were fragile in the presence of Du's might and disintegrated right away. The space was on the verge of being destroyed. The shocking spear will pounce towards Yifutian. This was the true will of the Great Path unleashed by a tribulation-level cultivator. Rumble. A menacing aura gushed forth from Yifutian's body. The divine light of the great path flowed around him. His aura was surprisingly not any weaker than Du Yu's spear will. Even when faced with the destructive spear will, he remained calm and composed. He was not at all affected by his opponent's will. His cultivation was undoubtedly at the level 9 Renhuang plane, but the aura he unleashed was comparable to that of a tribulation plane cultivator. Spear Emperor Du Yu's spear will did not affect him. Pressured by the overwhelming spear will, Yi Futian's gaze turned ice-cold beneath the mask. He glanced at Spear Emperor Du Yu and provoked, "Do you wish to fight me yourself?" All the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture were appalled by his words. He wanted Spear Emperor Du Yu to fight him? A level 9 Renhuang was actually bold enough to challenge Spear Emperor Du Yu to a match? Was he insane? Had the Dark World or the empty Divine Realm produced such a monstrous existence? Was this person their triumph card all along? "Who are you?" Spear Emperor Du Yu stood up. He didn't continue sitting in his seat comfortably. A level 9 Renhuang could actually take his spear will head-on. This was supposedly something impossible. Yet it had really happened. All the giant-level figures in the Divine Prefecture felt their hearts tremble violently. "Who are you?" In the sky above, Wang Xiao lowered his head and looked at Yi Futian. His gaze was frightening as he exerted his might on his opponent. "Who am I?" mumbled Yi Futian. His body slowly rose into the sky, shouldering the terrifying spear will as he moved up. He floated towards the high heavens, forming disturbing currents of the great path around him. Everything that was happening was projected onto the screen hanging high in the sky of Tianyan City. The entire city seemed exceptionally quiet now. It looked like yet another extraordinary figure had debuted after Wang Xiao. Was he from the Dark World? Or was he from the empty Divine Realm? Suddenly, evil sage Mo Chinga burst into laughter. This caused many cultivators of the Divine Prefecture to shift their attention towards him. Before this, Mo Chinga had remained silent and had not spoken much. However, there was a smile on his charming and refined face now. His gaze was fixed on Yi Futian. "You indeed live up to your fame," praised Mo Chinga with a smile. Then, he looked at the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture and mocked. "You lot intend to join forces to attack someone. Yet, when the person is standing right in front of you, none of you recognize him. It is laughable." He continued, "Little friend Yi, you are undoubtedly the top figure of the original realm." Mo Chinga's words threw the audience into a great shock. Even the giant-level figures were in a state of trepidation. They raised their heads and stared at the silhouette with a silver mask in the sky. By now, they had all realized who this silver-masked cultivator was. None of them had figured out his identity, but evil sage Mo Chinga did. Yi Futian put his hand on the mask and slowly took it off. At this moment, everyone in Tianyan City had their attention fixed on him. Their eyes traced his movements. A handsome face appeared, and along with it, a head of silver hair. "Who is he?" someone asked. "He is Yi Futian," someone else answered. "He is the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yi Futian." In Tianyan City, countless figures were busy discussing. Today, Wang Xiao had displayed his heroics, and the lord of Tianyan City called him the Unrivaled. No one among the next generation of the Divine Prefecture was a match for him. However, right then, the figure who shook the Divine Prefecture terrorized two domain chiefs' manors single-handedly and led the Ziwei Imperial Palace to destroy the Holy Land of Taichu had also appeared here. After Yi Futian took off his mask, he raised the long spear in his hand. His spear was pointed at Wang Xiao. "You, the Unrivaled?" mocked Yi Futian. Tianyan City fell silent. Wang Xiao was the Unrivaled? Before this, Wang Xiao held the title of the #1 armorer. The Lord of Tianyan City saw him as being unrivaled and peerless. He wanted him to lead the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture to destroy the Ziwei segmentum, where Yi Futian was. However, right now, Yi Futian was standing right in front of Wang Xiao. Yi Futian's long spear was pointed right at his figure. In the silent Tianyan City, the hearts of countless people were throbbing. Was Yi Futian that powerful? Yi Futian had actually pointed his spear at Spear Emperor Du Yu and then at Wang Xiao. He was so overpowering. The most crucial detail was that Yi Futian was merely a level 9 Renhuang. How did he manage to become so powerful? Even the frightening and extremely sharp spear will that shot out from Spear Emperor Du Yu's eyes had been easily negated by Yi Futian. The latter had even challenged the former to a fight. With Yi Futian's identity, he was naturally no fool. His provocation implied that he had the combat ability of the Tribulation Plane. A level 9 Renhuang had Tribulation Plane combat ability. It was not just Du Yu. The various cultivators of the Divine Prefecture all realized this. Before this, there had been records of Yi Futian killing Tribulation Plane cultivators. The second-in-command of West Sea Domain Chief's Manor, Zhong Miao, had been hunted down by Yi Futian. Back then, many people believed that Yi Futian had relied on external help. From the looks of it now, though, was that truly the case? If he had relied on external help, would he dare to point his spear at Wang Xiao? Would he dare to challenge Du Yu to a fight? Zhong Miao was killed by Yi Futian with his own actual ability. A level 9 Renhuang had killed a Tribulation Plane cultivator. I never imagined that I would see two peerless figures today. That being said, Renhuang Yi and Young City Lord are somewhat similar. Young City Lord can forge subdivine arms and is the champion of the armor competition today. As for Renhuang Yi, he can concoct subdivine elixirs. It seems that no one else at the Renhuang plane can do so. At that moment, Shi Qiao said this with a faint smile. This caused the various cultivators' hearts to tremble again. They had heard about this before. This was no secret. They had even used this as an excuse to attack West Imperial Palace. It was precisely because of this that Shi Qiao did not hide anything in this situation. The subdivine elixirs were personally concocted by Yi Futian. Had anyone else in the world at the Renhuang Plain managed to pull off such a feat? At least in the Divine Prefecture, no one had managed to do so. Wang Xiao had claimed first place in the armor competition, but the other armorers of the same plane had all forged subdivine arms. What about Yi Futian? If there was an alchemy competition, others of the same plane were not even qualified to contend with him. Wang Xiao could communicate with imperial arms. But that was because he was born in the ancient god clan and inherited the teachings of Tianyan the Great. Yet, before this, Yi Futian was known as the Relic Killer and had claimed the inheritances of multiple great emperors. Could the same be said for Wang Xiao? Who was the true unrivaled between the two of them? Everyone in Tianyan City knew that the Lord of Tianyan City wanted to use this opportunity today to let Wang Xiao's name be known far and wide. He wanted Wang Xiao to become a protagonist of this chaotic world and lead the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture to annihilate the Ziwei segmentum and kill Yi Futian. By stepping over Yi Futian, Wang Xiao would get the highest level of fame. However, right now, Yi Futian had instead appeared here. Wang Xiao also looked at Yi Futian. This was the first time both of them met each other. Before this, when he was still practicing his forging, he had heard of Yi Futian's name many times. The members of the City Lord office had often brought it up, especially recently. After Yi Futian destroyed the Holy Land of Taichu, even more people mentioned him. Wang Xiao had always imagined Yi Futian to be a peerless monstrous figure. However, that did not affect him much. The City Lord told him that after he won first place in the armor competition, he needed to summon imperial arms and lead the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture to destroy the Ziwei segmentum. Wang Xiao thought to himself that killing a peerless prominent figure to boost his fame would undoubtedly be a feat to be proud of. He would do so. Today, he finally encountered Yi Futian, the person he would destroy in the future. Right now, the other party's spear was pointed at him. It is such a pity that I cannot kill you today. Otherwise, you wouldn't make it out of Tianyan City alive, said Wang Xiao in a calm voice. His calm tone contained an intense level of self-confidence. All of the cultivators in the City Lord office could sense it clearly. The Lord of Tianyan City and Princess Donghuang had both promised that there would be no bloodshed today. They claimed that it would be the same even if Yi Futian himself were to appear. The Lord of Tianyan City and Princess Donghuang had high standing, and the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture had all borne witness to their promise. Since they had said so, no one would dare defy them. Wang Xiao would also oblige and not kill Yi Futian. That was why Wang Xiao said that it was a pity. Even if a level 9 Ren Huang had exceptional talent and was peerless, what could he do? If it weren't for the promise prior, Wang Xiao would have killed Yifutian here in the city lord office before the cultivators of Tianyan City. With such talent, if you submit to the divine prefecture and beg the princess for forgiveness, you might have a chance to have a future. Wang Xiao continued as he looked at Yifutian. He spoke casually, as though he had not taken Yifutian's challenge to heart. Even if Yifutian pointed his spear at him, what could the former do? Yifutian's fury was pointless. Even if Yifutian was peerless, there was still a difference in their cultivation planes. Moreover, Wang Xiao could command imperial arms. That won't be necessary, replied Yifutian. Wang Xiao looked at the white-haired figure before him and revealed a smile as he said, "The future of the divine prefecture doesn't belong to you." Wang Xiao continued, "In this chaotic world, many peerless figures will appear like comets streaking across the night sky. Even if your talent is exceptional, you are fated only to be a side character. Do you understand?" As he said this, he slowly rose into the sky. At the same time, a terrifying aura emanated from his figure. The temperature in the sky rose exponentially. Both inside and outside the city lord office, countless people felt a scorching current of air. In this chaotic world, Yifutian, you can only be a side character. Do you understand? Wang Zhao's words reverberated throughout Tianyan City. The hearts of countless people in Tianyan City were full of emotion. Just now, when Yifutian appeared, many people faintly felt as though his sharp aura had overshadowed Wang Xiao. However, once Wang Xiao said these words, the people in Tianyan City truly realized that Wang Xiao was still Wang Xiao. During this armorer competition, he became known to the world and became famous overnight. Most likely, no one could stop him from gaining fame in the divine prefecture. Not even Yifutian could stop him. Wang Xiao was the heir of Tianyan the Great. His combat ability was no weaker than his forging skills. How could he be compared to people like Zhong Miao? How could Yifutian possibly transcend cultivation planes and defeat him? Countless cultivators felt their blood boil as their faces revealed excited looks. This was the true fest in Tianyan City. The armorer competition seemed dull in comparison to this moment. Two peerless figures were about to do battle. Between the two of them, who would become the future top figure of the divine prefecture? Yifutian raised his head and glanced at Wang Xiao. Then, he similarly flew up high into the sky. His white robes fluttered as his silver hair danced in the wind. The successor of Tianyan City, the heir of Tianyan the Great and the champion of the armor competition, was certainly qualified to have such confidence in himself. Yifutian rose into the sky and stood opposite Wang Xiao. He replied, "As long as I am around, your era will never come." Rumble. In Tianyan City, the silent crowd broke out into a feverish rage. Their conversation reverberated throughout Tianyan City. The blood of the cultivators was boiling. Wang Xiao claimed that in this chaotic age, Yifutian could only be a side character. On the other hand, Yifutian stated that with him around, Wang Zhao's age would never come. These two figures had such peerless, majestic spirits. The battle today would certainly go down in the annals of Tianyan City's history. It would even be remembered in the entire divine prefecture. Even the giant-level figures of the divine prefecture, as well as Dark Saint Hua Yunting and Evil Sage Mo Chinga, were full of anticipation. They had seen more powerful battles before and had participated in even more frightening battlefields. Nevertheless, it had been many years since they felt so excited. Today, two peerless juniors made them feel this way. They were all old. The future would belong to figures like Yifutian and Wang Xiao. "Do you wish to use ritual implements?" asked Wang Xiao as he got straight to the point. Would they be battling with ritual implements? "It is up to you," replied Yifutian. "The ritual implement I forged is more powerful, so I will have an advantage. You are also not a cultivator who specializes in spear techniques. Since that is the case, we won't use ritual implements," said Wang Xiao as he kept the ritual implement he forged away. Given that he already held an advantage in cultivation, he did not want to take advantage of Yifutian any further. Yifutian similarly put away his silver spear. Rumble. Instantly, even more terrifying hot currents circulated the space and enveloped the vast sky. Abnormal phenomena took place as a divine hall of armory appeared out of thin air. A deity wielding a war hammer showed up and stood behind Wang Xiao. At this moment, Wang Xiao seemed like a true descendant of a deity, the heir of a great emperor. On Yifutian's figure, golden light shone, and the scorching light of Buddha actually appeared. In the sky above, the sound of Buddha circled him. Behind Yifutian, a Mahavarakana appeared. The battle form seemed to be gigantic, like the Buddha himself. Its light shone into the high heavens. "This power is at the tribulation plane," someone commented. The cultivators in the city lord office noticed this when they sensed the aura emanating from Yifutian's figure. It was indeed aura at the tribulation plane. He also possessed the powerful Buddhist Mahavarakana battle form. It seemed that Yifutian had many fateful encounters in the Western world. The deity behind Wang Xiao wielded a divine hammer. It lifted the scorching golden divine hammer high in the sky. It was huge. In that instant, countless bolts of lightning struck down like heavenly tribulation. They contained unparalleled destructive power and seemed to split the space apart as they struck down towards Yifutian. Even the lightning leaping around the divine hammer alone already contained astonishing destructive power. Under the shocking gazes of the cultivators, the menacing golden lightning struck Yifutian and his battle form. All of them thought Yifutian would block the attack, but he didn't. Instead, he received it head-on. Kacha. The space shattered and broke into pieces. Lightning traversed across the space. Yifutian was overwhelmed by the terrifying light. Countless people felt their hearts race as they witnessed this scene. However, standing at the center of the destructive lightning, Yifutian remained still, and his body appeared divine-like. He was firmly fixed on his spot as he was showered by the destructive divine light. He was unperturbed by the attack, could not harm him at all. He had undergone many divine tribulations of the great path. His flesh had been baptized and was invincible. The shockwave did not affect his flesh. He received Wang Zhao's attack head-on since he was not at all afraid of it. Enduring this level of attack was merely a workout for his body. The unrivaled, "Is your attack so weak?" mocked Yifutian as his eyes turned golden. Yifutian's arrogant words made everyone from the divine prefecture stare at him, specifically his body. Many years ago, Yifutian had used the body of Xianxia the great emperor to comprehend. As a result, it cast an incredibly strong physique, which almost unraveled the divine body itself. Now, after so many years, this body had become even stronger to the point that it could directly withstand the destructive great path power exerted by a cultivator in the tribulation plane. Although it was just a destruction fluctuation before the attack, it was enough to demonstrate the strength of Yifutian's physical body. Just physical body alone, the strength of Yifutian's body has surpassed most of the cultivators who had survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path. The chief from Taishang Domain commented as he looked at the battlefield. His words were casual and did not indicate his position, merely an objective evaluation of Yifutian's physical strength. Indeed, many cultivators from the divine prefecture around him nodded. Few cultivators in the tribulation plane could take it to the point where they were confident enough to offer no resistance whatsoever. But Wang Xiao was not about to wax lyrical on such details. Divine light shot out from his eyes as he descended from the sky. Under the phantom of the deity, the vast and boundless space, including the entire office of the Lord of the Tianyan city, seemed to be covered by the domain of his great path. He stretched out his hand, and immediately, countless lightning blasted down from him. Terrible lightning also flashed out of his eyes. "Is it weak?" Wang Xiao swept toward Yifutian as he said, "Feel it carefully now." When the voice fell, his palm slammed toward the space below. That was the moment when the deity above the sky lifted his hammer and smashed it down as well, blasting above the void. Doink! A dull sound came from the firmament. Everyone in Tianyan City felt their heart beating violently at this moment. Even their footsteps seemed a little unsteady as a wave of destruction rolled toward them. The space above the city lord's office seemed to be pulverizing directly by this blow. That terrifying force crashed into Yifutian, ignoring the distance in the space, and it was a power that could extinguish all living things. Bang! Even the Mahavarakana battle form behind Yifutian had visible cracks on it. His body was slammed down from the sky as that terrifying shock wave rushed into his body. If it were any other cultivators, this blow alone was enough to shatter their internal organs. But divine light circulated in that divine body still, unbroken. Sky tremoring hammer. Many cultivators from the divine prefecture trembled. This was a superior attacking technique. It was rumored that when Tianyan the Great was making the armors, he swung his hammer to smash the implement, again and again, year after year. In the end, he comprehended a set of divine methods based on the concept of returning to the basics, and Sky Tremoring Hammer was created. That simple action was the action that had been repeated for many years but contained the comprehension of Tianyan the Great. One strike from the hammer could break the great path and smash the sky. This divine method was the Sky Tremoring Hammer, the most powerful offensive technique in the divine prefecture. This Sky Tremoring Hammer may seem simple, but it was, in fact, extremely difficult to comprehend. Tianyan City had throngs of cultivators, as well as many members from the main line of the city lord's office. Still, very few of them dared to specialize in cultivating the Sky Tremoring Hammer, as it was an extremely time-consuming method. The caveat was that one might spend all his time on it but not achieve any result. Failure was highly likely, and many were unable to achieve great results in the end. Some were able to obtain the form but not its essence. However, Wang Xiao, the most outstanding heir of Tianyan the Great, as well as the most outstanding armorer in the city lord's office in Tianyan City, had once spent a century forging a single sword. In countless armor makings, he had accomplished the cultivation of the Sky Tremoring Hammer. The power of this powerful divine method contained terrifying power. Although Tianyan the Great was the great emperor of armoring, the combat effectiveness of the Sky Tremoring Hammer was no less powerful than the offensive techniques of any other great emperors in ancient times. It was extremely domineering. Yifutian's defense is not to be taken lightly, the cultivator from the divine prefecture said again. The confrontation and collision between these two peerless figures demonstrated extremely strong offensive and defensive forces in just one single exchange. The power of the Sky Tremoring Hammer failed to destroy Yifutian's physical body. At this moment, Yifutian was standing there, looking past the sky. In his perception, this world had already turned into the other's domain of the Great Path, as if there were waves of invisible fluctuations that swept down from above as if it was the will of the Sky Tremoring Hammer. Just the invisible shock wave alone gave everyone a strong sense of oppression. When the Sky Tremoring Hammer blasted down, this shock wave overlapped thousands of times over and formed an unparalleled wave of destruction, shattering all the existence within this space. How was that? Wang Xiao said in a clearly audible voice as he looked down at Yifutian. He stood there, like a god descending into the world, unable to be denied. Can it be a little stronger? Yifutian asked as he raised his head to look at Wang Xiao in the sky. Wang Xiao's eyes sharpened immediately. He stared at him and said, "In that case, I will have to oblige." The invisible shock wave remained but was getting stronger. The power of the previous blow had not completely dissipated before that deity above the sky raised his divine hammer again and smashed it down. Boom! A dull sound came out between heaven and earth. In the area above the city lord's office, the city lord of Tianyan City had set up an area to block off the office complex. However, terrifying shock waves still rushed down and impacted that layer of the defensive light screen. Inside Tianyan City, the hearts of countless cultivators trembled fiercely once more. Those cultivators who were closer to the city lord's office even let out a muffled groan, their faces pale. They were watching from the outside, and they were affected unexpectedly. The battlefield was high above the sky, so one could imagine just how fearsome was this attacking power. This time, Yifutian did not ignore Wang Xiao's attack. The divine light on his body dazzled, protecting his body, with the great path surrounding him. The starry light screen was shining when the wave of the Sky Tremoring Hammer blasted down. Everything seemed to be shattered. Yi Futian's body trembled and was sent flying down to the ground again, and he was falling at a rapid speed. When he stopped, Tianyan City was completely silent. Countless eyes were glued on Yi Futian. After 2 successive attacks, how was he doing? The power of the sky tremoring hammer seemed to be increasing. The power of the second attack was obviously quite a bit more terrifying. It's still too weak. Yi Futian raised his head and looked up into the sky. An indifferent voice came out of his mouth, and his eyes were full of contempt. This made Wang Zhao's eyes become even colder, and murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Yi Futian's provocation had finally enraged him. The sky tremoring hammer was too weak? It's fighting words you speak, Wang Zhao declared loudly. The divine hammer above the firmament fell again, and the attack was even fiercer this time. Those invisible light screens seemed to have turned into physical barriers. Layers of heavy golden divine light crushed the sky and swept down again, like halos of shocking lights that obscured the sky and the sun, smashing all existence. Boom! In Tianyan City, many buildings exploded and shattered, disappearing in an instant. Some cultivators near the city lord's office spat out mouthfuls of blood as they retreated rapidly. Not only them but also everyone in the entire Tianyan City seemed to feel that terrible power of attack. Yi Futian's body was plunged from the sky again, but this time, Wang Zhao did not stop but blasted down once again, as the shock waves of destruction continued to sweep downward. Above the firmament, a massive and boundless golden divine hammer and layers of golden light screens blasted down continuously. Even some of the giant figures from the divine prefecture who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path could feel the pressure. This attack was at a level that was enough to make them take notice. At its most domineering form, the sky tremoring hammer could sweep down 108,000 halos all at the same time, which can shock and kill 108,000 times. Boom! As Wang Zhao's voice fell, no sound seemed to be heard above the firmament. Only the shock waves of destruction remained. What would it look like when 108,000 halos of light smashed down at the same time? Yi Futian clasped his hands together. His body was radiant all over. The light of Buddha lingered, and true words were spoken. The 6 syllables of truth seemed to penetrate that shock wave, resounding between heaven and earth. With him as the center, a whole realm, the domain of Buddha, had been formed. All the Buddhas were present, surrounded by battle forms. There was also an incredible giant Buddha overhead above this space. Hundreds and thousands of Buddhist shadows were resisting 108,000 shocking halos of light. When the sky tremoring hammer fell, heaven and earth lost their voice and became deadly silent. The greatest sound transcends the limitation of sounds. In Tianyan City, countless buildings were wiped out in an instant. Many cultivators vomited blood and fell to the ground. They were, unfortunately, collateral damage and their suffering was great. In the area where Yi Futian was, all the Buddhist battle forms were annihilated, turning into ruins as they dispersed in the wind. The shock wave continued to move down. The Buddhist shadows that surrounded Yi Futian were shattered and blasted into the space below, landing upon the light screen set up by the city lord of Tianyan. A violent roar was heard as the light screen trembled continuously. It seemed as if it was being destabilized. Boom! A burst of sound resounded throughout Tianyan City, and the shock wave of destruction was finally waning. The power of the sky tremoring hammer was simply unparalleled. Yi Futian stood there quietly as if there had been no sound. A wisp of invisible wind blew through and caressed his silver hair. Countless eyes fell on him. Would Yi Futian be annihilated by such a terrifying blow? If he were killed, that would be a violation of the rules of the contest. This blow was simply beyond terrifying. But Yi Futian stood there without moving, like a statue. Wang Zhao looked down at him, unsure of the exact situation that Yi Futian was in at the moment. That's all. Suddenly, a voice came out, and that figure moved again. He slowly raised his head, his eyes shining with a sharpness that aimed toward Wang Zhao, who was high above the sky. Wang Zhao's eyes sharpened immediately. Was this blow still unable to shake Yi Futian? The cultivators from the Divine Prefecture and Tianyan City were shocked to the core. Didn't such a powerful attack hurt him? This attack is actually good for tempering the flesh. Yifutian raised his head and looked at the man in the void. His body floated upward with incredible speed, clearly without being affected in the slightest. Was he using the attack of the sky tremoring hammer to temper his physical body? Was he mad? Perhaps Yifutian was just saying it. No matter what a genius talent he was, he would not dare to be so conceited. Then, let us continue. Wang Xiao spoke again, and the shock wave of destruction swept down once again. But Yifutian merely smiled sarcastically as his figure continued its upward trend. At the same time, rays of divine light gleamed upon his body. It was as if they had turned into countless halos, moving in the sky with him. You've been attacking for long enough. Now it is my turn. Yifutian stretched out his hand. Suddenly, a spear appeared in it. His cultivation did not concentrate on spear techniques, but at this moment what had appeared in his hand was a spear. Let's see if you can take this shot from me. You, the unraveled. Can you take this shot from me? This voice resounded throughout Tianyan City, and those who heard it trembled in their souls. Indeed, Yifutian had been purely on the defensive before this moment, and Wang Xiao was the one doing all the attacks. However, even with the astonishing power of the sky tremoring hammer, he was not able to really hurt Yifutian. Such powerful attacking technique only managed to slam him down a couple of times, demonstrating the terrifying defensive power that Yifutian possessed. However, it was true he had not launched any attacks yet. Will his attack be as frightening as his defense? Could Wang Xiao take the shot from him? He was simply too arrogant. Wang Xiao had demonstrated his peerless talent at the armoring feast this time, but Yifutian asked if he could take a shot from him. How powerful was this strike going to be? Wang Xiao surveyed the land below, and his eyes were ice-cold. Those eyes seemed to be surrounded by golden flames. An endless scorching current swept out to smelt everything in this world. The domain of the Great Path seemed to have been transformed into a domain of golden flames. At the same time, the celestial figure above the firmament lifted a boundless giant divine hammer. Rounds of shock waves swept down to the space beneath the sky, overlapping again and again. What terrifying power would 108,000 shock waves hold? Wang Xiao was a cultivator of the tribulation plane. Every attack of his contained the terrifying power of divine tribulation of the Great Path. One shock wave was terrifying enough, let alone 108,000 waves. In this realm, he was absolutely someone who stood at the top of his kind. In the entire divine prefecture, it was difficult to find anyone to compete with him in this realm. The city lord of Tianyan City was an incredible and astute man himself, and he could not possibly fail to understand this, or else he would not have held Wang Xiao in such high esteem, conferred the title of the Unraveled upon him. He even had thoughts of linking Wang Xiao with the treasured daughter of Donghuang the Great. It was precisely because of Wang Xiao's excellence that he had such an idea. Buzz! With Yifutian as the center, a trace of invisible great path rippled outward and diffused. There was an incomparable halo that covered him, and the light screen grew larger. It was the light of Buddha. Surrounded by the infinite Buddhist runes, Buddhas now appeared in the heavens. At this time, these Buddhas were simultaneously chanting the sounds of Buddha and uttering the 6 syllables of truth. Suddenly, a mighty and sacred power of Buddhism permeated the space, propelling the light screen to expand outward. Boom! A dull thud was heard. Above the firmament, the sky tremoring hammer was the first to blast down. In turn, the infinite shock wave seemed to morph into countless divine hammers, smashing down towards the space below. At the same time, in the center of the 108,000 shock waves, a smashing divine hammer appeared, splitting the space wide open. It was as if the void was punched through, and all that force was rushing toward Yifutian. Yifutian raised his left hand almost at the same moment. It was as if the Buddha had raised his own hand and slammed it forward. Suddenly, the Buddhas in the heavens raised their hands at the same time as massive Buddhist handprints slammed out, colliding with those countless divine hammers blasting down from the sky. A fervently blazing light of Buddha continued to spread upward, colliding with the descending shock waves. Dull sounds came out, and high above the sky, a halo of destruction swept out towards the surroundings, and the atmosphere was extremely suppressed. Yifutian's body disappeared. It was as if it had been turned into a light, a spear. That light went up against the momentum as the will of the spear rushed straight into the sky. In the ascending process, not only did the long spear move unhindered without the slightest resistance, but waves of fluctuations also appeared around the spear, overlapping together, condensing into a perfect spear strike. The two rays of light clashed together as the divine hammer in the center collided with the spear. The former was domineering and carried a terrifying power, while the latter was sharp with equally overwhelming power. Boom! Many people felt as if their eardrums had ruptured. An invisible wave of destruction covered the entire Tianyan city. An unknown many innocent cultivators must have been hit yet again by this wave of immolation. Those closest to the city lord's office were all cultivators in the Runhuang realm, but the shock still made them bleed from their orifices even though the battlefield was high in the sky, a long distance away from them. However, as hard as the hits might be, those eyes were still fastened on that space high above, as all of them looked up. They didn't want to miss this incomparable strike. How would this attack end? They saw a ray of light that split the sky open. Above the arch of heaven, a golden vortex seemed to have appeared. In the vortex, there were terrifying fluctuations that rushed higher into the sky. In the middle of that vortex, a sharp divine spear that had opened the sky was looming. The scene in front of them was shocking. The silence was particularly prominent in Tianyan City right now. There were only the dull crashing sounds and the boundless depressive aura. Even the sky had been split open. A light appeared in that space that had been torn apart. Their eyes followed the light and looked up and saw what was at the end of that golden vortex. When they made out what was happening there, their hearts involuntarily skipped a beat. Boom, 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 boom. Below, at the end, a dull but terrifying sound wave swept out, as if there were ripples that had not totally quieted down. But the battle was effectively over. After a while, when everything finally settled down, those layers of golden light screens were still there, as remnants of the will of the spear left in the sky, turning into a golden divine light, as if it would not easily dissipate. One strike. The eyes of all the cultivators were frozen, and the entire Tianyan city was in complete silence at this moment, even inside the city lord's office. Above the firmament, Yifutian stood there like a god, and the long spear in his hand was no longer pointing at Wang Zhao's phantom but his throat. If he had advanced another inch, he could take Wang Zhao's life. Could he have taken a shot from Yifutian? Wang Zhao, the young city lord of Tianyan City, as the champion in this armor competition, had enjoyed all the glory on this day. He had the supreme support of the city lord of Tianyan City himself, promoting him and naming him as the future lord of Tianyan City, so that he could lead the cultivators from Divine Prefecture to eradicate Yifutian and vanquish Ziwei. However, at this moment another well-known genius talent appeared. His name had shaken all of the Divine Prefecture even before Wang Zhao. He was now the biggest player in all the lands of the Divine Prefecture, whose name was known to everyone. He led his team to invade and destroy the Holy Land of Taichu and slayed Taichu Saint Emperor. Today, these two peerless characters finally met and collided with one another. And Wang Zhao was defeated. In this world, who was the truly unraveled other than the great emperors? They thought Wang Zhao was. But if that was true, what about Yifutian? He was only a Renhuang of the Ninth Realm, and he had defeated Wang Zhao with a single strike of his spear. The city lord of Tianyan had a steely look on his face, and other cultivators from the city lord's office had a terrible look on their faces as well. The strongest man they could present, Wang Zhao, a world-renowned figure upon whom they had bestowed their highest hopes, was now defeated unequivocally by Yifutian. When all the cultivators in the Divine Prefecture witnessed this sight, they had their thoughts on the matter. For some, their desire to kill Yifutian had become even greater. As long as Yifutian was alive, they would never have a day of peace. Especially now that he had gone undercover in the city lord's office in the guise of Chongkong. He had learned who wanted him dead, so he would, without a doubt, retaliate in the future. Above the firmament, Wang Zhao's eyes glued there as if frozen. He watched the man in front of him as if he still couldn't accept the fact that he was defeated. He had lost to Yi Futian in the 9th realm. How did he do it? How did he manage to have such powerful attacking power? But Yi Futian regarded him with the utmost tranquility, so nonchalant and casual. It was as if what he had just done was something completely trivial, nothing special. It was not enough to elevate his heartbeat at all. Or perhaps Yi Futian didn't see him as a true opponent from the beginning. He had wanted to step on Yi Futian and all of Ziwei Segmentum to make his moniker, the Unraveled, a reality in the Divine Prefecture. But before he could even begin, he was beaten on his own turf. After taking first place in the armor competition, he lost so miserably. "You can't," said Yi Futian, resounding in the sky above Tianyan City. The young city lord of Tianyan City, the heir of Tianyan the Great, Wang Xiao, the champion in the armor competition, was unable. Impressive. In the dead silence inside the city lord's office, no one dared to say anything. The first one to comment was the dark saint, Hua Yunting. Hua Yunting looked at the two men in the void, smiled, and said, "Ren Huang in the 9th realm, able to make subdivine elixirs and slay the cultivators of Tribulation Plain, now defeating the heir of Tianyan City with a single strike. In the land of the Divine Prefecture, could there be another? Who should be the one named Unraveled?" Clearly, Wang Xiao was not the one. The city lord of Tianyan wanted to create momentum for Wang Zhao's ascend and make him famous worldwide. With Wang Zhao's talents in armoring and cultivation, he did do exactly just that. He achieved fame in a day, and from this day hence, no one in the Divine Prefecture would not know of the name of Wang Xiao. Obviously, if Yi Futian had never come, this would undoubtedly be the perfect campaign. Tianyan City would have created a mythical figure. However, things in the world were often curious and unpredictable. On this day, Yi Futian appeared, and Tianyan City intended to use him as a stepping stone for Wang Xiao. In the end, although Wang Zhao's name would be known throughout the world after today, the world would always think of him as more than just the champion of the armor competition or the heir of Tianyan the Great. On this day, these two brilliant talents battled on top of Tianyan City. The successor of Tianyan the Great, Wang Xiao, as outstanding as he was defeated by Yi Futian with a single strike. Yi Futian, using Wang Xiao, proved to the people of the Divine Prefecture that he was the one and only unraveled existence. Yi Futian, the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace, the heir of Ziwei the Great, Shinin the Great, and Emperor Yi Qing. He was the number one genius talent in the Void World. Who else could reveal his supremacy in all of the Divine Prefecture? The top principalities of the Divine Prefecture aside, even the ancient God clan, who among them could compare? Wang Xiao was such an example. It could be said that Wang Xiao wanted to use Yi Futian to achieve his own fame. But in the end, it was exactly the opposite. Through him, Yi Futian proved himself once again to the world. Looking back at Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing, these two outstanding figures seem to have foreshadowed Princess Donghuang and the heir of Emperor Yi Qing here today, whose presence echoed the two emperors back then. Hua Yunting continued to speak, but his words were frowned upon by many cultivators. Likewise, Yi Futian raised his eyebrows slightly. Hua Yunting mentioned Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing in the same sentence. It was obvious he was deliberately provoking his audience. Although everyone knew this, it sounded different when they said it out loud. Yi Futian had proved himself as the unraveled, stepping on Wang Xiao, and stole his thunder in every way. But Hua Yunting mentioned that he was the heir of Emperor Yi Qing now, like this could only mean that the person corresponding to him was Princess Donghuang. His motive was suspect. However, from the standpoint of Hua Yunting, this was totally within expectation. Yi Futian had displayed such enchanting talent, and it was natural that he hoped Yi Futian would be the sworn enemy of the Divine Prefecture, and he wouldn't mind adding more fuel to that fire. Perhaps this was the only way for Yi Futian to work together with them. Sure enough, next to the city lord of Tianyan, the beautiful Princess Donghuang looked at Yi Futian as well. Next to her, Du Yu's eyes were as sharp as a spear when he said coldly, "He is not worthy." Hua Yunting actually proposed to link Yi Futian with Princess Donghuang. Clearly, you would not agree to that. In the land of the divine prefecture, no one was worthy of Princess Donghuang. Yi Futian, have you already sided with the Dark Court and colluded with them? The clan leader of the Shin clan spoke loudly as if fanning the fire. Everything that happened today was taken in by Yi Futian, and the grievances between Yi Futian and the Shin clan couldn't be more clear to him. In the future, when Yi Futian managed to prove the supremacy of the Great Path, the Shin clan would undoubtedly follow in the footsteps of the Holy Land of Taichu. Now, they must do all they could to get rid of Yi Futian. Yi Futian first sneaked into the city lord's office so that the cultivators from the Dark Court and the empty divine realm could follow on his heel, working perfectly together inside and out. Now, look what a great job he did in representing the Dark World to challenge the cultivators of the divine prefecture. Chief Shihai of the West Sea Domain declared loudly. They seemed to zoom in on Yi Futian directly, declared that this heir of Emperor Yi Qing had already taken the side of the Dark Court and the empty divine realm, and joined forces with these two major worlds to stand against the divine prefecture. I heard that some cultivators from the Dark World had visited Ziwei Segmentum before, and Yi Futian had personally received them. Ning Yuan, the chief of the Donghua domain, said. They all wanted to put Yi Futian in a compromising position. All these voices were heard by Yi Futian, and his heart was cold, as it was filled with murderous intent. All these forces wanted to get rid of him and charge him with some unfounded or imagined crimes. They wanted to say that he was colluding with the Dark Court and empty Divine Mountain and declaring war with all of the Divine Prefecture. Although he did have the idea of exploiting the balance between these two major worlds and the Divine Prefecture, using it as an opportunity to buy himself some time to grow and develop his power quietly, he had never had the thoughts of joining them, especially the Dark World. He and the Dark World had equally deep grievances. How could he possibly join them? But it did not matter whether it was true or not. The key was how would the Imperial Palace and the Divine Prefecture perceive the matter. The feast at Tianyan City today in itself had a purpose behind it. It was for Tianyan City to lead the powers of the Divine Prefecture to destroy Ziwei Segmentum. He was now the true public enemy of the Divine Prefecture. Hua Yunting looked on with a smile, not saying anything. It was as if this was exactly what he wished to see. As long as Yi Futian was forced into a desperate situation, he could side with them and fight against the Divine Prefecture together. At this moment, everyone felt an unparalleled pressure of might that permeated the city lord's office, shrouding the entire Tianyan city. This was the imperial might. For a time, the cultivators inside the city lord's office quieted down, and traces of divine light fell directly upon Wang Xiao. A phantom of a deity appeared behind him, and Yi Futian frowned slightly. Wang Xiao faced the spear that was pointed at him and took a step. Boom! An overwhelming pressure of might swept out as Yi Futian was knocked backward. Wang Xiao's eyes became terrifying, and his body was bathed in a sacred and incomparable radiance. It was as if he was possessed by the gods. Tianyan the Great. Yi Futian put down the long spear in his hand as he glanced at Wang Xiao. Clearly, this was not Wang Xiao's power. He was unable to do something like this just yet. The city lord of Tianyan had said that Wang Xiao was the heir of Tianyan the Great and could communicate with the imperial arms. Although he had inherited the will of several great emperors, he was not clear as to what form the ancient great emperors of the ancient god clan existed. But one thing was certain. The ancient god clan was able to pass down from generation to generation and was known to possess the power of the gods. Then, it was definitely not just as simple as a wisp of the will of the emperor. It might be similar to the Ziwei Segmentum. Therefore, when Wang Xiao was standing inside the city lord's office, he seemed to have transformed with just a thought. It was as if he had awakened the great emperor. A horrible pressure of might fell on Yi Futian as Wang Xiao's eyes were glued on him. Everyone was silent for a while. Some cultivators from the Divine Prefecture who were enemies with Yi Futian even hoped that Wang Xiao would chop Yi Futian into pieces. Even if that was a violation of what was promised, it had nothing to do with them. Yi Futian raised his head and glanced towards Wang Xiao. He was frowning slightly, his body surrounded by the divine light of the Great Path. You've already been defeated. There's no need to act this, right? Or does the city lord's office lack sportsmanship, and the divine prefecture too proud to admit defeat? A cold voice spoke. Accompanied with this voice was even a strong pressure of might. Faintly, it tended to oppose the emperor's might. Many look at the person who spoke, and it was the evil sage Immersive who rarely said anything. Wang Xiao was still staring at Yi Futian but did not make a move. Yi Futian glanced at him indifferently. His figure appeared high above the sky as he moved about at will. That pressure of might didn't seem to be able to constrain him at all. I can defeat Wang Xiao today, and I can defeat all the powers of the divine prefecture in another day, Yi Futian shouted. Whoever wants to act against Ziwei, the holy land of Taichu, is your warning. As soon as his voice faded, Yi Futian's figure disappeared right from where he was, leaving this place of strife behind, without a trace. But his voice resounded throughout the entire Tianyan city, lingering endlessly. If he could defeat Wang Xiao today, he could defeat all the powers of the divine prefecture in the future. It was an incredibly arrogant claim, but it was the truth. He was only in the 9th realm. If he ever survived the first divine tribulation, how strong would his combat power be? If he ever survived the second divine tribulation, who could compete with him in the land of the divine prefecture? If you collude with the dark world and the empty divine realm, I will kill you for sure. In the city lord's office, a voice pierced through heaven and earth, extremely sharp, and it was the voice of the Spear Emperor. Do you? This voice was highly penetrating and reverberated between heaven and earth, issuing a warning to Yi Futian. You can't do it either. In the void, a response came. It was Yi Futian's voice. Wang Xiao couldn't. And in his opinion, a direct disciple of Donghuang the Great, the Spear Emperor, you couldn't either. When the voice faded, there was completely no sign of life after that. Immersive and Hua Yunting smiled when they saw this and said, Today, we have witnessed a feat that was well worth the trip. We will be on our way now. Once that was said, the cultivators from the two worlds withdrew and did not continue to battle. In the city lord's office, only the cultivators of the divine prefecture remained. Wang Xiao continued to remain high in the sky. It was as if he still hadn't fully recovered from the battle. At this time, in space below, the clan leader of the Shin clan and the master of the Sun God Mountain each took out a communication treasure at the same time. Then, all of a sudden, both of them stood up, and their face wore a look of great shock. Boom! A horrific aura spread from them as they raised their heads and shouted into the sky above, Yi Futian! However, no one responded. Yi Futian dispatched the cultivators from Ziwei Segmentum to ambush the Shen clan and the Sun God Mountain. The news from both of these men caused everyone's hearts to skip a beat. Yi Futian had taken action way faster than they had imagined, which meant that Yi Futian must have already set everything up before coming here. Once they expressed their intent to attack Ziwei Segmentum, he took action immediately. The city lord of Tunin looked at the two men, then raised his head and shouted, Wang Xiao! Wang Xiao bowed his head to look at the city lord of Tianyan. Today's battle was not a battle to be ashamed of. You are the heir of the great emperor, the most outstanding figure of our family. This defeat will not stain your reputation. It was just a fight, the city lord of Tianyan said loudly. He continued, What's more, you haven't exerted all of your strength in this battle. Otherwise, Yi Futian will undoubtedly die. Wang Xiao, you are the only person in Tianyan City who can communicate with the imperial arms. Even if you were defeated, you are still the revealed, as under the great emperor, none could reveal your presence. Now, take the imperial arms and raise Ziwei, slay Yi Futian, to redeem yourself of this defeat. His voice resounded throughout the entire Tianyan city, making everyone's hearts beat violently. What a decisive and ruthless city lord of Tianyan. After Wang Xiao was defeated, the city lord of Tianyan, fearing that he would be severely discouraged, tasked him to use the imperial arms to overpower Ziwei and slay Yi Futian to redeem himself. Wang Xiao could communicate with the imperial arms, he said, and that Wang Xiao was still the unraveled under the great emperors. He used this to encourage and inspire Wang Xiao. The entire city lord's office was totally depressed. This centennial feast of Tianyan City was perfect until Yi Futian showed up. Everything was going in the direction expected by the city lord of Tianyan. However, after Yi Futian showed up, everything went sideways big time. Now, they hoped that by razing Ziwei to the ground, Yi Futian's blood would be enough to make up for the damage he caused at the feast of Tianyan City. Many cultivators in the Divine Prefecture looked at the city lord of Tianyan. This decision was made so quickly that it came somewhat unexpected in its sheer cruelty. No wonder he was the one in command of the ancient god clan. At this moment, the city lord of Tianyan surveyed the crowd and said, "As you have said before, Yi Futian is now a concern for everyone in the Divine Prefecture and must be killed. If not, he will be a great threat to the Divine Prefecture in the future. And who knows how many holy lands of Taichu are in the making." Even now, he had already ambushed the Shin clan and the Sun God Mountain, and who knows how many casualties this has incurred. Tianyan City will fulfill our previous promises. Wang Shao, as the heir of Tianyan the Great, is the only person who can communicate with the Imperial Arms. He will bring the Imperial Arms and lead the cultivators of Tianyan City to vanquish Ziwei. If any forces in the Divine Prefecture wish to join us in the effort of razing Ziwei to the ground, please mobilize your people immediately. We will be gathering in Tianyan City before embarking to Ziwei Segmentum. The city lord of Tianyan's voice shook the void, and his indifferent voice echoed in the entire Tianyan City, rife with an intense murderous intent. Wang Shao would lead Tianyan City, with the Imperial Arms, to go on an expedition to destroy Ziwei Segmentum. If we go to destroy Ziwei, will Yi Futian lead his people to continue these ambushes, just like he did today? Someone asked. No, Ziwei Segmentum is his lair right now. There, he can urge the will of Ziwei the Great. Now that he knows of our attacks, Yi Futian will not easily leave the Ziwei Segmentum. Otherwise, it would be as if he has completely given up Ziwei Segmentum, and then what would become of the cultivators in Ziwei Segmentum? The city lord of Tianyan continued. Unless he rebels and decides to side with the Dark World or the evil Emperor realm. Anha! All the cultivators nodded. In the Ziwei Segmentum, Yi Futian was able to use the will of Ziwei the Great to kill those who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, which they had already known. With such a powerful defensive force, Yi Futian would not be willing to leave the Ziwei Segmentum. If it was not to join the two other principalities, leaving the Ziwei Segmentum was akin to suicide. Principalities in the Divine Prefecture wanted to destroy them. Yi Futian himself aside, what about the other? How would they escape? As for Four Corner Village, the teacher and Donghuang the Great had reached a compromise. As long as the teacher would not intervene, Donghuang the Great and the Imperial Palace would not interfere either. However, if the teacher from the Four Corner Village wanted to meddle, he would have difficulty explaining it to Donghuang the Great. There was no need to worry about all of these, however. Now, it depended on whether Wang Shao, with the help of the Imperial Arms, would overpower Yi Futian, who had the will of Ziwei the Great. As long as he could, then Ziwei Segmentum would be destroyed. Perhaps the Ziwei Segmentum had the power to destroy one principality in the Divine Prefecture, such as the Holy Land of Taichu. But with a conglomerate of the forces within the Divine Prefecture, the power of Ziwei Segmentum was far from enough to overcome them all. There was only death in their future. Shi Qiao frowned slightly. This time the feast at Tianyan City was meant to create the momentum for Wang Shao to destroy Ziwei. Yi Futian may have suppressed this momentum, but it did not dampen the city lord's determination. The outcome had not changed. Under this condition, it was hard for her to help Yi Futian. The Ziwei Segmentum must be destroyed, said a cultivator from Haoyan Ken in Nantian Domain spoke at this time. If that's the case, we will have to look to Tianyan City in leading the effort. Yuanshi Palace of Yuanshi Domain added. Successively, one after the other followed to express similar sentiments. It was the ancient god clan first who wanted to destroy Ziwei. With the participation of several major ancient god clans, some other major forces immediately pledged their allegiance in joining the army of this operation of suppression. Shi Qiao sat there quietly and watched all this taking place. She understood that these ancient god clans were so proactive in the elimination of Yi Futian was not only because of their grievances. In truth, Their grievances with Yi Futian were not as deep as imagined. It was just that one time and could be resolved if they wanted to. The motivation to destroy Ziwei, grievances aside, was because Yi Futian's growth would make the Ziwei segmentum, which he ruled, become a significant threat to the rest of the ancient god clans. Then, there was also the matter of the many divine treasures that Yi Futian possessed. The cultivation world was operated on survival of the fittest, and acts of plunder were common. They wouldn't mind suffocating a peerless genius talent before his time. Furthermore, unlike the Shin clan and the Sun God Mountain, they were not afraid of Yi Futian's ambush and revenge. It was relatively simple to kill Yi Futian before he had completely developed all his potentials, as there was not much threat. If they waited until Yi Futian survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, it would be conceivably much more difficult. How about the West Imperial Palace and the other forces? Don't you want to participate? It was the clan leader of Haoyan clan. His eyes fell on the palace lord of West Imperial Palace. He asked, now that Ziwei Segmentum is a common enemy of the Divine Prefecture, all forces of the Divine Prefecture ought to join hands in their punishment. As one of the ancient god clans of the Divine Prefecture, does the West Imperial Palace really intend to side with Yi Futian against everyone? And all the domain chiefs' manors and other principalities of the Divine Prefecture as well? The great emperor is merciful and agreed not to get involved. But all of you, don't you want to help the Imperial Palace in getting rid of this thorn? Now that these forces decided to participate themselves, it seemed that they loathed seeing anyone else watching from the sidelines, intending to strong-arm the entire Divine Prefecture. This way, Yi Futian and Ziwei Segmentum would be facing all of the Divine Prefecture, thus reducing any threat from him. Even if they couldn't take him, with Yi Futian being the public enemy of the entire Divine Prefecture, could the Imperial Palace still stand by and do nothing? A look of annoyance flashed through Xiao's beautiful eyes. This Haoyan clan was a little too nosy. The palace lord of the West Imperial Palace glanced at him, only to hear Chief Shihai of the West Sea Domain interrupted at this time. I heard that Yi Futian personally went to the West Imperial Palace to deliver elixir, and was received by the palace lord personally. Are the two parties now in an alliance? Just for mutual benefits, nothing more. The palace lord of West Imperial Palace looked nonchalant as he continued. Would any of you refuse the offering of subdivine elixir? Xiao had consented to the cooperation with Yi Futian, which made the mutual benefits possible later. But there is no alliance. However, because of this relationship, it is inconvenient for West Imperial Palace to do anything at the moment. We can only wish all of you the best in your endeavor. Naturally, the palace lord of the West Imperial Palace knew what to say and what not to say. Yi Futian was being ostracized by the entire Divine Prefecture, so he couldn't very well divulge the fact that they were in an alliance. But if it was just mutual benefits, who in Divine Prefecture could do anything about that? Now that things are coming to an end, West Imperial Palace must be leaving. Thank you for the invitation. We are all very impressed. The palace lord of West Imperial Palace put his hands together in respect for the city lord of Tianyan. He then looked at Princess Donghuang. Your Royal Highness, we will take our leave presently. Having said that, the palace lord of West Imperial Palace left with the cultivators from West Imperial Palace, not willing to jump into this muddy water with the rest of them. Xiao left with them, but she was a little worried. The alliance among all the significant forces in the Divine Prefecture to initiate the subjugation of the Ziwei Segmentum would be extremely dangerous this time. This was the first time anything of this kind had ever happened since Donghuang the Great had unified the Divine Prefecture. Right after she left, Xiao immediately notified Yi Futian regarding this latest development. Although he knew in advance that this might be the outcome of the armor competition at Tianyan City, Yi Futian still had a heavy feeling after its confirmation. Next, Ziwei Segmentum would be besieged by all of the Divine Prefecture. However, he would have no thoughts of compromise. Things as they were, he would have to face them head-on. It was not as if he had never experienced this kind of crisis. If he were to survive this major catastrophe in the future, he would make each and every one of these forces in the Divine Prefecture pay, especially Tianyan City. Yi Futian hurried back to Ziwei Segmentum. At the same time, All the major forces in the Divine Prefecture began to mobilize their forces to meet at Tianyan City. The stage seemed to be set for an impending great battle that would surely shake all of the Divine Prefecture. The cultivators of Tianyan City were all trembling in their hearts, facing the unknown of this predicament. They could have never expected that the once-a-century armor competition in Tianyan City would evolve from a celebration to the dire situation they found themselves in. After Yi Futian returned to Ziwei Imperial Palace, he waited quietly. Lord Chun and Hua Jieyu also returned one after another and brought with them many cultivators. They were primarily important figures from the Shin clan and the Sun God Mountain. However, most of the key figures in these two forces had gone to Tianyan City, thus escaped the invasion and were not captured. Yi Futian looked at the group of cultivators in front of him with a cold expression and said, "Imprison them. If the Shin clan and the Sun God Mountain behave themselves, they will be imprisoned here in Ziwei Segmentum. If the two forces attack, they will be the first ones to die." "Yes, Palace Lord." At this time, Yi Futian was filled with murderous intent. How could he be peaceful when the forces of the Divine Prefecture had launched an attack on him? "What's the situation over there?" Lord Chun asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian frowned slightly and said, "The situation is not good. We must prepare for war. Ziwei Segmentum will face its greatest catastrophe in history." Lord Chun looked solemnly at Yi Futian. From Yi Futian's tone, he could tell the seriousness of the matter. This time, all the principalities in the Divine Prefecture, including all the ancient god clans, will ally for the sole purpose of attacking Ziwei Segmentum. "They are already gathering their forces in Tianyan City," said Yi Futian. Not long before he left, Shi Qiao had informed him of this news. In Tianyan City, the feast had concluded, but no one left the city. As countless cultivators looked up into the sky, they saw in the area close to the city lord's office that cultivators had descended successively from the sky. They came down with brilliant divine light and gathered in the city lord's office. Outside the city lord's office, where the most crowd gathered, there was a sea of people with no end in sight. They all rushed to get a look inside the city lord's office and saw that formation of camps had appeared in the sky above the city lord's office. Each camp represented a peak force from the Divine Prefecture. All the principalities in the Divine Prefecture had converged to Tianyan City with the greatest speed. They did not intend to give the Ziwei Segmentum any time for preparation. They did not want to repeat the Holy Land of Taichu's mistakes and wanted to flatten the Ziwei Segmentum as soon as possible. Princess Donghuang, Diyu, and other cultivators from the Imperial Palace did not leave, however. They sat there, watching everything that took place in front of them. Not even when the powers of the Divine Prefecture were dealing with the Dark World and the empty Divine Realm had acted this quickly. The city lord of Tianyan City did not sit down but stood there, waiting for the arrival of cultivators from all sides. This battle was unavoidable, and Ziwei Segmentum must be destroyed, just like Yi Futian must be destroyed as well. He would be the stepping stone for Wang Xiao, who was on his way to becoming an emperor. Slaying Yi Futian would dispel the remaining dark clouds over Wang Xiao's head. Watching the arrival of all the major forces, the city lord of Tianyan was also looking solemn at this moment, and there was a slight disturbance in his heart. He cast a glance at Wang Xiao. Though he was defeated in the last battle, it would not affect his future. He, who was able to control the imperial arms, would be invincible under the great emperor. Gradually, all the participating forces from Divine Prefecture completed their assembly and gathered inside the city lord's office. The entire Tianyan city was incredibly quiet. This would be the greatest war since the unification of the Divine Prefecture. Unfortunately, they would not be witnessing it. "Everyone is here. Let's get ready to depart." The city lord of Tianyan surveyed the crowd, then said to Princess Donghuang next to him, "The great emperor is merciful and agreed not to act against Ziwei. But today, Wang Xiao will lead the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture to flatten the Ziwei Segmentum, ridding them of the imperial palace." His words had put Wang Xiao at an extremely high level by letting him be the head of all the powers of the Divine Prefecture. Furthermore, in the presence of so many top figures from the Divine Prefecture, he did not feel any impropriety in the slightest. As the most powerful man under the great emperor, his grandson Wang Xiao was definitely qualified. Princess Donghuang glanced in the direction where Wang Xiao was and said, "If so, you have my best wish to Tianyan City and all the forces of the Divine Prefecture to take down Yifutian. However, there are countless living creatures within the Ziwei segmentum, and they are innocent cultivators. As all of you go forth to conquer, refrain from killing indiscriminately, lest you hurt the innocents. Your Royal Highness, rest assured, this time we will only slaughter the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace and take down the Ziwei segmentum. No innocent people will be harmed," the city lord of Tianyan said. Then, he looked at Wang Xiao and said, "Wang Xiao, remember well the words of the princess." "Yes." Wang Xiao nodded. "Go and fetch the imperial arms so you can be on your way," the city lord of Tianyan said. Immediately Wang Xiao left, heading deeper into the city lord's office. Inside the city lord's office there was a passage to the original realm. After a moment, the cultivators of Tianyan City saw an imperial glory and shot into the firmament in the direction of the city lord's office. It was as if the sky had been pierced through. At the same time, an incomparable imperial might shrouded Tianyan City. After another moment, the imperial glory disappeared. A brilliant spatial divine light appeared inside the city lord's office. All those powerful formations disappeared from the city lord's office to conquer the original realm. In the Ziwei segmentum and inside the Ziwei Imperial Palace, everyone was busy with their assignments. Many cultivators had been sent away, temporarily leaving Ziwei segmentum. Those below the realm of Upper Renhuang had been sent away to other parts of the Ziwei segmentum. In case they lost, these people may still have a chance at survival. Of course, all the key players of Ziwei Imperial Palace were still there. They planned to live and die with the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Yifutian was standing together with Hua Jieyu, inspecting Ziwei Imperial Palace. He looked at Zhuge Mingyue and said, "Second senior sister, how is the arrangement of everything?" "Don't worry. Everything has been arranged," Zhuge Mingyue said with a smile. It seemed as if she did not feel any stress at all. She seemed quite at ease. The other cultivators were there as well. They looked at Yifutian with trust in their eyes. Yifutian felt the gaze from everyone, and there was a hint of guilty in his heart. He said with a smile, "Everyone has been through a hard time following me. There were not many peaceful days all along this journey. The cultivation world has always been like this. It's the same everywhere. If not you, there would have been other calamities." Lord Taishan said, "When I was cultivating in Taishan Mountain, I was also attacked. Then, I watched you endure these catastrophes because you have been growing. In the process of growth, there are many dangers and hardships. That's right. Every day of my life is a bonus after being saved from so many situations like this. They are nothing new and certainly nothing to worry about." The Sky River Great Elder also piped up nonchalantly. They had been through so many dangers with their lives hanging by a thread that nothing was very significant. They were not afraid of death. They just wanted to go out in a blaze of glory, following Yifutian to go to the higher highs. Yifutian smiled and nodded. He then looked at Lord Chun and Murong Yu and said, "Ziwei Imperial Palace does not belong to me. If it is really sacked, you can choose to surrender. There is no need to consider in regards to me. It is better to be alive than dead." Those cultivators who were part of the Ziwei Imperial Palace before him did not have as deep a relationship with him as others. He would not force anyone else to die if he were defeated this time. The Palace Lord is the heir chosen by Ziwei the Great, and we are all descendants of Ziwei. We have followed the Palace Lord because the Palace Lord has inherited the will of the Great Emperor. Now that the forces of Divine Prefecture have come for the kill, there is absolutely no reason for us to surrender. Any suggestion of that is an insult to us, Lord Chen said. His tone was not so friendly anymore. Back then, Yifutian had slew the original Palace Lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace so that the Ziwei Imperial Palace would surrender to him. Still, they didn't submit because of fear alone. It was essential to note that Yifutian had already inherited the will of Ziwei the Great at that time. Hence, their submission to the manifestation of the Great Emperor was understandable. After all, the entire Ziwei segmentum worshipped Ziwei the Great, and that was their belief. But this time was different. Yi Futian would use the will of the great emperor to fight this battle. If he lost, the emperor's will would be broken, and Ziwei would be destroyed. How could they possibly submit in that case? Although we are not a noble brood, we have chosen to stay, and we will follow the palace lord and live and die with the imperial palace. Murong Yu also said. Yi Futian looked at those faces, and warmth filled his heart. He proceeded, as the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace, I cannot guarantee anything else. But in this battle, if the forces of Divine Prefecture want to invade the Ziwei segmentum and raze Ziwei Imperial Palace to the ground, they will have to step over my dead body first. Although Tianyan City came with the imperial arms, the palace lord can use the will of the great emperor to unite the heavens. Surely this battle will be won, and the people of the Divine Prefecture will not be able to sack Ziwei, Lord Chen said. Yi Futian nodded and said, I have never felt the power of the imperial arms, so this battle is a battle of the unknown. Right now, I'm just planning for the worst-case scenario. With his current realm of strength, using the will of Ziwei the Great, he was also an invincible existence under the great emperor. In the Ziwei segmentum, he could slay even those who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. But this time he would be facing the imperial arms. With a wave of Yi Futian's hand, a treasure mirror appeared. A divine consciousness entered into it, and the mirror flickered with light inside. An image appeared. In the boundless space outside the Ziwei segmentum, there was a place where the divine light was shining radiantly, and a mighty group of cultivators was heading towards the Ziwei segmentum. They are here, Yi Futian said. I'm going. After that, he levitated into the air and headed higher up into the sky. May the palace lord return in victory. Lord Chun raised his head and looked at the departing figure of Yi Futian, bowing. May the palace lord return in victory. One after another, voices resounded throughout Ziwei Imperial Palace. Inside the Imperial Palace, all the cultivators bowed, wishing Yi Futian a triumphant return. They knew that Yi Futian would either win or die in this battle. There was no third choice. With Yi Futian's personality, defeat meant death because he would not want to live to see the people from Divine Prefecture sack Ziwei segmentum. This was not a war between the Divine Prefecture and Ziwei segmentum, but a war between the forces of the Divine Prefecture and Yi Futian. Today's Ziwei segmentum, in front of such a mighty army of Divine Prefecture, could not withstand a prolonged battle. As soon as the army entered Ziwei segmentum, Ziwei Imperial Palace would be razed to the ground in a short time. This was a war for Yi Futian alone. In the boundless starry sky, standing outside the Ziwei segmentum, the entire Ziwei segmentum seems to be shrouded by an endless light screen. All the stars in the segmentum were linked as one, emitting infinite starlight that was continuously circulating. At this time, rays of light dazzled, descending in one area and turning into formations. Each of these formations was extremely powerful, with a terrifying aura of the great path permeating from them. The men of each formation stood in the boundless space, their eyes on the segmentum before them. It was a spectacular sight. Starlight flowed in the periphery of the segmentum, circulating it as if to pave the sky with stars. At this moment, their eyes were focused in one direction. In that direction, amid the flowing starlight, a gigantic elusive figure manifested. A very familiar figure in white garments and with white hair. It was none other than Yi Futian. At this moment, Yi Futian's will had been merged with Ziwei segmentum already and turned into a part of this endless starry sky. Just as Lord Chun and the others had anticipated, this war was a war for Yi Futian alone. Below the starry sky, a figure dressed in white sat in a cross-legged stance. In the boundless universe, he appeared especially tiny. His eyes were shut tight, and his spiritual soul had merged into one with the starry sky. He had forgotten about himself. This was Yi Futian's true self, but his consciousness was not inside of his true form. Above the celestial skies, the enormous phantasm appeared in the vast starry space. It looked like the projection of Yi Futian in the starry skies. This was a manifestation of his consciousness. The eyes of the projection looked toward the divine prefecture cultivators who came to attack. He stood before the powerful cultivators of the divine prefecture alone, on his own. He intercepted them outside of the Ziwei segmentum. The divine prefecture cultivators paused in their tracks. The aura from each of the camps was extremely terrifying. Their gazes were fixed on the phantom figure before them. Indeed, as the rumors had it, Yi Futian could utilize the will of Ziwei the Great to fuse his spiritual soul into the starry skies and control the trillions of celestial stars. At this moment, Yi Futian represented the will of Ziwei the Great and guarded this place. In the middle of the various divine prefecture factions were the cultivators from Tianyan City, of which the leading figure wasn't the lord of the Tianyan City, and it was his heir, Wang Xiao, who had been defeated by Yi Futian. The divine prefecture crusade this time was led by Wang Xiao for an assault on the Ziwei segmentum. Wang Xiao looked in front of him as well, and he stared at Yi Futian's phantom figure. His gaze was ice-cold, while murderous intent burned inside his eyes. Young city lord, please break open this defense of the Ziwei segmentum. As long as we shatter the will of Ziwei the Great, we can directly charge into Ziwei and wipe out the imperial palace. The chief of the West Sea Domain Chief's Manor said. He had an intense hatred for Yi Futian. Yi Futian killed a significant number of people from his West Sea Domain Chief's Manor. Although he was the chief of the Domain Chief's Manor under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Palace, he joined this war against the Ziwei segmentum. The various cultivators all looked toward Wang Xiao. The only one capable of breaking through this defense and destroying the will of Ziwei the Great was Wang Xiao. Although the lord of the Tianyan city was arrogant to say that Wang Xiao was invisible amongst cultivators below the great emperor, in some sense he was right. With the imperial arm, very few people in the divine prefecture could hold their own against Wang Xiao. His own power level was, of course, out of the question since he had been defeated by Yi Futian not long ago. All right. Wang Xiao nodded and walked forward. It stepped on the void and stood in the middle of the boundless starry skies. With a turn of his mind, a ray of light appeared above him in the vast starry skies. As the light rained downward, it illuminated the vast space. That was the imperial glory, supremely divine and holy, and even the apex overlords didn't dare to look into it directly. Wang Xiao went up into the air and moved in that direction. He stood in the boundless starry skies. Before him was a divine hammer. The one who was holding the divine hammer was a supreme, holy phantasm. The phantasm was extremely oppressive and had an unparalleled aura of might and majesty. It was almost as though it contained vitality and looked down upon all beings in the world. Tianyan the Great. The hearts of the cultivators quivered. This divine hammer was one of the imperial arms forged personally by Tianyan the Great. It was the divine attacking arm of Tianyan the Great, a divine weapon known as the Sky Tremor. This was the imperial arm that Tianyan the Great explicitly forged to be compatible with the divine technique, Sky Tremoring Hammer, which he had created. In the boundless void, waves of tremoring pulses swept out from above the sky tremor. The cultivators from the divine prefecture all felt a suffocating aura. The waves of terrifying tremors continued to expand while growing stronger. It covered a nearly endless area, perhaps even the entire Ziwei segmentum. Boom! Dull thumps could be heard in the skies. As waves after waves of the tremoring pulses swept across the air and landed on the light screen outside the Ziwei segmentum, rigorous booming sounds erupted from the impact. Moreover, it was as though those tremoring pulses were endless, impacting the light screen over and over. Retreat! The divine prefecture cultivators flew into the air and went even higher to evade those tremoring pulses. They looked down toward the segmentum. The tremoring pulses of the sky tremor seemed to transform into tangible attacks. As it tremored down on the light screen one round after another, it was as though it had no end. Legend has it that every attack of the sky tremor contained hundreds of millions of tremoring pulses, containing enough power to obliterate anything in this world. A powerful cultivator from the divine prefecture said as he looked in Wang Zhao's direction. It was as though Wang Zhao's body had fused into one with the phantasm of Tianyan the Great. When he reached out his hand, He gripped onto the sky tremor together with the arm of the phantasm. Yi Futian's phantasm naturally felt this overwhelming pressure as well. With a turn of his mind, the celestial stars in the skies outside of the Ziwei segmentum started to revolve and rotate. It was as if the entire segmentum transformed into one complete star with trillions of stars merging into one to protect the Ziwei segmentum from obliteration. As the divine light rained down from the celestial skies, it blinded the eyes of those who looked toward it. Wang Xiao raised his hand. The phantasm of Tianyan the Great raised the sky tremor and slammed it down. At this instant, trillions of tremoring pulses swept downward, shrouding the vast celestial skies. Within the vicinity of these tremoring pulses, it was as though no living being could exist. Regardless of who stood below, he would be shattered and killed by the tremoring pulses. Boom! A dull, heavy thud echoed through the celestial skies. It was as though space itself was being crushed and shattered, giving rise to an endless array of dark cracks in space. At the same time, the waves of tremoring pulses attacked against the outside of the body of the star. The tremoring even seeped in indirectly, trying to shatter the entire Ziwei segmentum. At this moment, inside one of the cultivation stars inside the Ziwei segmentum, all of the cultivators suddenly heard the terrifying noises coming from atop the celestial skies. It rumbled their eardrums, causing the ground to shake and tremor as though there was an earthquake. Buildings collapsed while the wild roars of the demonic beasts could be heard. At this moment, every single person inside the Ziwei segmentum felt this tremoring pulse attack coming from outside of the segmentum. Regardless of cultivation level, a shocked expression spread across all of their faces. They raised their heads to look toward the sky while the ground was quaking. What in the world is happening? No one knew. Only the people of the Ziwei Imperial Palace knew what happened. At this moment, the Imperial Palace was tremoring as well. They raised their heads to look toward the outer skies, and waves of shock went through their hearts. It was such a terrifying attack that impacted the entire segmentum. Just how frighteningly powerful was it? If it weren't for Yi Futian with the will of Ziwei the Great controlling the celestial stars, these tremors would be able to obliterate countless lives from the Ziwei segmentum. This is the attacking power of an imperial arm? The hearts of the cultivators quivered. Being able to cover the entire segmentum, that was such shocking power. Just how terrifyingly powerful could the great emperors be? In the eyes of a great emperor, all cultivators below the great emperor level were likely no different from ants. Regardless of how powerful a tribulation plane cultivator was, there was no way he could even conceive an attack this terrifyingly powerful. And Yi Futian, what kind of pressure was he under now? Boom! Another sky-shaking noise echoed through the air. People in the entire segment could hear this extremely horrifying noise. Outside of the Ziwei segmentum and outside of the tremoring pulses from the attacks of the sky tremor, a ray of divine light shot down from the sky tremor, colliding in one direction to form a terrifying pillar of light attempting to pierce through the defense. Around the light pillar were ominous cracks in space, even tearing open tunnels connecting to the original realm and the divine prefecture. On the other end of the space cracks, divine prefecture cultivators sensed the situation and were all equally shocked, not knowing what was happening. He didn't break through. The divine prefecture cultivators saw that below them, the Ziwei segmentum defensive light screen was not broken under the attack of the imperial arm. However, cracks appeared on the flowing starry light screen, and they were expanding. The truly terrifying thing was that the tremoring pulses still hadn't dissipated. It was as though there was no limit of end to them. Finally, as the cracks spread through the light screen, the outer starry light screen was torn apart, and as the cracks continued to grow, the defensive light screen was also breaking. Yi Futian witnessed all of this happening. He looked toward Wang Xiao and the sky tremor above him, the power of an imperial arm as expected. It was truly as terrifying as it could get, but it wasn't unmatchable. With a turn of his mind, the divine lights from the stars of the celestial skies converged together. The phantasm of Ziwei the Great manifested behind Yi Futian's figure, and then it fused together with his apparition. Yi Futian raised his head and looked toward the phantasms of Wang Xiao and Tianyan the Great high up in the skies. This was no longer a battle between Wang Xiao and him. It was a battle between the wills of two great emperors. The sky tremor was once again raised, then slammed down. Trillions of tremoring pulses swept out, attempting to shatter the entire Ziwei. In the ancient era, Ziwei the Great was the apex great emperor. His powers should be above that of Tianyan the Great. However, the imperial arm left by Tianyan the Great contained the attacking will of Tianyan the Great himself, while the Ziwei segmentum did not. Instead, it required Yi Futian's control. A starry divine light erupted to transform into a starry divine sword, colliding directly with the light ray from the sky tremor that was slamming down. High up above the sky, two light pillars of golden and purple colors appeared, tearing apart the space around them. It was as though the entire world was collapsing. It was extremely terrifying. At the same time, the stars of the celestial skies revolved and once again blocked those terrifying tremoring pulses. But when the trillions of tremoring pulses swept downwards, many stars exploded and were shattered, allowing the terrifying tremoring pulses to invade the Ziwei segmentum. Yi Futian could sense that inside the Ziwei segmentum, countless living beings were affected. Many people were even injured due to these terrifying tremoring pulses. Ancient great emperors were able to obliterate an entire world on their own. That was certainly not fiction. Yi Futian raised his head and looked in the direction which Wang Xiao was in. The attacks of the imperial arm were so powerful. He couldn't just allow him to strike over and over again. Otherwise, even if he managed to fend against his attacks, the cultivators of the Ziwei segmentum wouldn't be able to bear it. The overlords of the divine prefecture stood atop the skies, separating into different formations. Just then, the lord of the Tianyan city lowered his head to look below him and said, "The star defense light screen had already been broken through. We can charge in and enter the Ziwei segmentum, dismantling the enemy from inside, and leave the straight-on attack for Wang Xiao." Although their power wasn't as terrifying as Wang Xiao with the imperial arm, many of them were still apex cultivators who had overcome the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Even across the entire divine prefecture, they're still considered top-tier cultivators. Even on such a terrifying battlefield, they were qualified to participate. All right, several of them nodded. Then, the top forces of the divine prefecture went downward. The divine lights of the great paths circled them, transforming into rays of light and bolting down. They went straight for the inside of the shattered star light screen, attempting to charge straight into the Ziwei segmentum. Yet just as they charged downward and were about to enter between the countless stars and into the Ziwei segmentum, a face appeared atop every single celestial star surrounding the segmentum. They were all Yi Futian's face. At this moment, it was as though countless faces were staring at them, which evoked an uncanny feeling in them. As the starlight flowed and spun, the celestial stars revolved in a specific orbit, slamming toward them in the revolution. Immediately, terrifying noises were emitted, and all of them felt a suffocating divine might. "Careful!" the lord of the Tianyan city yelled. All of the cultivators unleashed the most powerful might of their great paths. Then, the celestial stars collided with them. The Tianyan city lord dealt one thrust of his spear, striking onto the huge star, causing cracks to appear before it shattered. At the same time, the other cultivators also launched their attacks against the stars and caused them to shatter one after another. But it was as though they had sunken into a dominion of stars and were engulfed by the revolving stars of the skies. Countless stars smashed down onto them endlessly. One after another, each attack forced them into passive defense. The Tianyan city lord frowned. This was still just a slither of Yi Futian's consciousness dealing with them. Yi Futian's main consciousness was fending against Wang Xiao. But even then, it was still so astonishingly powerful, which was a testament to his powerful control over the stars of these skies. The entire Ziwei segmentum was under his control. Just like the rumors said, Yi Futian was the king of Ziwei. Here he was God. Wang Xiao saw this too. He wielded the sky tremor and slammed toward there. The tremoring pulses swept out, causing enormous noises to echo the skies. Many of the stars were crushed and obliterated, which finally allowed the cultivators to dash out. But they didn't dare to continue going deeper. Instead, they returned to the celestial skies. The auras of the Tianyan City Lord and the other cultivators fluctuated, and the auras of their great paths were also unstable. Although it was just a short while just now, it was extremely dangerous. And that tremoring pulse just now impacted them as well. If they weren't tribulation plane cultivators and were instead just renhuangs, these tremoring pulses alone would be enough to kill them. However, the thought of charging into the Ziwei segmentum was extinguished. It seemed to be extremely difficult. Unless Wang Xiao completely tore open the defense, they wouldn't be able to enter. Wang Xiao, it's all yours. The Tianyan City Lord roared to Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao was invincible below the great emperor level. This battle belonged to him. As long as he could crack open Ziwei and eliminate Yifutian, so what if Tianyan City lost? No one cared about the process. They would only see the outcome. Okay. Wang Xiao nodded. At this moment, it was as though the great emperor had descended upon the world. It was as if he was the real Tianyan the Great, wielding the sky tremor and looking down on the Ziwei segmentum. The only acceptable outcome for him is victory. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to wipe out the humiliation of Tianyan City. One after another, wave of terrifying pulses came sweeping down the sky tremor. Deep thumping sounds echoed out continuously. One pulse after another, endlessly tremoring onto the Ziwei segmentum. Wang Xiao stared at Yifutian's apparition and said, "This battle between you and me is a clash of fate. I answered to the will of Tianyan the Great and gained the approval of the great emperor. I was granted the imperial arm. Today, here, I will wipe out Ziwei." His voice rumbled through the boundless celestial skies and echoed through the vast world. Yet a cold humph could be heard as though containing some disdain and contempt. Then Yifutian said, "Does this power of the imperial arm belong to you? You're simply relying on the acknowledgement of the imperial arm. Even the attacks belong to the imperial arm and not you. Without the imperial arm, who are you? Just one spear thrust. How dare you claim to be invincible below the great emperors? Who are you to proclaim a clash of fate? All of your glory was bestowed by the Lord of the Tianyan City. A person who can't even bear one thrust of a spear. Do you think you have unparalleled talent?" Yifutian's voice echoed through the celestial skies, which made Wang Xiao's face turn ugly. He was always groomed as the heir of Tianyan City. Just as Yifutian said, all of his values were imbued in him by his grandfather, the Lord of Tianyan City. He was born extraordinary, destined for greatness. This had reached the peak after receiving the inheritance of Tianyan the Great. It wasn't just his grandfather. Everyone thought so too, even himself. The path that he was going to walk was the path of a great emperor. "He wants to affect your state of mind," the Tianyan City Lord said loudly. "Wang Xiao, the world only sees results, not process. You've inherited the imperial arm, and now you're unparalleled below the great emperor. With this battle, you'll trample Ziwei and then obliterate Yifutian. Then, you will be number one in this world below the great emperors." Yifutian sneered inside. The Tianyan City Lord had always imbued this concept into him, Wang Xiao, the greatest below the great emperors. In fact, Wang Xiao had been under that perception all along, and it had never wavered. Until that thrust of a spear at the Tianyan City Lord's office, that was when he wavered. That strike made him feel defeated. It made him see someone that was more outstanding than him. When reality is presented right in front of him, how could he not become doubtful? But now, he needed to forget all of this and put away the doubts toward himself. To walk the path of the great emperor, one must be willing to move forward no matter what. Wang Zhao's gaze suddenly became incredibly firm. He looked down toward Yifutian's phantasm and said, "Anyone who stands before me shall perish." As his voice sounded, the sky tremor once again slammed down. Tremoring pulses of obliteration swept across everything. It was almost as though this entire space of the original realm would be destroyed as a dark hurricane formed. At the same time, the light pillar pierced through the boundless celestial skies and shot toward Yifutian. It was unstoppable. As the divine lights of the celestial stars flowed and turned, the projection of Ziwei the Great manifested. Infinite starlight merged in a sword, a killing sword that contained the aura of the great emperor. It collided with the light pillar and once again intercepted it. Wang Zhao's attack couldn't penetrate it one bit to impact the Ziwei segmentum. As long as I'm here, Ziwei will be too. Yi Futian's voice sounded unassailable. But he too was pondering. Although he could fend off Wang Zhao's attacks, it wouldn't work if he had to keep doing that. I needed some other way to threaten him to stop. He fused into the will of Ziwei the Great to control the Ziwei segmentum. He commanded the power of the stars of the skies, and that was the path of Ziwei the Great. However, that power wasn't entirely his. As he thought about this, the revolving stars of the skies in the boundless celestial space erupted even more magnificent divine lights. Yi Futian's face appeared atop all of the stars, and it was as though his consciousness had completely fused into the celestial stars. Hum, hum, hum. Rays of starlight lit up and shone. The celestial stars all started to deal out terrifying sword wills of the stars at the same time. These sword wills contained the unparalleled might of the great emperor. It was almost as if they were the sword wills of the great emperor himself. As the celestial stars revolved, an endless array of divine swords appeared in different positions, but they all pointed in the same direction. That was where Wang Xiao was. Wang Xiao frowned. What was Yi Futian trying to do? His spiritual soul was fused into the boundless celestial skies in a decentralized state. Yet now he wanted to perfectly control the orbits of the celestial stars. This would cause a significant burden on the spiritual soul and cause his powers to be scattered and unfocused. Yi Futian seemed to want to gamble with him. Under the celestial skies, a white-haired figure sat in a cross-legged stance. His eyes were shut tight as the starlight of trillions of stars spilled onto him as though connecting with his body. At this moment, it was almost as though Yi Futian no longer belonged to himself. Inside his mind, he was no longer himself as an individual. Instead, he was the world of the stars of the celestial skies. Wang Xiao wielded the sky tremor and continued to sweep across the area using the tremoring pulses. Yet, when the pulses landed on the celestial stars of the skies, it was completely dissolved. It was as though the pulses were pierced through by countless divine swords and could no longer continue invading below the skies. The celestial skies sank into an eerie silence. Wang Xiao didn't continue attacking. Yi Futian didn't continue attacking either. This strike could break through the barrier of the segmentum and enter the inside of the Ziwei segmentum. The light pillar of the sky tremor will pierce through the entire Ziwei segmentum, and countless cultivators will lose their lives as a result. And all of this will be your fault, Wang Xiao thundered. Yi Futian's apparition disappeared. Ziwei the Greats will seem to have fused into the boundless celestial skies as well and no longer existed in any particular location. So, no power could block the bolting light pillar of the sky tremor, and it would pierce through the Ziwei segmentum directly. It could even pierce through the land of the stars inside the segmentum where the cultivators resided. After this strike, perhaps you will die alongside them, Yi Futian replied. His voice was ice-cold. It was as though he would do it no matter what, even at the expense of countless lives. At this point, he had no choice. He had to sacrifice. If all he did was brace and block, it could only lead to obliteration. When that happened, it would all be out of his control. In the silence of the starry battlefield, Wang Xiao hesitated. He looked at the divine starry light of the heavens and saw that every one of those lights was pointing at him. Every starry divine light contained incomparable sword will. It was as if as soon as he attacked, these swords in the heavens would converge upon him at the same time. The shockwaves from the sky tremoring hammer swept down again and again. But when each shockwave landed in front of the starry swords, it was neutralized by the sword will. It seemed that even with the imperial arms, it was not an easy task to invade Ziwei segmentum. Wang Xiao thought of the words spoken by the city lord of Tianyan. With the imperial arms in hand, he was the unraveled. As such, how could he even contemplate retreat? If he couldn't manage to get inside Ziwei today and slaughter Yi Futian, that, compounded with the defeat suffered at the city lord's office, he would no longer have the audacity to call himself the unraveled. He would be forever cowering in the shadow of Yi Futian. When he thought of this, Wang Xiao raised his arm, bathing in imperial glory. As if he had made a decision, he held the sky-tremoring hammer high above his head, looking down at the stars in the heavens below. He spoke loudly. "Under the great emperor, I am invincible." The moment his voice fell, the divine light descended from the sky, piercing the boundless space. The shock waves of destruction swept out, and its intensity had multiplied with the help of the imperial arms. Billions of shock waves descended at the same time with an explosive force. The beam of light went directly towards the space below, attempting to penetrate the Z-Way segmentum. Above the stars in the heavens, Yi Futian's phantoms were lit up at the same time. It was as if he had transformed everything. Infinite starlight bloomed at the same time, transformed into the starry divine swords. There was also a terrifying spatial divine light that appeared, ignoring space and distance. The starry divine swords in the heavens pointed to one direction alone, Wang Zhao's direction. At this moment, the endless starry sky was illuminated, blinding everyone. At the same time, there was an ultimate destructive power that was lurking. At the periphery of the Z-Way segmentum, the beam of light directly pierced the light screen of the segmentum. The ruinous beam of light penetrated heaven and earth, tearing through the space, making its way down into Z-Way segmentum. At this moment, in Z-Way segmentum, on different starry continents, many cultivators had seen the pillar of light. This pillar of destruction was like a pillar from the gods, illuminating the world, carrying with it the power that could destroy the world. Wherever the light went, everything was gone like smoke and dust, and no one could stop it. When the cultivators in Z-Way segmentum saw the scene in front of them, they were greatly shocked. What is happening? The hearts of so many trembled. An earthquake had occurred on the starry continent where they were located. Now, a pillar of apocalyptic light appeared and penetrated the heavens. Wherever the light passed through, all living beings were destroyed indiscriminately. It's the end. Some, when they saw the sight in front of them, felt a little hopeless and silently prayed that this beam of light that had pierced the segmentum would not pass through the starry continent where they were. Within Z-Way segmentum, the cultivators on one of the continents seemed to be right under this beam of light. In an instant they felt the aura of desperation. Many of them even wept as if they had seen the end of days. When such a beam of light fell, they would not have the slightest chance of survival. Before they had time to think too much, the beam of light descended upon them, but they were not destroyed. Because of the way the spaces were staggered, it looked as if the beam of light was coming towards them, but there was still a certain distance between the two. The beam of light landed quite far away from the continent where they were. Nonetheless, the aftershocks of destruction swept towards them, causing the continent to vibrate violently. Near the edge of the continent, many people perished in those spatial cracks. But even more people's lives were saved, fortunately. Who was it that launched this devastating attack? Cultivators on the continent looked at that ruinous beam of light passing by from a distance. The space had collapsed, unable to block the incomparable light. Everyone trembled in their hearts. Even those powerful cultivators shook in their boots, weak in their knees. This was more than just fear. How much damage would be caused by this beam of light? At the same time, outside of the Z-Way segmentum, there was a terrifying scene being played out as well. When that beam of light slammed into Z-Way segmentum, the light of countless divine swords directly swept toward Wang Zhao. The starry divine swords ignored the distance between them and seemed to be released by Yi Futian to rush through that terrible shockwave. It descended in just an instant and did not allow Wang Zhao to attack with the sky-tremoring hammer. Wang Zhao, the city lord of Tianyan, and many other cultivators were repelled by the sword light and appeared in different directions. He looked at where Wang Zhao was and shouted, only to see countless horrific black fissures had appeared in that area, along with an infinite destructive sword will. The eyes of the city lord of Tianyan glued on that side, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. An attack of such intensity, even with the help of the imperial arms, would not be easy for Wang Zhao. Upon the dissipation of this destructive attack, Wang Zhao appeared, and the imperial glory that he was bathed in before had dimmed considerably. The imperial arms held in his hands seemed a little unsteady, and there was blood all over his body as if he had been injured severely. In a quick glance, he looked like a recognizable man covered in blood. Moreover, Wang Zhao's breath was very shallow, as if he had suffered a serious injury. If it weren't for the imperial arms, that blow would have killed him long ago, and it would have been impossible for him to block it. Wang Zhao glanced down at the space below. He couldn't see Yi Futian anywhere, as Yi Futian's actual physical presence was not here. Wang Zhao had no way to attack any specific target because Yi Futian seemed to have immersed himself into the galaxy in the heavens, and there were countless phantoms of Yi Futian. Wang Zhao was pretty certain that such attacks by Yi Futian must have cost him a lot, as it had to impose a tremendous physical load on him, but Wang Zhao could not be sure of Yi Futian's actual condition. On the contrary, he was in a place of visibility while Yi Futian, as the master of the Ziwei segmentum, was in the shadows. "Do you want to continue?" said an icy voice, containing an unmistakable murderous intent. Many stars had already shattered and collapsed, but of all the rest of the stars that remained, there were still countless phantoms of Yi Futian that were above them, as if he was everywhere and he could unleash another attack just like the one before. As long as Wang Zhao was bold enough to continue attacking Ziwei segmentum, he would blast out another devastating blow again. Wang Zhao had a terrible look on his face. Was he unable to achieve his objective after all? He was not sure if the whole things were to repeat itself again, that he would be able to block the attack. A repetition of the same attack was likely to kill him here and now. "You are the unraveled under the great emperor?" Yi Futian's voice spread across the endless starry sky as he said, "If so, let us do it again here, so I can really see what exactly the unraveled is." His voice was filled with a potent murderous intent. Wang Zhao's attack had penetrated the segmentum, and many cultivators lost their lives under that one attack. Princess Donghuang had specifically told Wang Zhao not to kill indiscriminately. However, Wang Zhao failed to follow this command. To make his way into the Ziwei segmentum, he had killed many innocent cultivators in the Ziwei segmentum. "If you can't sack Ziwei today, I will most definitely destroy Tianyan City one day." A voice full of murderous intent resounded through the void, as if provoking Wang Zhao to make his move. The cultivators of various major camps from the Divine Prefecture stood in different directions, their eyes fixed on the stars in the heavens, looking humiliated. If Ziwei could not be defeated today, they would face certain danger in the future, especially those forces that did not belong to any of the ancient god clan. This kind of danger may descend upon them at any time, and unlike the ancient god clans, they wouldn't be able to stop the ambush from Ziwei Imperial Palace. Wang Zhao was hesitating, and he struggled in his heart. It was true that Yi Futian was provoking him to take action, but did he want to continue? How long could either one of them sustain this kind of exchange, whether it be Yi Futian or Ziwei segmentum? "If we don't destroy Ziwei today, there will be no more chance in the future." A cultivator from the Divine Prefecture was heard speaking. "City Lord, make a decision right now, and we will ensure Wang Zhao's safety." They came with the City Lord of Tianyan this time and brought imperial arms with them, intending to flatten Ziwei. If they return without success, a sharp sword would forever hang above all of their heads. Of course, they didn't think they should withdraw. However, the City Lord of Tianyan did not think like them. This was Wang Zhao they were talking about. He was the most powerful genius talent of the Wang family in Tianyan City, the only one who could communicate with the imperial arms. If something were to happen to Wang Zhao, what would their future be? He had such high hopes for Wang Zhao. Yi Futian and his antics did not mean that Wang Zhao was weak or incapable. "City Lord, if he's allowed to continue today, he will threaten all of the Divine Prefecture in the future. City Lord, we have allied to come here, and today we must sack Ziwei, or else it would all be for naught. We will be the laughingstock of all of the Divine Prefecture." All these voices rang one after another as cultivators of the Divine Prefecture attempt to persuade the City Lord of Tianyan to permit Wang Zhao to continue, in the hopes of vanquishing Ziwei and slaying Yi Futian. The City Lord of Tianyan was agitated by all these chatter, as his eyes, now sharper than ever, assessing the battlefield. However, some cultivators appealed directly to Wang Zhao. Wang Xiao, as you command the imperial arms, you are invincible under the great emperor. He has nowhere to go now, and his words are as good as that of a dead man. If you continue the attack, he will surely die. This person who spoke was a cultivator from Haoyan clan, part of the ancient god clan. Shut up! The city lord of Tianyan scolded the speaker and cut him off. The clan leader of Haoyan clan looked askance at the city lord. Even though they all belonged to the ancient god clans, they were, in fact, always secretly vying for power. By goading Wang Xiao to make a move, the Haoyan clan would be in a position to profit no matter the result. Actually, it was best that both sides lose. Ziwei sacked and Wang Xiao dead. The city lord of Tianyan was a scheming old fox and knew very well the motivations behind the other's rhetoric, which accounted for his blunt reproach. What does the city lord mean by this? The clan leader of Haoyan clan pressed coldly. Before our departure, even the city lord has said that the goal for the alliance is to rid of Ziwei and Yifutian, and that is why Wang Xiao, invincible under the great emperor, brought the imperial arms with him. Isn't that so? This remark silenced the city lord of Tianyan, and he had no good answer. Other cultivators were looking at him too and gave the city lord of Tianyan a slight pressure. He silently cursed these bastards inside. But this was the situation in front of him. Invincible under the great emperor? A burst of sarcastic laughter came out, and he said, "Are you still deceiving yourselves? Without the imperial arms, killing him is as easy as killing an ant." Such a character dared to claim that he was invincible under the great emperor? How shameless! Were all the cultivators in the divine prefecture already turning on each other? So it couldn't be better. These principalities of divine prefecture had all hatched their plan, and a true alliance was impossible. They would crumble at the slightest sign of infighting and be defeated. Wang Zhao's eyes focused on the Ziwei segmentum below. In those eyes, divine flames seemed to linger as he raised his arms slightly. It seemed as if he couldn't hold back the urge to continue the fight. But at that very same moment, the stars in the sky lit up brightly as the radiant sword light permeated the heavens. This would be a battle that neither would win. Wang Xiao wanted to get inside the Ziwei segmentum, and he may be killed by Yifutian in the process. Perhaps Wang Xiao could break through their defense and invade the Ziwei segmentum to conquer it. But at what price? No one had the answer. Wang Xiao. Just as everyone from the divine prefecture persuaded Wang Xiao to take action, the city lord of Tianyan called out to him. Immediately Wang Zhao's arm stopped in the air, and he looked in the direction of the city lord of Tianyan. The city lord of Tianyan said loud and clear, "With the will of the great emperor, Ziwei will be imprisoned. If Yifutian is too stubborn to repent, let the Ziwei segmentum live and die as it chooses." Wang Xiao understood what the city lord of Tianyan meant. The Wang family of Tianyan City was directly descended from Tianyan the Great. Among the ancient god clan of Wang, they had more than just one imperial arm. Previously, the cultivators of the divine prefecture wanted Tianyan City to take action, bring the imperial arms, and imprison Ziwei segmentum because they knew that the city lord's office was in possession of terrifying imperial arms that could imprison everything. However, if they were imprisoned, they wouldn't be able to take down Yifutian, and they probably wouldn't be able to get the divine treasures he possessed. Moreover, it may cause the entire Ziwei segmentum to weaken and its eventual destruction. Doing so may very well attract criticisms from all sides because even Princess Donghuang had cautioned them not to take such extreme actions. Imprison Ziwei. When these top forces from the divine prefecture heard the words of the city lord of Tianyan, they immediately knew what it was that he wanted Wang Xiao to do. Many people couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Of course, they were hoping for an all-out invasion of Ziwei segmentum. They wanted to step into Ziwei, capture Yifutian, seize the divine treasures, rule Ziwei segmentum, and control the starry cultivation court. But if Ziwei were to be imprisoned, everything would be a pipe dream, and none of the things they wanted would be realized. Of course, then there was the question of how the city lord of Tianyan would want to accomplish this. In the case of imprisonment, they would need to leave imperial arms here at Ziwei segmentum and wouldn't take it away. Otherwise, how could they imprison an entire segmentum if the imperial arms were absent? Would Tianyan City be willing to relinquish imperial arms for that? But things had gotten to this point and it had to end somehow. They couldn't let Yifutian and the Ziwei segmentum off the hook and return home with their tails between their legs. None of the forces from the Divine Prefecture could accept this ending, but especially not Tianyan City. They could not possibly take an ending in which they failed to break through the defense of Ziwei segmentum and returned in defeat. Therefore, something had to be done. Imprisonment. Wang Zhao's countenance did not look so great when he heard the words of his grandfather, the city lord of Tianyan. The suggestion of imprisonment implied that the attack this time was a total failure, and he could not overpower Yifutian. Even with the imperial arms, he was unable to sack Ziwei segmentum. However, they may not be able to get inside Ziwei. Still, they couldn't leave just like that either, letting both Ziwei segmentum and Yifutian go free, so imprisonment was the only other alternative. He needed to leave imperial arms behind and use them to shut down the Ziwei segmentum. This was not the outcome that Wang Zhao anticipated, but he didn't seem to have a better choice at the moment. The cultivators of the Divine Prefecture stood quietly in the boundless void and did not speak. The situation was such that it was meaningless for them to say anything more. Tianyan City would have to decide on its own, but this alliance was a failure. All the great forces in the Divine Prefecture, including the ancient god clans, banded together to come for the kill, but they could not take a step into Ziwei. Very well, Wang Zhao responded. As soon as his voice faded, he gave a wave of his hand, and suddenly, a second imperial arm appeared in the endless starry sky. These imperial arms hovered in the boundless void and were expanding rapidly. It was a picture scroll, and the scroll was covered with golden divine flames devouring the great path. Wang Zhao raised his head and looked at the scroll in the void. A divine light between his brows fell on the picture scroll. His expression was solemn as he said, "Disciple Wang Zhao asks my ancestor to reveal his spirit to temper this corner of the sky." Upon him, the divine light penetrated the picture scroll, and suddenly little spots of light lit up the scroll, becoming more and more radiant until a holy phantom appeared. The phantom turned into a face, and it was the face of Tianyan the Great. An incomparable aura enveloped the boundless space between heaven and earth. In an instant, the entire atmosphere was saturated with that aura. Then, the picture scroll seemed to replicate itself, converting that infinite starry sky into a part of it. This horrific scene continued to spread, extending into the direction of Ziwei segmentum. When Yifutian perceived this, he was not particularly pleased. Another imperial arm was at work. Yifutian, you still have a chance to repent. Otherwise, once the heaven-tempering enumeration is unleashed, Ziwei will no longer exist. Wang Zhao's voice was cold as ice, ringing through the space. This imperial arms was the heaven-tempering enumeration, capable of tempering a world, and was once the treasure of Tianyan the Great in refining divine arms. The starlight circulated, and the starry light screen continued to move and flow, providing cover for the Ziwei segmentum, shrouding the entire Ziwei segmentum within so that it would not be corroded by that divine flames from the outside. The heaven-tempering enumeration continued to expand along with the starry light screen, getting larger until it gradually covered all of the Ziwei segmentum. If it weren't for the defense that was already set up, heaven-tempering enumeration would be able to gain a foothold inside the segmentum and incinerate it. Buzz. Once the heaven-tempering enumeration was in place, the phantom of the great emperor disappeared as well. However, that heaven-tempering enumeration, which shrouded the Ziwei segmentum, had already begun tempering all existence within this world, including the power of the great path which had been refined. Divine flames rained down from the heaven-tempering enumeration and fell on the starry light screen. The golden divine flames covered the light screen, wanting to worm their way in, but could not burn through it immediately. Yifutian, under the heaven-tempering enumeration, how long do you think the Ziwei segmentum can persist? Wang Zhao continued, if you stand down, I can let the cultivators of Ziwei segmentum go, including your family. He wanted Yifutian to bow his head and admit defeat. It was only Yifutian that he wanted. He couldn't care less about everyone else. Under the heaven-tempering enumeration, the entire world became blazing hot. If it weren't for the starry light screen, the whole segmentum would already be burnt up. Such a ruthless resolve? Yifutian was cold to the core. He said, "One day, even if you kneel down to beg for mercy, I will not spare any of the cultivators from the Wang family in the city lordess office of Tianyan City." Countless people had already perished from the previous blow, and there was no telling how many more might follow them under the attack of the heaven-tempering enumeration at this moment. For as long as he lived, one of his goals would be to immolate the entire city lord's office of Tianyan City, and he would be sure to achieve it. "Because of you and you alone, Ziwei is where it is today," Wang Xiao said in an icy voice. "I will protect Ziwei," Yifutian replied. Wang Xiao gave a cold snort as he waved his hand. Instantly, the heaven-tempering enumeration closed, and the two worlds seemed to be separated outside of the Ziwei segmentum and inside of Ziwei segmentum. Outside of the imprisoned Ziwei segmentum, Wang Xiao's expression was steely. He did not feel any elation as his eyes were glued on the space below. He could no longer see any signs of Yifutian. Although he successfully did as he had been told, he did not feel victorious. He did not defeat Yifutian, not then and not now. That's it. Is it imprisoned now? Some top cultivators from the divine prefecture were speechless as they witnessed the sight before them. It was as if they were utterly superfluous. This war ended like this. Under the heaven-tempering enumeration, Yifutian's defense would not last long. Sooner or later it would be incinerated. Then Ziwei segmentum would follow. Once the great path was refined, everything would no longer exist. This vast world of Ziwei would turn into a world of flames before it was completely consumed. "It's over," the city lord of Tianyan proclaimed. His eyes surveyed the cultivators from the divine prefecture. He continued, "Everyone has worked hard on this quest. Under the heaven-tempering enumeration, Ziwei segmentum will be turned into a realm of hellfire. All the great paths will cease to exist, and with time it will disappear forever. Then wouldn't that mean Yifutian will also perish with it? That would be a shame." Some cultivators from the divine prefecture spoke up. Although they were enemies with Yifutian, they felt conflicted inside. They found it a pity that Yifutian would fall like this into a realm of fire. He doesn't know what is good for him, so this is the only way it can be. The city lord of Tianyan said loudly, "Under the heaven-tempering enumeration, the world will change and will never be the same as it was. The Ziwei segmentum may very well cease to exist." Was Ziwei segmentum to be nothing but a wasteland? "Everyone, please go back. Business here is over. Now we just need to wait to witness its final demise," the city lord of Tianyan said to all the cultivators of the divine prefecture, but they seemed reluctant to leave. They stood in the boundless starry sky, taking everything in. "I'll be here to ascertain their demise," Wang Xiao said to the city lord of Tianyan. He would wait here instead of returning to Tianyan City. He wanted to witness the destruction of Yifutian and see all of this come to an end. Or else, that shadow in his heart would never be dispelled. Within the Ziwei segmentum, everyone raised their heads to look at the sky above. No matter on which continent they were cultivating, they were witnessing this extremely shocking sight. The heaven had turned flaming gold in color, with a terrifying pattern of flames, as if it intended to temper the entire world. Someone wanted to destroy the Ziwei segmentum. In Ziwei Imperial Palace, Lord Chun and the others looked up into the sky. They knew that it was extremely far away from them, but they could see it clearly because the entire world was covered by it. The destructive divine light also covered the Ziwei segmentum so that no matter where they were, it was omnipresent. What was the outcome of this battle? The vibration seemed to have stopped, and the Ziwei segmentum did not continue to oscillate. This could only mean that the previous battle had ended. However, what was this in front of them right now? There were many living creatures on the countless number of cultivation continents in the Ziwei segmentum, not just powerful cultivators. Many of them did not understand everything that was happening in their world. However, after today, they would know what this world was really like, and how shocking was the real world. The place where they lived and cultivated was just a corner of the world, as inconspicuous as a grain of sand in the desert. For the endless living beings that existed in the entire Ziwei segmentum, this day was earth-shaking. At the same time, aside from the shock they felt, there was also a disquiet. The golden divine flames filled the sky, and the entire world was wrapped in it. Was this a force that could bring about the end of days? Would Ziwei segmentum be obliterated? And would their place of cultivation be no more? Many people started to pray, bowing to the void. They prayed in their hearts that they would receive the protection of Ziwei the Great. In Ziwei segmentum, everyone believed in Ziwei. Ziwei the Great was their one and only God. Look yonder! Someone looked up into the sky. After the terrifying golden divine flames had shut down their world, these flames seemed to want to swallow the entire world whole. However, at this time, beneath the golden divine flames, an extremely bright starry light screen lit up. Likewise, this starry light screen also covered the entire world, preventing the invasion of the golden divine flames. Someone is protecting us. The people of Ziwei segmentum continued worshipping toward the sky. Is it Ziwei the Great revealing himself? Their belief in Ziwei came from the bottom of their hearts. After all, the entire Ziwei segmentum was a world created by Ziwei the Great. It's Futian. In Ziwei Imperial Palace, Lord Taishan was not surprised when he saw the scene above the sky. The cultivators in the Imperial Palace fixated on the sight above them. They were more worried than shocked. "I'll go take a look," said Lord Chun as his body levitated into the air, heading higher up into the sky. Now the battle seemed to be over. The next step would be to resist that golden divine flames. He wanted to see what was happening there and how Yi Futian was doing. "I'm going too." Many people left by air at the same time, heading towards the sky. This battle belonged to Yi Futian alone. He alone had resisted the army from Divine Prefecture and blocked the attack of the Imperial arms. And they could do nothing to help him except watch the battle inside the safety of Ziwei Imperial Palace. They were so uncomfortable it felt as if their hearts were on fire. Hua Jieyu was also among those who went into the air. Those eyes that stared into the firmament were filled with worries and concerns. High above in the starry sky, Lord Chun and the others found signs of Yi Futian. Here was a starry sky surrounded by billions of stars, circulating between heaven and earth, as if operated by a unique rhythm of its own. Yi Futian appeared in the starry sky as he sat cross-legged with eyes closed. His entire person seemed to have entered a state of chaos and semi-consciousness. Stars and divine light surrounded him, but that body seemed a little elusive. What was even more astounding was that millions of starry divine light bloomed from Yi Futian, as if they were reaching and connecting to the stars in heaven, thus forming a starry defense. It was a coherent starry light screen functioning like a massive umbrella in the starry sky, which blocked the golden divine flames from entering in. Lord Chun and the others saw that destructive golden flames, which were agitated with madness as they swallowed up the power of the Great Path. It wanted to purify all the auras in the world, to burn and refine them. This was the Imperial Arms, heaven-tempering enumeration. Terrifying golden divine flames invaded, interwoven with the starry light screen. It seemed to be eating away the light of the starry Great Path slowly, swallowing and refining the Great Path of the stars. Many stars surrounding the sky were covered bit by the golden divine flames, as if they could be refined and become part of the divine flames at any time. "He is greatly weakened," Lord Chun said as he looked at Yi Futian. Hua Jieyu wanted to step forward but stopped herself. No matter how much she wanted to, she had to restrain herself. She was worried that if she touched Yi Futian, there would be unimaginable consequences. Yi Futian, at this moment, had fallen into a state of selflessness. He no longer belonged to himself but this starry world. But at this moment, there was an extremely vibrant aura of life that bloomed from him. As the divine glory gleamed, it seemed that a tree of life appeared upon him, which merged as one with him so that his aura of life could not be extinguished. "He is still fighting it." Hua Jieyu's beautiful eyes were a little red. Then they saw wisps of aura spreading towards the heavens from Yi Futian. Those ancient branches and leaves spread towards the firmament as if to populate this starry sky. As that aura spread, All the stars in heaven seemed to become one. With Yi Futian as the center, as if he was the root of this divine tree, the stars in heaven became the branches and leaves of the sacred tree. A starry divine tree seemed to have come into being. There was an expression of disbelief on Lord Chen's face, as well as the others, as they watched the incomparable divine light shrouded this corner of the world. All of them looked at Yi Futian and heard Lord Chen say, "Let's leave here and not disturb him." "I'll stay here with him," Hua Jieyu said. "That's fine." Lord Chen nodded and led the others away, with only Hua Jieyu remaining. The miracles in the starry sky continued to evolve. The outer limits of the entire world were enveloped by the starry divine light. It was impossible to see everything inside of it, but Hua Jieyu was standing inside. Vaguely, it could be seen that she was standing underneath this incredibly shocking starry divine tree. Yi Futian had turned into a divine tree, and all the stars in the heavens were growing on this divine tree. At this moment, those golden divine flames on the periphery roared as they were unable to invade anywhere because they were being isolated. There seemed to be two layers of seals. The heaven-tempering enumeration imprisoned Ziwei segmentum, as the starry divine tree imprisoned the heaven-tempering enumeration in turn, isolating it from everything else. Hua Jieyu sat cross-legged, not far from Yi Futian. She looked at him and believed that he would create miracles. Perhaps to him this was just another kind of cultivation, and Yi Futian would come through this trial just fine. The vision above the firmament was something that the people of the Ziwei segmentum could neither forget nor ignore. All of them wanted to know what had happened. Afterward, Ziwei Imperial Palace announced to the world that the forces from Divine Prefecture had banded together for the express purpose of attacking Ziwei with the aid of the Imperial arms. They wanted to rob Ziwei of the divine treasures left by Ziwei the Great and control the Ziwei segmentum. At this time of unprecedented crisis, the heir of Ziwei the Great, the Palace Lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yi Futian, used his power to fight against the Imperial arms, intercepted the cultivators from Divine Prefecture single-handedly. With his body of flesh and blood, aided by the will of Ziwei the Great, he was able to block that tempering Imperial arms outside of Ziwei segmentum, saving Ziwei from destruction. The Ziwei segmentum dispersed this news to all the stars and the forces that were at the level of the overlords until it had spread to all corners of Ziwei segmentum. They assured everyone that there was no need to panic. Instantly, Yi Futian's name became the stuff of legends in Ziwei segmentum. Yi Futian, the heir of Ziwei the Great, was also the spokesperson of Ziwei the Great in this world. Countless cultivators in Ziwei segmentum bowed down and worshipped him. At the same time, this incident incensed everyone inside Ziwei segmentum. The trend to cultivate in the entire Ziwei segmentum had reached its peak instantaneously. Countless aspiring talents had gone to ask permission to be admitted into Ziwei Imperial Palace to cultivate, preparing to fight against the Divine Prefecture one day. Taking this opportunity, the Ziwei Imperial Palace announced to all of Ziwei segmentum that it would have the largest recruitment of cultivators in its history. Those who were the most outstanding in the entire Ziwei segmentum would be trained inside Ziwei Imperial Palace as part of its plan to strike back in the future. For a time, this news rocked all of Ziwei segmentum, making way for a grand occasion that had never been seen before. Ziwei segmentum was a world in isolation, never involved itself in the strife and confrontations of the outside world. The invasion by the Divine Prefecture ultimately ignited the desire for cultivation within the Ziwei segmentum. At the same time, the people inside Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yi Futian's old comrades, also began to cultivate in earnest. No one had any ideas if Yi Futian could survive this catastrophe and emerge safe and sound. They had no idea how this would end, but they did know they had to work hard to continuously elevate their cultivation realm. In this battle of invasion incited by the Divine Prefecture, Yi Futian made good of his promise. The only way the people of Divine Prefecture could get inside of Ziwei segmentum was to step over his dead body. He used his own body to block the threats outside, ensuring the safety of Ziwei segmentum. When the feast in Ziwei segmentum was about to begin, countless cultivators gathered at Ziwei Imperial Palace. Lord Chen presided in the upper main seat as the host of the feast, but there was an empty space next to him, right in the center, which he did not occupy. There was one person who had not returned. 3 years later, outside of the starry sky, Wang Xiao was still there. He had not left. He said he wanted to witness the end of everything and confirm the outcome, so he was still here. He wanted to witness the moment when heaven-tempering enumeration melted down the Ziwei segmentum and Yi Futian's death. But after 3 years, none of this had happened yet. The destructive power of heaven-tempering enumeration seemed to be cut off on the outside, and had not been able to invade the interior of Ziwei segmentum. Heaven-tempering enumeration was an imperial arm that had covered the entire world, but so far, it had not been able to temper the Ziwei segmentum. He could even perceive that the divine flames within the heaven-tempering enumeration were still locking horns with those endless stars. The two intertwined, but one had not been able to swallow nor destroy the other. This meant that Yi Futian had been battling with him for 3 years now, and he had persevered. Not only did he not perish, but he also was still resisting the attacks of the heaven-tempering enumeration, protecting Ziwei segmentum from the fate of extinction. At this time, Wang Xiao opened his eyes and looked at the space below. Could Yi Futian really stave the attack of the heaven-tempering enumeration forever? Wang Xiao took out a jade slip and saw an elusive face appear in it. At the same time, a voice asked him, "Wang Xiao, what's happening there?" This voice was, not surprisingly, the voice of the city lord of Tianyan. 3 years had passed since that battle. Of course, cultivators of the divine prefecture could not have continued to stay there. They were long gone. Only Wang Xiao, with his stubborn obsession, had wanted to wait for a definitive ending, and that was to witness Yi Futian's destruction. But 3 years later, he was still waiting. "Nothing has changed," Wang Xiao responded. "Come back." The city lord of Tianyan said, "The heaven-tempering enumeration shut down the Ziwei segmentum. Sooner or later, it will melt down that segmentum. He may resist it for a time, but he can't stop it forever. Right now, great changes are taking place in the divine prefecture. It's been 3 years, and it's time for you to let go and come back. No matter what happened 3 years ago, you should always remember that you are invincible under the great emperor." "Invincible," Wang Xiao murmured. He had said that back then, but Yi Futian's sarcastic voice could still be heard in his head. Was he truly invincible under the great emperor? At least, in the Ziwei segmentum here, there was one person he couldn't defeat. It was just that now he was trapped by the heaven-tempering enumeration and would eventually perish because of it. After a moment of silence, Wang Xiao took a deep breath and said, "Fine." When his voice faded, he got up and put the jade slip away. He looked down at the place that was sealed off by the heaven-tempering enumeration and said, "Yi Futian, you are unparalleled in talent and endowed with a genius rarely seen in the world. I have to admit that I am not as good as you. However, you are born at the wrong time, and your life is doomed to a tragic end. You will eventually perish under this heaven-tempering enumeration and turn into nothing more than dust and smoke. 3 years ago, you defeated me, but now in the land of the divine prefecture, I am still the unraveled under the great emperor. Although I did use the imperial arms, the ability to summon imperial arms was, in itself, a part of my strength. Under the great emperor, I, Wang Xiao, am still an existence of the unraveled. Unfortunately, you won't be seeing me on my path of ascension as the great emperor." After that, there was a strong determination in his eyes as he turned, leaving this place behind. No matter what happened 3 years ago, the fact remained. He recognized Yi Futian's talent and admitted that he was not better than Yi Futian. However, he firmly believed that he, Wang Xiao, was unparalleled under the great emperor. This was a belief, and for a cultivator like him, this kind of belief was indispensable. If he didn't have this belief to hold on to, how would he embark on the road to become a great emperor himself? He was sure he would be able to achieve this goal. Thus Wang Xiao left. The boundless space was totally silent. The divine light from the heaven-tempering enumeration dazzled in the endless void, continued to seal the Ziwei segmentum. At this time, within the bounds of the Ziwei segmentum, the war of attrition between the heaven-tempering enumeration and the billions of stars had never ceased. The heaven-tempering enumeration wanted to melt down the stars in the heavens but could not do it. A figure sat cross-legged in the center of these billions of stars, bathed in infinite starlight, like a child born of the starry sky. Even his figure looked a little surreal and elusive. It was as if it did not exist. Next to that ethereal and elusive figure, a gorgeous woman was sitting quietly there, cultivating. She was like Jotian goddess, who had been accompanying him always, and never left his side. At this time, some people came from the sky, and several powerful cultivators had arrived. It was Lord Chun and the others with Gu Donglu, Zhuge Mingyue, Xia Qingyuan in tow. They were here to see Yi Futian. Unless they are cultivating in retreat, they would come here every year. But everything seemed to be the same as 3 years ago, and no change had taken place. It's still the same, Lord Taishin whispered. There didn't seem to be any significant changes. It's beautiful here. Next to them, Zhuge Mingyue looked at this starry sky world with a smile in his bright eyes. He looked in the direction where Yi Futian was and said, "Little junior brother, I know you can hear me. Your cultivation here must be progressing. Ziwei Imperial Palace has been doing well over the past 3 years and is on the right track. More and more talented figures have poured into the Ziwei Imperial Palace to become disciples of the palace. There are even many Renhuang with endless potential. The senior members of Ziwei Imperial Palace are also working hard to improve their cultivation. Lord Taishin and the others are cultivating the power of Taichu and have made great progress. The 3 little guys are all striving towards the peak of Renhuang. Your 3rd senior brother is almost there as well. Taoist monk Mu's alchemical skill is improving daily, and is now very handy in refining the subdivine elixirs. The Ziwei Segmentum as well as Ziwei Imperial Palace are getting stronger than ever. Now, we are just waiting for you to return, to break this imprisonment, and lead Ziwei Segmentum to a higher high." No one responded. But above the sky, the starlight sprinkled down. Zhuge Mingyue stretched out her hand, as if she could see those starlight falling into the palm of her hand. When she saw this beautiful sight, Zhuge Mingyue smiled brilliantly and said, "Little junior brother, is that you responding? In this starry sky world, this is the form in which you existed, right?" Next to Zhuge Mingyue, Gu Donglu looked at the elusive figure of Yi Futian in front. He did not speak, but he also believed that his little junior brother, who had created numerous miracles many times over, would definitely return to them. He had never doubted that because he was the predestined one chosen by their master. They would be going to Donghuang Imperial Palace together to pick up their master. "Let's go," Lord Qin said. They still had a lot of things that needed to be done. They had to cultivate and improve themselves continuously. Everyone nodded. Zhuge Mingyue looked over there and said, "Little junior brother has Jiu here to keep him company, so I guess he will not be lonely." Lord Chun looked over there and said, "Palace Lord, Ziwei Imperial Palace, and even the entire Ziwei Segmentum will be waiting for you. Now, we won't disturb your cultivation." Having said that, he bowed slightly in the direction yonder before all the cultivators turned to leave. They accepted that Yi Futian was cultivating here. After everyone left, the place returned to its previous quietude again. Yi Futian was like an ancient starry tree, erected underneath billions of stars, yet blended harmoniously with it, the two as one. Hua Jieyu seemed to be sitting under this tree, bathed in the starlight and cultivating quietly. This scene was as beautiful as a picture. Time flew, and in a blink of an eye, 10 years had passed since the great battle took place outside the Ziwei Segmentum. 10 years was not a long time in the long history of the cultivation world, and it could even be said to be a pretty brief period of time. In the cultivation world, many cultivators were able to break through a realm in 10 years, so it was considered a very short time. But for Ziwei Segmentum, these 10 years were a long and endless 10 years. Over the past 10 years, the Ziwei Segmentum had undergone a lot of changes. Ziwei Imperial Palace had changed the most. The most obvious change was that all the cultivators in the Ziwei Imperial Palace were constantly getting stronger, and their cultivation was improving. The look of the entire Ziwei Imperial Palace had been completely transformed. Except for the top-level figures, anyone under the realm of Tribulation Plane was no longer who they were once upon a time. In that gloriously radiant starry sky, a few more figures arrived at this time. It was 4 young people, all of them endowed with extraordinary temperament, and each one of them gave out a sense of being very unusual. Master, Masteress. The four of them came not far in front of Yi Futian and bowed slightly to Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, who was beside him. Yi Futian didn't respond, and Hua Jieyu seemed to have also entered into a certain state of concentration, immersed in a world of her cultivation, so they did not hear the voices of the four. Hush! Feng Xiyuan, who was at the front, sensed something, made a gesture to silence the others and shook his head. He whispered, "The Masteress has been with the Master here. She seems to have entered into a special state of cultivation as well." "Well, let's not disturb the Masteress." Little Ling nodded. The four of them were not youngsters anymore, and their cultivation had reached a very high level. After all, they were born with the path, with the natural body of the great path, who were also enlightened by the teacher, so their cultivation had always been smooth sailing. "Master, we are here to tell you some good news. Not long ago, I have entered the 9th realm of Renhuang. Now I am at the top of Renhuang realm. If I go further, I will be experiencing the divine tribulation of the great path." Feng Xiyuan whispered to the figure in front of him and continued, "Little Ling and the other three are already in the 8th realm of Renhuang. Although Duo Yu was late in starting his cultivation, his level was not lower than Little Ling or Tai Tu. I believe it won't take more than a few years for all of them to be like me, reaching the top level of Renhuang." Obviously, they were here to give the good news to Yi Futian. All four of them were born inside the village, so they were different from the people outside. 30 years ago, before they went with Yi Futian to the Western Heavenly World, they had already entered the realm of Renhuang. Now, more than 30 years had passed. For so many years, they had never stopped working on themselves, whether it was at Spirit Mountain back then or in the Ziwei Segmentum right now. Therefore, they had made rapid progress. There is also another good news. Lord Taixian and the others have been cultivating the power of Taichu, and they have seen its effect already. The path of Taichu gave them the opportunity to transform again. Feng Xiyuan continued, "Previously, I had considered taking some elixirs to help me break through the realm, but that old fellow Taoist monk Mu wouldn't do it. He only gave me some useless pills. He said he would save the good ones for when I am ready to experience the tribulation plane. Fortunately, my talent is outstanding and I broke through the realm by myself, so I haven't dishonored my master. Master, don't listen to his nonsense. The elixirs given by Elder Taoist monk Mu are all good, and he has been watching over us. Other elders, such as Lord Chen, have also been taking care of us and instructing us in our cultivation, and that accounts for our rapid progress. When I enter the 9th realm of Renhuang, I will come again to give you the good news." As she was speaking, she looked at Tai Tu next to her and said, "It's your turn. What do you want to say to the master?" Tai Tu scratched his head. Although he was not a young kid anymore, he appeared a little naive as always. He looked in front and said, "Master, I will work hard to cultivate and follow you to the divine prefecture in the future to seek our revenge." After speaking, they looked at Duo Yu behind them and saw that he did not speak. Instead, he knelt and bowed in the direction of Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. The three of them didn't say anything more, as they understood Duo Yu's quiet personality very well. Looking forward again, Little Ling continued, "Master, when can you come back? Little Ling misses you so much." As she was speaking, her eyes became moist and full of tears. It had been 10 years, and the master still hadn't returned. Were they really not worried at all? Actually, they were all terrified. They were scared that the master would never come back. "Don't be weak," Feng Xiyuan whispered. "Master, don't worry. I will take care of the three of them and wait for your return." With that, he bowed down in front of them. Little Ling wiped her eyes and bowed down as well. She stared in front for a long time, reluctant to leave. "Let's not bother the master and the masteress in their cultivation," Feng Xiyuan said, pulling Little Ling up so the four of them could leave here together. After they left, from Yi Futian's body, those divine lights leading to the heavens were like leaves on branches, swaying as if they were in the wind, and sprinkled the starlight all around. When Feng Xiyuan and the others were leaving, the starlight seemed to be following close behind. In the year 10, 0128 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. A full 28 years had passed since the battle took place in the Ziwei segmentum. Over the past 28 years, the forces from the Divine Prefecture had gradually forgotten about the war that took place in the Ziwei segmentum. Time could fade away many things, especially under the circumstance in which the Ziwei segmentum was sealed. With the heaven-tempering enumeration in place, those in the Divine Prefecture had the impression that it was only a matter of time before the Ziwei segmentum became a world of hellfire, and it was no longer worth their time to give the issue any more attention. On the other hand, all the principalities in the Divine Prefecture had experienced one major event after another, so who else would give any more thoughts to Ziwei segmentum? Even Tianyan City slowly forgot about it. Perhaps only Wang Xiao would still remember it from time to time. He thought that Yi Futian was probably using his own life as the cost to block the destructive power of the heaven-tempering enumeration. In a few more years, everything would be destroyed by flames. At that time, he would be able to retrieve the heaven-tempering enumeration. Just as everyone had gradually forgotten about the Ziwei segmentum, the starry sky inside the Ziwei segmentum had undergone some subtle changes. At this time, in the forbidden starry sky, there were many cultivators there, including Lord Chun and the others, who were there watching the changes happening in front of them. Just as before, Lord Chun and the others would come here from time to time. 2 years ago, they discovered that this starry sky world was a little different from before. Lord Chun and his party stood in the starry sky, looking at the sky full of stars. More and more, Yi Futian resembled a starry divine tree, and all the stars in the heavens were like the fruits upon the tree. At the moment, the sky full of stars was swallowing up the destructive fire from the heaven-tempering enumeration and bringing it back into the stars. In addition, the stars in the heavens seemed to be in harmony with the aura of all the great paths of the world, making the light of the stars even brighter. Faintly, it seemed to overpower the destructive divine glory released from the heaven-tempering enumeration. At the same time, the sky full of starlight even began to flow backward, nourishing Yi Futian's divine body, making him radiant all over, like a bona fide starry divine body. In his elusive body of flesh and blood, the starry sky world could vaguely be seen. The palace lord must still be there, and he is cultivating and getting stronger. Lord Chun looked solemn as he stared at Yi Futian's figure in the starry sky in front of him. The world of heavens was infinitely radiant like a world of galaxy. This galaxy was dominated by the starry divine tree, and even he was shocked by such wondrous sight. Morong Yu nodded. This place here is very suitable for us to cultivate. The palace lord is indeed a genius, the true talent from the heavens. Within the divine prefecture, who can compare with him? Is it possible that this battle was a blessing in disguise for the palace lord? After waiting for a full 28 years, many people had been disappointed, scared, and even became hopeless at times. They came here often to visit Yi Futian because they were worried that it would be the last time and that they would never see him again. However, 2 years ago, this worry gradually subsided as they regained their confidence. Especially recently when this situation had become more obvious. Yi Futian must have retained his consciousness. He had never disappeared, and he had always been there, guarding the Ziwei segmentum. More importantly, in the process of keeping them safe, he was looking for a way to bring the standoff to an end. Now, Yi Futian seemed to have found a solution, as he was seeking a way to break through the heaven-tempering enumeration. Perhaps there was a real chance that it could be done. Is the master coming back? Little Ling murmured behind him. A strong hope surged in their hearts. They had waited for this day for too long. It had been 28 years. Even when he went to cultivate at the Western heavenly world of Buddhism, it had not been as long as this. Maybe he can come back at any time. Now we have to wait patiently. Lord Chun said. What is strange is that the palace lord's wife seems to be the same as the palace lord. Her telekinesis power has integrated into the stars in the heavens. We have no idea what she was going through with the palace lord. Maybe they are cultivating together, said Morongyu. Now, everyone began to look forward to the return of the palace lord. 28 years ago, the palace lord was able to defeat Wang Xiao with a single strike. At the level of the first divine tribulation of the Great Path, It was almost impossible for him to find an opponent worthy of him. How strong would the palace lord be if he had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path? Go back for now. Let's not disturb the palace lord's cultivation for the time being, Lord Chun said. Right now, they were actually feeling quite relieved that they no longer had to worry about Yi Futian's safety. Very well. Everyone nodded as they withdrew one after the other. Now, they just needed to wait patiently for Yi Futian's return. After the crowd left, the stars in the heavens, as usual, were devouring that heaven-tempering divine fire day after day. It was as if they would never stop. As time went on, day by day, the stars in the heavens released the starry divine light, like the leaves on willow branches, spreading towards the boundless space, permeating into every corner. They had even begun reaching inside the heaven-tempering enumeration, penetrating it, constantly eroding the imperial arms. The imperial arms were imbued with spirit, and the heaven-tempering enumeration seemed to be fighting back as an even more violent heaven-tempering divine fire was burning, attempting to immolate the power of the stars. However, that power of the Great Path was like an indelible and immortal path that could not be tempered. It continued its infiltration and fought against the divine fire, even reversing its tempering and swallowing the fire instead. Buzz! Gradually, a dazzling divine light burst out above the heaven-tempering enumeration, flooding the boundless space. At this moment, inside Ziwei Segmentum, all the cultivators looked up at the sky as if they, too, felt a supreme heavenly might of destruction. It was as if the imperial arms were enraged. At the same time, Wang Xiao had sensed it as well in the divine prefecture, as if the heaven-tempering enumeration was extremely angered. Boom! Above the heaven-tempering enumeration, it seemed as if there was a shower of meteors trying to burn up the stars in the sky, and the sea of fire enveloped the entire periphery of the Ziwei Segmentum, terrifying to the extreme. All the cultivators in Ziwei Segmentum were horrified, their faces full of shock. Many people could feel the fear that came from the depths of their souls. What exactly was happening? The imperial arms were so angry. It was as if imperial might was about to descend. The entire Ziwei world seemed to be refined and immolated. Above the firmament in the heaven-tempering enumeration, there appeared an awesome figure. It was Tianyan the Great with extremely dominance. His might was enough to shock the heavens. It was as if the great emperor's will had been awakened. This was the spirit of the imperial arms, and now it was mad, because a power tried to eat away the imperial arms and eat away at him. No! Inside Ziwei Imperial Palace, Lord Chan and the others looked up in the sky, as the expressions on their faces changed. The starry sky world seemed to have changed as it had urged the will of Tianyan the Great so that the great emperor had manifested and sent divine flames to destroy the world. Could Yi Futian bear it? They no longer had the kind of calmness they had before. At this moment, their hearts were in their throats. At the same time, all the stars in the starry sky world were even more dazzling. Yi Futian had morphed into the starry divine tree, as incomparably brilliant divine light permeated from him. Suddenly, his eyes opened, and the stars in the heavens were as one body, and he had incarnated as the ruler of this starry sky. Buzz! Accompanied with the falling starlight, a massive and boundless phantom appeared to cover Yi Futian's figure, as if what was growing on this divine tree of stars was the figure of Ziwei the Great. The moment this figure appeared, everyone in Ziwei Segmentum saw it. All of them were inexplicably excited by this sight. Ziwei descended in the world. The great emperor is showing himself. Some worshipped the sky above. The will of Ziwei the Great seemed to have been completely awakened at this moment. Above the firmament, the two great emperors faced each other. This seemed to have been turned into a battle between the great emperors. Ziwei the Great bathed in starlight as the radiance of all the stars in the heavens merged into him. Suddenly, a supreme murderous might spread out and rushed straight into the sky. That murderous intent was terrifying to the extreme, for it was the murderous intent of emperors and kings. Instantly, the cultivators in the entire Ziwei Segmentum were trembling. Their spiritual souls were suppressed as countless demonic beasts prostrated on the ground, daring not to raise their heads. Above the heaven-tempering enumeration, an incomparable divine light of destruction appeared and converged on the phantom of Tianyan the Great. The two great emperors had a confrontation. Buzz! The destructive heaven-tempering divine light came from the top, and the beam of light penetrated the heavens. At the same time, on the body of Ziwei the Great, a Ziwei divine sword with unparalleled murderous aura went up against the momentum. This purple divine sword turned into a ruinous purple light beam as the golden flames and the white and purple divine light collided in the void. A storm of destruction swept out, and the entire Ziwei segmentum shuddered. The purple divine light directly pierced the beam of light that was flaming gold in color, then penetrated the phantom of Tianyan the Great, through and through. It continued upward and broke open the heaven-tempering enumeration, leaving a gaping hole in it. The imperial arms were destroyed. The blinding divine light caused everyone inside Ziwei segmentum to close their eyes, and they dared not take even a peek. After a long while, they finally opened their eyes and looked towards the firmament. As that terrible light of destruction gradually dissipated, everything was turning back to normal. Up above the boundless sky, the shadow that had hovered over them for the past 28 years was gone. That crisis of imminent destruction that hung above everyone's heads disappeared just like that. Inside Ziwei Imperial Palace, everyone raised their heads to look into the sky. When they saw the firmament had returned to normal, there was an incredibly brilliant smile in everyone's eyes. The shadow that had been buried in everyone's hearts for the past 28 years was finally gone. Yifutian had managed to awaken the will of Ziwei the Great. The great emperor had manifested himself to destroy Tianyan and destroy the imperial arms. They had won. Let's go! Lord Chun and the others levitated into the sky and headed higher up into the sky. After some time, they came to the place above the firmament, where the residual of that destructive power remained. Their eyes looked around as if searching for something. At this moment, two figures drifted down from high above the sky. The man wore a white garment. He had a head of white hair, and he was handsome beyond words. The woman with an ethereal visage looked like the Jotian goddess herself. They stood hand in hand and appeared in front of everyone. Moreover, their temperaments seemed to have become somewhat different yet again. At this time, Yifutian's closed eyes finally opened. The starry divine light dazzled and blinded everyone's eyes. Lord Chun watched these two returning and revealed a bright smile. They had not been able to laugh with such relief for a very long time. There were also Gu Donglu, Zhuge Mingyue, Xiao Muyu, Dou Zhao, Chun Yi, Fang Siyuan, Blind Tai, and everyone smiled brightly. After 28 years, they were finally back. Yifutian looked toward the others. They could even see the smile in his eyes gleaming like the stars. 28 years ago, the Divine Prefecture Alliance charged in with Tianyan City. They came with the imperial arm in an attempt to wipe out the Ziwei segmentum, which was the great tribulation that the Ziwei segmentum had met. Now 28 years had passed. They had overcome this tribulation. They did it. Today they could finally be considered to have won this war. From today onward, the people who should panic weren't the Ziwei segmentum anymore, and it was the powers of the Divine Prefecture. Welcome back, Palace Lord. Lord Chen bowed and greeted Yifutian. Welcome back, Palace Lord. The cultivators bowed and greeted Yifutian one after another. Even the powerful cultivators previously from the Ziwei Segmentum Imperial Palace revered and submitted themselves to Yifutian now. Just moments ago, they saw the manifestation of Ziwei the Great. Yifutian was the true heir of Ziwei the Great. He fought the Divine Prefecture all alone with his power and saved the Ziwei Segmentum. He had awoken the will of the great emperor and obliterated the imperial arm. At this moment, countless cultivators were cheering in the Ziwei segmentum. They bowed and prayed to the celestial skies. Ziwei the Great had manifested himself and descended upon this world to resolve the crisis. He had destroyed the menace that hovered above their heads. It was a threat that lasted for 28 whole years. Now it had finally dissipated. Thank you for your hard work through all these years, Yifutian said with a smile. For 28 years, his consciousness had fused into the celestial skies, and his spiritual soul had also fused into the stars above. His life no longer just belonged to him. He actually saw everything inside the Ziwei segmentum. As for everyone who arrived here, every word that they spoke, he heard all of it. He couldn't respond to them, but he saw all of it with his own eyes. Don't worry about it, Palace Lord. You've stopped the Imperial Arm all by yourself to protect the Ziwei segmentum. How can we be considered the ones who put in the hard work? Lord Qin said. For 28 years, I borrowed the will of the great emperor to block the Imperial Arm, but all of you were also working hard for the development of the Imperial Palace. Throughout the years, the Imperial Palace was continuously getting stronger. I saw it all. Yifutian smiled at all of the familiar faces. Many of their cultivation levels had become stronger, and it wasn't by a small margin. Without looking at the others, his 4 students from the Four-Corner Village were all Pekrenhuang Plain today, no exceptions. And their cultivation levels were probably extremely stable, allowing them to try breaking through to the plane above Renhuang. The others were all similar, everyone had improved. Compared to 28 years ago, this could be considered a metamorphosis. The overall strength and power of the Ziwei Imperial Palace were not even on the same level as it was before. Now he was the only lagging behind. Palace Lord, please return to the Ziwei Imperial Palace, Lord Qin said. He wanted to invite Yifutian back to Ziwei. Inside the Imperial Palace, there were still many others waiting for Yifutian. No hurry, Yifutian said, which caused a slightly astounded expression to appear on Lord Chen's face. He asked curiously, anything else that the Palace Lord wants to do? Well, actually not really. Yifutian shook his head. It's just that none of you could communicate with me for the past 28 years. But actually, I have never stopped cultivating for the past 28 years, including the past few years. The awakening of the will of the great emperor this time is the result of my efforts in recent years. Now, I need to cultivate alone for some time to better see the changes that occurred within me. Lord Chun and the others' eyes all gleamed with excitement. Yifutian's words were a pleasant surprise to them. He didn't waste the past 28 years either. He had been cultivating and improving himself as well. Since Yifutian had asked to cultivate alone, that must mean that he had some sort of epiphany. Could it be? How powerful would Yifutian be if he went one step further? They were all looking forward to it. You guys go back to the Imperial Palace first, Yifutian said. Yes, Palace Lord. We'll prepare the banquet at the Imperial Palace and wait for you to come back and celebrate your return. Lord Qin smiled. Now that they had overcome the crisis, everyone felt rather happy and relaxed. All right? Yifutian nodded. Lord Chun immediately brought the others with him and left the place. Master, please come back earlier to see us. Little Ling called out to him. She was really looking forward to meeting her master and talking to him, but she didn't expect that Yifutian would immediately get busy with cultivation. They had no other choice but to leave with Lord Chun and the others. Soon, everyone left the place, except for Hua Jieyu, who still accompanied Yifutian. Let's go. The two exchanged glances, then launched into the air. They actually went toward the outside of the Ziwei segmentum, entering the boundless void above it. Inside the boundless void, Yifutian sat in a cross-legged stance and started to view himself internally. Inside his life palace, the world tree stood tall. There was only one tree in the entire world, but possessing this tree was like possessing everything in existence. It evolved into the sun, the moon, the stars, the wind, the water, and lightning, all inside the life palace. With a turn of his mind, it was as though the entirety of Yifutian's being had turned into a divine tree. His body was the trunk of the divine tree. In this boundless void, the stars of the skies appeared. These celestial entities were like the fruits borne by the divine tree. The divine tree morphed into his path. It formed its own space and was capable of forming its own dominion. Furthermore, the power of this path was clearly stronger than before. Throughout these years, he had devoured the powers of the celestial stars and the power of the great path inside the heaven-tempering enumeration. He kept strengthening himself and had never stopped cultivating. A terrifying aura started to appear in the world around him. In the vast, boundless void, It seemed that it had suddenly been visited by waves of obliterating power. An expression of astonishment appeared on Yi Futian's face. He raised his head and looked at the sky and earth around him. Tribulation. He didn't break through his plane, but he had to overcome another tribulation. Hua Jieyu's pretty eyes looked toward Yi Futian, but she wasn't puzzled. She knew that since the first time Yi Futian overcame the tribulation back then, he had entered a different path from the rest. He was different from the other cultivators. He had always been at the Renhuang plane and had never broken through it. That was the case back when he first overcame the divine tribulation of the Great Path. After he had overcome the tribulation, he was somehow still peak Renhuang level. Now, he actually instigated the second tribulation, and he still didn't show any sign of breaking through his current plane. He was still a Renhuang, but he was becoming more and more perfect and certainly stronger. Boom! Terrifying lights of the tribulation converged and arrived. Yi Futian stood that with divine lights circling his body, preparing himself to deal with another divine tribulation of the Great Path. His tribulation was different from the other powerful cultivators. However, it was time for another round of tempering of his divine body of the Great Path. Rewind to the time before Yi Futian faced another divine tribulation FO the Great Path, back when he broke open the seal of the Ziwei segmentum and destroyed the Imperial Arm Divine Prefecture, at a palace inside the Tianyan City Lord's office. Wang Xiao, who was in the middle of cultivation, let out a muffled groan as his face turned pale. He seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head to look up above the sky. It was as though his gaze had pierced through the vast space, and he saw the obliteration of the Imperial Arm. A terrifying pulsating aura erupted from him, and then his figure directly appeared in the air above the Tianyan City Lord's office. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. How could this happen? Blood seeped out from the corner of Wang Xiao's mouth as an expression of utter disbelief appeared in his eyes. Wang Xiao. Up in the air above the Tianyan City Lord's office, the Tianyan City Lord and several other cultivators appeared. They were all very solemn, saddened about the strange thing that was happening to Wang Xiao. Throughout these years, Wang Xiao had been improving exceptionally quickly. He was continuously getting stronger. He hadn't let down Tianyan City. In the future, he would be the most incredible cultivator of Tianyan City. With the Imperial Arm in his hand, he would be unparalleled in this world. No one below the great emperors could stand up to him. As such, they were all naturally very concerned about Wang Xiao's condition. The Tianyan City Lord appeared as soon as he could and asked about Wang Xiao. When they saw Wang Xiao's pale face and the blood that was seeping out from the corner of his mouth, they were all very nervous. Wasn't he cultivating normally? What could have happened to cause the situation now? It was as though Wang Xiao had experienced some drastic change. Was it a problem regarding his cultivation? Or did it have something to do with his mental state? They didn't know. Their gazes all looked toward Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao raised his head and looked toward the sky. After a long pause in silence, he slowly turned back and looked toward the cultivators from Tianyan City and said, "The Imperial Arm was destroyed. The seal of the Ziwei segmentum has been broken." The hearts of the Tianyan City Lord and the cultivators trembled. The Imperial Arm was destroyed. That was the divine Imperial Arm forged by Tianyan the Great himself. Furthermore, it contained the spirit of the great emperor. How could it be destroyed? Who was even capable of such a thing? He had awoken the will of Ziwei the Great, Wang Xiao continued. His face was even more pale and lifeless than before. He looked toward the starry sky. Inside the original realm, there was one being that was almost undefeatable to him. He was born an extraordinary being. He was destined to be the main character of the divine prefecture. From the first time he had shown himself, he had made his name known worldwide. He became renowned throughout the world within a single day of fame. He was the heir of Tianyan the Great, the only person that could communicate with the Imperial Arm, the greatest armorer. All of these titles were concentrated on him alone. It was as glorious as it could get. As the future lord of the Tianyan City, with such unparalleled talent, he should have been untouchable in the divine prefecture. But he appeared. From the day he appeared 28 years ago, His shadow had completely covered Wang Zhao's greatness. Even the imperial arm couldn't seal and contain him. Now, the seal was broken and he had broken out of the cage. When they meet once again on the battlefield, what could he do? Who was the one who was born at the wrong time? The face of the Tianyan city lord also turned ugly. Even that couldn't kill him and wipe out the Ziwari segmentum. Now, the beast had broken out of the cage. The expressions of all of the divine prefecture cultivators turned a little stiff. For some reason, as an ancient god clan, the greatest holy land of armoring in the divine prefecture, they felt nervous because of a young cultivator that was only at Pekranhuang Plain. Perhaps it was because he was too outstanding and had brought too much shock to them. Even Wang Xiao couldn't suppress him. In the future, he would surely become one of their greatest foes. Things have already reached this point. No need to think too much of it. It would help if you continued to focus on cultivation. You still control the imperial arm. In the future, when you meet him outside, he will not be able to utilize the power of the Ziwei segmentum. You can still take him down with ease. The Tianyan city lord was indeed an individual who stood at the top of the divine prefecture. He regained his senses rather quickly. Regardless of what it was, they could not induce panic in themselves. Yes, the Tianyan city does not fear anyone. If he dares to come to Tianyan city again, we'll kill him straight away. An older generation cultivator who was standing at the side said as well, in hopes that Wang Xiao would stabilize his mental state. Wang Xiao was essential to Tianyan city, especially during such times where the turbulence in the world was getting more prominent. Clashes and conflicts between the worlds were becoming more and more heated. The war could begin at any time. In such uncertain times, Wang Zhao's growth and development were pivotal. The future of Tianyan city was on his shoulders. Tianyan city lord turned and faced the direction of the city lord's office and announced, "Immediately summon the core members of the clan back here. Come back to the clan. Do not exit Tianyan city." "Yes, lord." The cultivators took his orders. Back then, Yi Futian went on a killing spree in the West Sea domain. Many of the cultivators from the West Sea domain chief's manor were killed. Of course, they knew about that. Although Tianyan city wasn't afraid of Yi Futian, they also didn't dare to let down their guard. They wouldn't give him the chance to hunt down the cultivators of Tianyan city. If Yi Futian dared to come to Tianyan city, then they would kill him here. Also, notify the powers of the divine prefecture. The Tianyan city lord continued. Back then, Tianyan city wasn't the only power that tried to get rid of Yi Futian. Today, as the seal of the Ziwei segmentum was released, the various powers of the divine prefecture would naturally need to devise ways to obliterate the Ziwei segmentum again. Many of the ancient god clan had participated back then. Even if Yi Futian's gifts and talents were beyond the limits of the world, how could he possibly fend against ancient god clans? As the Tianyan city lord thought about this, he felt calmer. The reason why he was so shocked before this was likely because it had happened too suddenly. He had thought that the imperial arm was destroyed. But now that he was able to reorganize his thoughts, although it was indeed heartache that the imperial arm was destroyed, they should still move forward. Yi Futian alone wouldn't be able to make that much of a difference. The cultivators of Tianyan city all managed to recover from the panic and become busy again, going back to their work. At the same time, they notified the various powers of the divine prefecture. Those powers that had participated in the besiegement back then were all shocked when they received the news. They all felt somewhat anxious, especially those powers that weren't ancient god clans like the West Sea domain and the Donghua domain chief's manor. They could be described as completely defenseless before the power of the Ziwei segmentum today. But the Ziwei segmentum was sealed and isolated for 28 years, so they probably didn't grow much, right? Yi Futian overcame the tribulation in the boundless space outside of the Ziwei segmentum. The tribulation lasted for a whole month, and only after that did he return to the imperial palace inside the Ziwei segmentum. After he returned, the Ziwei imperial palace organized a banquet with the core members of the Ziwei segmentum present to welcome Yi Futian's return. Breaking the seal, destroying the imperial arm, and Yi Futian return. These were all incredible things that were worth celebrating and drinking for. On the banquet in the Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yi Futian sat at the central seat. while the lord of the heavenly mandate palace and the spouse of the imperial palace lord, Hua Jieyu, sat beside him. The first seat to his left was occupied by Lord Chun, while to the right were the other three palace lords, Emperor Shi, Morongyu, Taoist monk Mu. Then followed the deputy palace lords. Everyone was here to celebrate the occasion. Behind Yi Futian were the four young cultivators. Fang Xiyuan and the others stood there, serving their master. Although their cultivation levels were all very high, Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were sitting right there. As students, they had to serve them. Come, let's first toast to the palace lord and his partner. The return of the palace lord this time was the greatest surprise to the Ziwei Semniutum, Lord Chan said as he raised his glass. Immediately, all of the cultivators raised their glasses and toasted to Yi Futian. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu raised their glasses as well. He looked toward the Ziwei segmentum cultivators and said, "After seeing all of you, I can tell that no one has stopped working hard for the past 28 years. Thank you to everyone here." Then he drank all of the wine in his glass. Everyone else also followed and did and same before putting down their glasses. Morongyu joked, "Palace Lord, there's one thing that you don't know. Taoist monk Mu, it's impossible to invite this guy to anything usually, and he wouldn't spare any respect for anyone here. But this time, when he heard that the palace lord was returning, he was the first to rush over. He was the lord of the Ziwei Palace, while Taoist monk Mu was the lord of the Alchemy Palace. Everyone started laughing. Taoist monk Mu is almost like a king in the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Everyone respected him and treated him like their own ancestor, all because of the fear that if he got annoyed with any of them, the quantity and quality of the pills and elixirs he made for them would be at stake. "Aren't you guys aware of why the hell you're even looking for me usually?" Taoist monk Mu sneered. He still didn't bother to spare Morongyu any respect. "Damn, seriously, the palace lord is here, and you're still giving that attitude?" Morongyu pointed at him and said, "Back then, I became indebted to the grace of the palace lord, so I decided to heed the orders of the Ziwei Imperial Palace and take charge of the Alchemy Palace. Of course, I'll fulfill my responsibilities toward the palace lord and give my all to the job," Taoist monk Mu said. He was still very grateful toward Yi Futian. "Yeah, I know you're loyal," Morongyu rebutted him. "The reason we want the elixirs is that we want to grow and develop ourselves. We want to become stronger so that one day we can charge back into the divine prefecture and seek vengeance for the past 28 years. As he spoke, he looked toward Yi Futian. He continued, "Palace Lord, the forces of the Ziwei Imperial Palace have increased rather significantly. Now that the Palace Lord is back, when will you lead the Imperial Palace to attack the divine prefecture? We shall wipe out one of two of their organizations and make them pay for what they did 28 years ago." Everyone paused when they heard Morongyu and looked toward Yi Futian. For 28 years, all of them had a raging fire suppressed in their hearts. Now that the seal was shattered and the imperial arm was destroyed, everyone wanted to vent this great fury and strike the divine prefecture. Yi Futian raised his glass and drank all of the wine inside. He then looked around at all of the cultivators present. Over the past 28 years, they had significantly improved. "No hurry." Yi Futian's gaze was razor-sharp. 28 years have passed, so why hurry now? Although the Imperial Palace has indeed grown significantly, we still lack apex powers. We need more tribulation plane cultivators. This time, I'll be cultivating in isolation for a while first. Do the same thing as back then. Make a batch of subdivine elixirs to increase the power levels of the Imperial Palace cultivators again before we make other arrangements. Right now, his cultivation level was still the same as before, Pikrenhuang level, no change. Even the cultivators of the Ziwei Imperial Palace didn't know that he had overcome the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, let alone the people of the divine prefecture. At this point, they need to accumulate their powers and make the Ziwei Imperial Palace even more powerful. Then they would give the divine prefecture an enormous surprise. He didn't want to face the same situation as 28 years ago, where they were besieged by the divine prefecture, powerless against them. At the very least, he wanted more tribulation plane cultivators present in the Ziwei segmentum. Many of them were almost there. They were on the verge of breaking through. All they needed was one step forward. As for revenge, why rush it now? They had managed to make it through 28 whole years. What was so difficult about waiting just a while more? Okay. Everyone nodded. When they heard that Yi Futian would make subdivine elixirs again, they were happy to hear it. After 28 years, imagine the level of the subdivine elixirs that Yi Futian could make. After the banquet, Yi Futian and other key figures visited the rest of the residents in Ziwei Imperial Palace. Now, many new cultivators in the palace were impressed with Yi Futian and admired him a lot. Yi Futian was now a legend in the Ziwei segmentum and the spokesperson of Ziwei the Great. Afterward, he paid a visit to his elders and family. Then, after discussing with Taoist monk Mu, he was ready to start another round of alchemy again. Just when Yi Futian was about to start, suddenly, his mind moved slightly, and he took out the treasure mirror. On the other side, Shi Qiao's face appeared. Shi Qiao had a smile on her face that made her seem even more beautiful than before. Her temperament was even more outstanding. When I heard the news that you had breached the Imperial arms, I called on you immediately. 28 years. I finally got in touch with you again. Shi Qiao smiled softly. It was as if she was seeing a long-lost friend with much joy in her heart. Has the West Imperial Palace already gotten the news? Yi Futian asked. Only Tianyan City should have known the news of him breaching the Imperial arms. This meant that Tianyan City had already allowed the news to spread. Such a big happy event. How could Tianyan City not share it with other forces in the Divine Prefecture? Shi Qiao teased and continued. However, you are too secretive. If it were not because I got the news from Tianyan City, would you plan to keep this news a secret from me? I just got out, and I was too busy cultivating. I also have a lot of things to deal with at Ziwei Imperial Palace. Now I plan to make some elixirs in retreat, so I didn't think to contact you. Yi Futian said, I saw some changes within you. Did you have a breakthrough? Look at you, Shi Qiao replied in awe. You could even see something like that. Yes, I did break through the shackles of Renhuang and went one level higher. However, I am afraid that there is still quite a gap compared to you. You are continuing to make elixirs. Is it because you had another breakthrough in your cultivation? Fortunately, Yi Futian said, speaking of alchemy, can you use the resources of the West Imperial Palace to help me collect some alchemical materials? The rarer, the better. No problem, I'll do it now. When I have all of them, I will send them to the Ziwei segmentum. Shi Qiao responded readily enough without any hesitation. Thanks. Yi Futian nodded, and the two ended their conversation. Although the two were not close friends, they worked well together and trusted each other. Yi Futian asked Shi Qiao to find alchemical materials, and she agreed right away. She knew that Yi Futian would not forget the West Imperial Palace's favor. Then Yi Futian began to make the elixirs in retreat. Although he was still in the realm of the Renhuang, he had experienced the divine tribulation twice already while in the Renhuang realm, and he had no idea if he could produce subdivine elixirs of the second tribulation. When he returned to the Ziwei segmentum after having survived the tribulation the first time, he could produce the subdivine elixirs of the first tribulation. He didn't lack any alchemical materials for the time being. He had gathered as much as he could back then on Elixir Emperor's Island and obtained many precious medicinal materials, which had yet been used up. He wanted Shi Qiao to help him to collect these materials, so he had some in reserve. After all, there were more and more cultivators in the Ziwei segmentum, and there were not enough elixirs to give to everyone. The Alchemy Palace, on the other hand, also required a lot of alchemical materials. If they go to the Divine Prefecture to collect them, it would potentially be a thorny situation. It was much easier to work with West Imperial Palace on the collection of materials. After he produced the elixirs, part of them would be sent over to West Imperial Palace. This way, it was a win-win for both sides. This mutual relationship could ensure their continued cooperation. The secret to getting people to agree to help was never letting them get the short end of the stick. As long as both parties could benefit, the relationship would have no reason not to continue. In the cultivation world, feelings were a thing fragile to begin with. Not to mention that his relationship with the West Imperial Palace was not at the level where feelings would be a factor. The others in Ziwei Imperial Palace were also cultivating peacefully. After Yi Futian broke through the imprisonment of the Imperial arms and returned to them, these cultivators in Ziwei Imperial Palace seemed to be hopeful once again. They were more motivated to cultivate, as their palace lord was personally working on producing those elixirs that were highly anticipated. This time, Yi Futian first produced a large batch of top Renhuang elixirs. To him, this level of elixirs was far too easy for him, and its mass production did not require too much of his energy. However, the Renhuang elixirs that he produced were absolutely unparalleled in all of the Divine Prefecture, and their quality was perfection itself. For cultivators in the Renhuang realm, it had a massive effect and could help them lay the most solid foundation for leveling up. After the batches were done, Yi Futian had Blind Tai and Old Ma distribute the elixirs, prioritizing top cultivators in the Renhuang realm, making preparations for the impact to experiencing the divine tribulation of the Great Path. After that, he continued to make higher-level elixirs like the subdivine elixirs. For a long time after that, elixir tribulations were frequent occurrences and a common sight in the starry cultivation court. But because of the experience they had many years ago, the cultivators inside Ziwei Imperial Palace were quite accustomed to it. However, they would be surprised if there had been no elixir tribulations when Yi Futian was practicing alchemy. Undeniably, the elixir tribulation this time was clearly much stronger than the last time. A few months later, Yi Futian finished the production of elixirs and distributed all that he had made. Lord Qian and the four lords were the first to receive the subdivine elixirs. Then those who were tittering in the peak of Renhuang for too many years were also given the subdivine elixirs from Yi Futian. At the same time, they had sought advice from Lord Chen and several other lords who had experienced the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Blind Tai was the first one to pass over the hurdle of Renhuang and experience the divine tribulation of the Great Path. In his time, Blind Tai himself was a genius talent from Foursquare Village. After some plotting from the others, he was blinded, and the teacher had him stay in the village as a blacksmith. Many thought that he had given up cultivation, but in truth, he was learning to return to the basics and what was truly important. Later on, he received the inheritance of the Imperial Star, and Blind Tai's cultivation went one step further. Now, decades later, he finally stepped into the tribulation plane. His tribulation was an incredibly strong one, but Blind Tai was an incomparable figure himself. Not only was he not destroyed by the divine tribulation, but he successfully completed the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Now some of the protectors around Yi Futian were also existences in the tribulation plane. The second cultivator who survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path was Emperor Shi's disciple Yang Wuxi. This was rather surprising to Yi Futian. However, after some consideration, it appeared quite logical. Yang Wuxi's talents were outstanding, but he maintained an extremely low profile and kept quiet while he followed Emperor Shi. Nevertheless, his mindset was extraordinary. After surviving the divine tribulation of the Great Path, Yang Wuxi was on the same level as his master Emperor Shi, and this delighted Emperor Shi to no end. As a result, Wangshan Palace now had 2 cultivators in the tribulation plane, which increased its strength considerably. After another 6 months, Shi Qiao took a group of cultivators from West Imperial Palace to visit Ziwei Segmentum. They were led into the starry cultivation court to see Yi Futian. "You are behaving yourself?" Shi Qiao looked at Yi Futian and said with a playful smile. It had been more than half a year since Yi Futian broke the imprisonment and destroyed the Imperial arms. However, he did not make any moves but stayed quietly inside the Ziwei Segmentum. "What else do you expect?" Yi Futian replied. "I thought you would go to the Divine Prefecture." Shi Qiao smiled. "This is unlike you." "I'm in no hurry," Yi Futian said. "True." Shi Qiao nodded. Presently, the forces headed by the ancient god clans in Tianyan City have already begun their preparations the moment you broke out the imprisonment, so they will be ready for you any time. If you go to the Divine Prefecture now, there are still some dangers for you. If these ancient god clans mean to do you harm, you should cultivate here for some time to come. She saw that Yi Futian's realm had not changed. It was still in the 9th realm of Renhuang. Although his combat effectiveness was extraordinary, and he was also an expert in Buddhist superpower, he had some extremely powerful enemies. If he left the Ziwei segmentum now, there was a certain risk waiting for him on the outside. But in Ziwei segmentum, unless a force as powerful as the Donghuang Imperial Palace were to mobilize, no other principalities would be able to invade it. Therefore, Shi Qiao agreed with Yi Futian's decision. She thought it best for him to cultivate for several years before leaving here, or, at the very least, until he had passed the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Anha. Yi Futian didn't bother to explain anything but asked, "Are you here to deliver the medicinal materials?" "Wow, you get to the point quickly." Shi Qiao gave Yi Futian a look, but she still took out the things in the storage and handed them over to Yi Futian. West Imperial Palace spent half a year's effort to gather these. It's quite a collection, so don't spend them all at once. Yi Futian checked the items with his divine consciousness, then nodded slightly to acknowledge her statement. He simply said, "Thank you." As he was speaking, his divine consciousness went inside his own storage ring and took a considerable amount of pills and elixirs and put them inside a separate storage ring. He handed it to Shi Qiao. "This is for the West Imperial Palace, but there is a condition. These cannot be distributed to those who raised their hands against me last time. You hold grudges forever." Shi Qiao laughed and said, "Don't worry. What happened last time will never be repeated again in West Imperial Palace. Once was enough for that kind of situation." When the two were talking, a horrific aura suddenly descended above the sky. The eyes of Shi Qiao and other cultivators from the West Imperial Palace sharpened slightly as they looked towards that side. Soon after, they saw a figure levitated into the air and heading higher into the sky. Yi Futian also glanced yonder. Once he knew who it was, he didn't care too much about it anymore and redirected his gaze. Likewise, the cultivators in the starry cultivation court just glanced to see who it was, with a slightly envious look on their faces, and continued to cultivate without paying too much attention. Above the firmament, that radiant figure was experiencing the divine tribulation of the Great Path alone, with no one even watching him. This strange sight piqued Shi Qiao's curiosity. The reactions of these people didn't seem normal to her. "This is divine tribulation," Shi Qiao said to Yi Futian. "Anha." Yi Futian nodded. Seeing his nonchalant expression, Shi Qiao felt even more curious and asked, "Did none of the people at the Ziwei Imperial Palace care about that?" "They got used to it," Yi Futian replied. "Got used to it?" Shi Qiao stared at Yi Futian incredulously with her beautiful eyes. These people got accustomed to seeing divine tribulations? As the goddess of West Imperial Palace, the entire West Imperial Palace attached great importance to her when she was experiencing the divine tribulation, and all the cultivators in the entire palace were observing her at the time. She cultivated many years before she experienced the divine tribulation, and the whole clan witnessed it. But now, someone was experiencing divine tribulation at Ziwei Imperial Palace. No one cared. "You are tough," Shi Qiao said. "It seems that the elixirs are effective. Let's see what good elixir you have made this time." As soon as she said that, Shi Qiao checked the elixirs that Yi Futian gave her with great anticipation. Yi Futian didn't mind it, merely turning his head to look higher into the sky. Soon, Shi Qiao's body stiffened, and her heart trembled violently. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Futian. "Qiao, what is it?" the cultivator from Western Imperial Palace asked. Shi Qiao didn't seem to have heard them. After a while, she looked at the people from West Imperial Palace and took out an elixir. Second tribulation? Subdivine elixir. When they heard what Shi Qiao said, the eyes of all the cultivators from the West Imperial Palace were frozen as well.